Counting on you to get home safely, and so are their families. Let's work together to prevent crashes and save lives. A safety reminder from the Florida Department of Transportation. Slow your roll. Safety's the goal.
Sheridan House takes boys who are struggling at home or school and helps them turn their lives around. They provide residential care for middle school age boys with behavioral issues. If you're struggling with your teenage son, visit SheridanHouse.org to see how they can help. Sheridan House, answers for today's family.
All about the presets.
That is the best new feature.
It's like a car radio right on the app. There's a list of what's trending. There's all the podcasts.
I love it.
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio. Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are dry as we get going on this Thursday morning. Temperatures mostly in the 70s outside. A few inland spots falling into the 60s. Winds continue to come in out of the southeast around 10 to 15 miles per hour as we go through the day. We're back in the low to mid 80s this afternoon. We'll start to see a few showers returning for us tomorrow morning.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off. Free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. Score $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword check at realradio921.com. That's check. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're just like, you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
It is the Penthouse on Real Radio, 92.1, 101.7. Hope you guys are getting ready for a big weekend, and it is a big weekend here in South Florida, and for many reasons. Top reason is Francis's birthday. That's the #1. Formula One, Kentucky Derby. Man, we could lose a lot of money this weekend. We're excited about that. Panthers win, baby, and they're back in Florida. Like I said yesterday, technically the answer was not wrong, but it was. Panthers smacked Tampa. So Tampa, that's another team that's going to be on a golf course. I'll tell you about where I paid $70 for lamb chops. Also, a little bit of a reflection of our young culture today. I was out to dinner last night with a gentleman, one of my buddy's daughter's kids, boyfriend. That's what he was. And he's a nice kid. He's a nice kid, but just not a clue.
So wait, hold on. It's the daughter's boyfriend, not the daughter's kid.
No.
Okay. It's very confusing.
Yeah, it's my buddy's.
Okay.
I went out to dinner with my buddy and his wife.
Got it.
And then their daughter came with her boyfriend. Yeah, and I would have never went if I knew the kids were going.
Why?
I just don't like that.
They're in their 20s, aren't they?
Yeah, I just don't want to be around like a family setting. I don't feel.
But you knew that. We talked about this yesterday.
I know. I was thinking about
that. The daughter was going. You mentioned it.
Yeah, but I didn't know the boyfriend was coming. So it was
so it makes it different.
Yeah, it's like
the boyfriend.
Yeah, but I really went to scope out the restaurant and see if there was any hot chicks, and there was.
Okay.
But I'll talk about that and their lamb chops for $70, which were crazy. And I said I got Franny's birthday coming up. I mean, I can't be doing this. This is ridiculous.
Did it not say it on the menu how much they were? Because you said you were caught off guard.
I thought it said 39, and then I found out it was 70. I was like, well, that's a lot.
Yeah, that's a difference from seeing something that says 39 to 70.
Yeah, I thought it said I must be wrong.
Maybe it said 69.
Maybe, and I have a problem with that number. I lose all composure. But the Panthers won. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Dominic made a great call yesterday before this even broke. What was your call about the NBA?
Oh, with the banning? See, I sent you that article, but that's the only article I've seen so far about it. So is that confirmed?
I heard that his father got banned for all games.
'Cause that's the only article I saw about it, though. I tried looking elsewhere to see confirmation for it.
Yeah, it's interesting. After the Milwaukee Pacer game, we talked about this a little, where the dad went up to the Greek Freak, got in his face, and the Greek Freak handled it very well. Did not, they yelled back and forth, but didn't get upset. But then Dom sent an article and said, hey, the father got banned from all games going forward. I mean, it's not a great thing. Anytime your family gets involved, it's not good. It's just not a good thing and not a good look. Good morning to Miss Francis. How are you?
What's going on? Good. How are you?
Now, there's a big weekend ahead of you.
Birthday Eve.
Yeah. And you said, we talked about something a couple weeks ago on a Penthouse, and you said that a lot of people feel like sometimes before, and I know you're not going on a real vacation, just a couple days getaway, but they feel like they're already checked out.
Well, yeah, it's like 3 days before vacation you check out.
So are you there?
Oh, I'm still here.
Okay, so you're not checked.
No, I'm not checked out. I'm still here.
Okay.
I normally don't check out. I get excited. Like,
Yeah.
I don't sleep good because of anticipation, but I still try to put 100% into the job. I still do.
And as many vacations as you've gone on and been around the world many times, you still get excited, which is nice.
Well, absolutely. And I've been to this place. I was at Jazz Fest last year. I just came back from New Orleans a month and a half or so ago.
So do you like jazz?
I do, but Jazz Fest, it's almost like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Jazz Fest is more than just jazz. It initially started that way, and yes, there's a ton of jazz tents, ton of jazz musicians, but they have big headliners like Dave Matthews Band, Pearl Jam, Lenny Kravitz, the Stones last year played, Foo Fighters. So I mean, it's a who's who. It's a music festival, is what it is.
Is Lenny Kravitz going to be there this year?
Oh my goodness, we had this. Do you not listen to me when I talk? Do you not remember that conversation? And then you were talking about him in the commercial, and I was saying I was sad because he's closing. He's headlining Sunday, and I'm leaving Sunday, so I'm gonna miss him. And that's the final day of the Jazz Fest.
I gotta send him a text. Tell him it's your birthday. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call if you guys want to get involved. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. A lot of different things going on around in the world with Sanders, Bill Belichick. Last night, a very sad thing at the Pirate game. A fan fell out of the stands.
Oh, geez. I didn't see that.
It's a really tough video.
I'm not going to watch it then.
Yeah, it's hard to see. Now, did you see it? Was he lunging for a ball, or he just lost his balance?
It didn't look like he was lunging for a ball. He kind of like jumped up out of excitement. It kind of looked like.
And he fell 21 feet.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Onto the field.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, the players were, you could see,
I'm
very upset.
Is he dead?
No, I don't think he's dead.
Okay.
No, they said he's in very bad shape.
Well, yeah. 20. What? How far?
They said 21 feet.
Okay.
I mean, boom. At least he didn't hit, like, he made the field, which was a better thing than if he, fell in between where the concrete is. That would have been really bad. But, yeah, brutal video to watch. And they said when it was on, live, oh, my God.
A lot of sad things. John Elway's friend passed away, too.
Yeah, that's very sad.
Yeah.
I mean, guy was so young, had everything.
Just one of those freak accidents.
Yeah, it was. They had 5 people in the golf cart. I know they said that. Also,
and that's why they're going to investigating, because they did. They went to Stagecoach, then they were at an after party, and then this and that. I mean, it's not, and that's it was somebody did text yesterday and said the guy was writing on the back standing up.
Yeah,
and that's what he read as reports, not actually sitting down.
Okay.
So I don't know, but that's why at first they didn't do any breathalyzer. When the cops showed up, nothing. But now there was really no investigation, and now they're going to start investigating.
Yeah, well, they can't do that now.
The situation.
No, but they can't do a breathalyzer.
Well, no, of course.
It's a week later. It's sad though. 62 years old guy passed away. I mean, we always say it, and it's if you don't have your health, you don't have anything. So Panthers won last night, 6-3. Big win for them. They go on to the second round. Ooh. Some people were surprised. I mean, because Tampa was the favorite, and Tampa had the home ice. But the Panthers played well. They really did. And last night, didn't they have one of their players suspended?
Yep.
Yeah. So hats off to the Panthers. I was out and about last night, and, man, a lot of Panther fans. You don't realize it. Like when you're out, and it's so funny today than years ago. You might remember this or not, but everybody's got the game on their phone. So you hear people like out, and I was at this restaurant where it's outside, inside, and they get excited, and you're thinking like, what, they get a free meal? But then you find out the Panthers scored, that the game went back and forth.
And you're like, where's their TV?
There was no TV. Yeah. But man, so many people watch the games on their phone, which I don't even do that.
Oh, I do that.
Yeah, I don't do that. I never
all
did
the time.
Yeah, I don't do it. I don't know. If I'm out to dinner, I want to focus on whoever I'm with. You know what I mean? So I don't want to that's rude. If you're by yourself.
When we were out with Franny in the group on Saturday night, I had the UFC fight on my phone. All the boys are around watching it.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I'm just saying,
I was too busy. Just jumping around.
That would have been a good time to make some moves. That's what we got to do in the future. We'll have you around, and you'll have the fights on or everything like that, and all the guys will look for you, and then I'll scoop in.
There you go, Greg.
There you go. We got a plan. We got 2 big giveaways for you today. $100 gift card to Burnt Max's. You'll love this restaurant if you've never been there. Great food for lunch or dinner. Good fire pit you'll have fun with. Also, they're having a derby party this Saturday, but you're going to get a chance at 11:45 for that. And 12:45, you're going to get a chance for Rockville tickets. You always get a chance to win $1,000 with Rover. So far, we got a goose egg. We have no winner, but I'm not giving up. I think there is a lady out there or a gentleman who's going to win $1,000.
Yes.
And we're going to be happy about it. And win it for Franny for her birthday. That'll be good luck. Very excited about that. So please, one of you guys, get the keyword, make it happen. Dominic, this is when we turn it over to you. What is the keyword this hour?
The keyword this hour is check.
Check. Yeah, I wish I had a check in the mail.
Where do you enter it, G-Man?
You download it to Real Radio.
You don't download it.
You text it.
Oh, my God. It's like you just don't listen ever. Take check, enter it, realradio921.com, G-Man. Realradio921.com. That's our website. It's been our website for a long time. That's where you can find all the stuff, the Penthouse blog. You can even find Real TV there,
podcast,
our contest, everything. Realradio921.com. That's all you got to know.
There it is. Guys, what else are we going to do for you?
You find G-Man's
what are you
phone
going
number
to do? What are we going to do for you?
That hurt.
Well, just pay attention. That's all.
It's hard for me to pay attention.
I know, but you would think,
I'm trying.
As the captain of this ship, you're the one that we're supposed to follow.
You're
the one
follow me. You're gonna win.
If we follow you, then we would all be lost.
Yeah, 18 years we've been doing something right.
We would all be lost. Yeah, because we have people like me and Dom to help also.
To bail
steal a ship.
To bail, exactly.
Bail me out. All right, I appreciate it. Johnny, Jimmy, appreciate all you guys. I thought we were a team, but
we keep you in line.
Yeah, you do. Somebody needs to keep me in line. Oh, my God. Because my thought process of life, I heard this from one of my friends last night late. He goes, it's so not real of what life is about. I'm like, oh, my God, what is this? I just stopped by because you wanted to see me. And you're going to critique my life?
I feel like I'm back at work.
So what do I work with, Francis? Sitting down with management? So, Franny, I know you have something on texting, and I could always get better at it because I am horrendous at texting. I am very bad. I'll be the first. And I tell people when they first get involved with me, I'm going to go, I'm not good in texting. So, I like to talk. And I get, you get more of the Greek if I talk to you. But
I only get, usually it's only one word text from Greek. I only get multiple word text when it's involving betting or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, then because I care.
Mm-hmm.
It's something he cares about.
Otherwise, it's one word.
Yep, something he cares about. But yeah, they're asking how to text to strengthen your relationship. And here's a shocker. Using a lot of abbreviations while texting makes it look like you're not putting an effort into your relationship.
Oh.
Yeah. This is according to Dr. David Fang, not me. Even though we all say the same thing all the time. They say any relationship type. Doesn't have to be a romantic.
Okay.
It could be a friendship. But yes, if you're using a lot of abbreviations, it makes you look like you're not putting any effort into it. And they say that's the findings of a new study published in the Journal of Experimental Psychology. And so here's some tips from this the lead researcher on how to text effectively and act like some people think that you care.
All right, go slow.
And to strengthen your relationship. Spell out the first message in a conversation, especially when texting someone new. Spell everything, especially in the beginning. Maybe the ones after that, if you're communicating back and forth, so you can start using, but try to avoid abbreviations. That's the second thing. Avoid using abbreviations in emotionally meaningful text.
Okay, I love
So
it.
if it's emotional text, try not to use abbreviations. Use exclamation marks, emojis, or humor to show warmth. Use them as an emphasis, not as like a sentence.
So
right?
instead of saying, throwing the heart, I love you, maybe the better to say I love you right now.
And then put a heart at the end because they say use the emojis, but use them, to emphasize. Yeah.
Okay.
They say ask clarifying questions. If you don't know what the sender is trying to say,
do you have a
it's
boyfriend?
okay to ask clarifying questions. Like if you say K, it's okay to be like, what does that mean?
Cool.
Is everything okay? Or what is K? try to match the other person's tone if you can. They say here, this is ways to strengthen your relationship via text. And, of course, use basic punctuation. Check your spelling and your grammar. You don't have to be Emily Post. Your phone will fix most of it for you. But just make sure you go back. Because, yeah, I'm sure, G-Man, you've said them, and I'm sure I've read them, but other people, too, where I've read text, and I'm like, what the hell does this mean? Because clearly they did not proofread. And I'm talking about some gibberish.
Yeah, anytime I send a text that's maybe a sentence or two, the person will always write back every time. It's a great bet, too. Who wrote this? Every time. Like, I was talking to some girl text me about a month ago, and then my buddy's girl we were out with, she was letting me respond. So we went out the night before just for drinks. She goes, I had a nice time. And I wrote back. She knew me, though. I wrote back. She wrote back for me. I had a great time, too. It was great to know you. I'm looking forward to seeing you again and to expand on our relationship.
Who wrote this? Definitely was not Greek.
She wrote, who wrote this? I went, LOL, my assistant. But it sounded great. You know what I mean? Like, expand on a relationship. Let's work it out. My God, it was great to know you. And I seemed very focused on a couple things. Like she said, tell me something she told you the other night about herself. She goes, I want to put it in a text.
Now, G-Man, you got to copy that text message and just put it in your notepad so you could use it again later.
Oh, my God. That's superficial. I don't want to do that.
Superficial. Don't you love superficial?
It's the best. It's like Lenny Kravitz on the beach riding a horse.
So something I do want to bring up, it's I've been endorsing them for a long time. I've been enjoying their food prep meals for a very long time, and it's Ideal Nutrition. And they're doing something really cool. So they're going to be giving away an entire month of free meals. And if you've never had them, it's food prep services. They're based here, their kitchen, and they prepare all their food in West Palm, but they have locations in Boca, Wellington, Palm Beach Gardens, Stewart. So they have a ton of locations, but this is all you have to do. And I'm talking about meals, breakfast, lunch, dinner for an entire month for free. So if you want to knock out the food prepping, or maybe you're just spending so much money buying lunch, breakfast, dinner every single day, then this is for you. I'm telling you, they're delicious meals, and they have like stuff for like keto, gluten-free, paleo. They have options for everybody if you have any kind of dietary needs. So all you have to do is go to realradio921.com/meals. That's realradio921.com/meals. I will let you know throughout the show about this every single time. But yes, they are giving away a full month of free meals. Just go there, sign up and register, and I'll give you a heads up the next hour about it too. But really cool, really great food. I've been eating their meals even before I started endorsing them. I started eating their meals, like, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
That's awesome.
So yeah, so get into it. It's realradio921.com/meals, and you can sign up to get a full month of free meals.
That's great.
Yep.
We'll give you a little bit of
And they're going to be
reminder.
doing this for a while now, too, yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
Friendly remind you probably every hour on the hour so you guys can take advantage of it. Who doesn't want to win? That's what I'm saying. We're going to come back, and we got a trifecta, this day in history. We also have things that women say to people they don't like. We're going to pay attention because we're going to see if Franny's ever said them to me. There's 11. I'm going to bet 5, yes.
Oh, maybe. Maybe.
Dominic's got a story about a $100 bill that somebody gave him that he thought was fugazi. Ooh, we're going to get into that.
Oh, there was I have a similar story, too, of a $100 bill that was fugazi, and it was kind of a jerk move. So after Dom has his, I have a similar story.
Well, I don't think the same person gave you
No, it definitely was not.
Okay, thank God. It is the Penthouse. We're going to get into fugazi, $100 bills, and also things women say to people they don't like. And I got both ears open and one foot in the air because I want to hear what these are. Peace!
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here's a post that was on Reddit. I started just wearing thongs for the first time recently. Originally because I was tired of VPL on leggings. I don't even know what that is.
Visible panty line.
Oh, okay. All right.
That is not what I was going to go with for PL.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
On the Turnpike southbound, there's a crash reported at the West Palm Beach Service Plaza. There's construction Beeline Highway from Blue Heron Boulevard to North Lake Boulevard. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line, pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hurst.
This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Got a classic hot rod or resto mod? GimmeTheVin.com wants it. Just go to gmtvcc.com. Get an offer in minutes. GimmeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with their big cash giveaway. Gimme the Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's with GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-213-5757. 800-213-5757.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe's at Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week. The girls are there, and they are beautiful. And if you like sports, and if you like UFC, check it out. What's better to watch a sporting event with a beautiful lady? With a 5-star menu. Call up today and reserve a table. You'll be up front and personal with the beautiful ladies. And this Sunday, May 4th, May the 4th be with you. Inspired cocktails. You'll feel like you're in a galaxy the moment you walk in. Sunday, May 4th, a great party you want to be at. May the 4th be with you. Star Wars at Monroe's. Pace.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through May 31st, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. And we're Anajar and Levine. Experience the Anajar and Levine difference by calling us with any of your legal needs. Call 1-800-747-FREE for a free consultation and take back control of your life.
In office, West Palm Beach. Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are sunny as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Temperatures in the 80s out there for us. This is average for this time of year. Overall, still comfortable. Winds out of the east around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Staying clear this evening with overnight lows down in the 70s. Back in the 80s again tomorrow. We'll see a few showers returning for us early on Friday morning.
This report is sponsored by ExpressPros.com. If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is already hiring for summer jobs in a variety of industries. Job seekers never pay a fee at Express. Go to ExpressPros.com to find your location. That's ExpressPros.com.
Wilmer Valderrama and Freddie Rodriguez welcome another amigo to their podcast, Dos Amigos. Wilmer's friend and former That 70s Show castmate Topher Grace stops by the Speakeasy for a 2-part interview to discuss his career and reminisce about old times.
We were still in that place of like, what will this experience become? And you go, you're having the best time you're ever going to have. Yeah. But it was like such a perfect golden time.
Listen to Dos Amigos on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Dos Amigos.
You're listening to Real Radio 92.1, and we are an iHeart radio station.
Panthers tonight, they're playing Game 5. Do you think they will end it for Tampa Bay, or will this come back to Florida for Game 6?
You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
You know, I got feelings. You know, I mean, you make fun of me and it hurts me.
I guess they didn't have to come back for Game 6, huh?
Didn't have to come back to Florida.
You're lucky. As you would say to me, what do you say to me? You're lucky you're cute, or you're lucky you're so pretty?
You're lucky you're pretty.
Yeah, that's it. Dominic, again, they make me read these things, and then I read them for an iHeart, and then I don't want to say to the boss, like, hey, this is a mistake, so I just read them. You know what I mean? They said some things, the FBI guys. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. That's a little reference from The Godfather.
Oh, okay. I was like, I haven't seen it, so I didn't get it.
Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
We're going to get into Dominic's shaky $100 bill. Ooh, Franny's here.
What's up?
And it's time for a trifecta in this day in history.
Riders up. It's Creaky Trifecta.
All right, last night, the Lakers went home, and that's not good for TV ratings because you got two of the biggest stars, LeBron and Luka, both done. Minnesota ended up winning, so hats off to Minnesota. The Rockets beat the Warriors. So now they got a Game 7. That's going to be a very good game. Tonight, the Knicks are playing Detroit. That's going to be a great game. Low-scoring game in that. We'll talk about that on the Greek Zone today. Be interesting to see what does happen in that series. Yes?
Oh, never mind.
Go ahead.
I thought you said something else, but you're right. Never mind. You're fine.
All right, thanks. Thanks, pal. You're so used to correcting me that you're ready to correct me.
You said something about Game 7. I was like, wait.
Oh, my God. I appreciate that. Thanks. I gave you a list of things to do this week. Make sure you pick up those condoms. Oh. All right. Last night, the Panthers.
That's funny.
Extra small.
These kids got jokes.
I would just say because you don't use them, but I guess he knows the size. I don't know.
The Panthers won last night in Tampa Bay. Dominic's got the audio.
And that will do it. The Florida Panthers advance to round number 2, eliminating the Tampa Bay Lightning in 5 with a 6-3 win. And Brad Marchand, a big reason why tonight.
And a couple rats make their way out onto the ice, even here in enemy territory at Amalie Arena.
Hats off to the Panthers. They did win last night on the road, so they advanced to the second round. Let's go, Panthers. Let's keep winning and get back to the Stanley Cup. A lot of experts, that's why you don't listen to experts, said that the Lightning were going to win because they had home ice. But Panthers are doing what they have to do, one series at a time, and maybe we keep winning and we go back to the Stanley Cup for the third season in a row. That would be amazing for the franchise. Baseball last night, Dodgers ended up beating the Marlins again, so not a good night, and beat them pretty bad. They smacked them 2 out of 3 games, all 3, but the one game 7-6, which ended up costing us about $2,700. They couldn't win that game. Like, the last 2 nights, I'm like, this is brutal. It's like I can't look. I'm like, I don't want to look. But the Marlins are still having a good year. The worst team in baseball right now, it's not us. Colorado Rockies. They're 5-25. My God, that's bad. And they won yesterday. They beat the Braves. So today you got to bet against them. Definitely. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pilar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach and the Cove Shopping Plaza. And stop by and get a Dubai gelato and latte. They're awesome, and they have them in stock. It is the Greek over to Franny for this day in history.
On this day in history.
On this day, it is the very first day of May, May 1st. I do want to give a shout out to a couple people. My buddy Kirk, happy birthday. And our girl Monique. Happy birthday, Mo.
Yeah, Mo.
Yeah, but she's been a friend of Real Radio for a very long time. Used to work for the company years ago, and today is her birthday. So 58 years ago, 1967, 32-year-old Elvis Presley married 21-year-old Priscilla. How do we say it? Was it Bolu, before it was Presley?
And that's not a big age difference compared to what's going on today.
At the Aladdin Hotel in Las Vegas. They did separate to 1971. Elvis actually filed for divorce in 1973. 36 years ago, 1989, police in California were called to a jewelry store after employees reported a suspicious person who turned out to be Michael Jackson shopping in disguise. This was an update. They said TMZ published an update on March of 2019, and this is interesting. So something that happened in '89, and say they've now confirmed that the 12-year-old who was with Jackson was one of his Leaving Neverland accusers at the time, James Safechuk, I think is how you say it. 34 years ago, 1991, at age 44, Nolan Ryan threw his 7th no-hitter, helping his Texas Rangers shut out the Toronto Blue Jays 3-0. That same night in Oakland, Ricky Henderson stole his 939th base to break Lou Brock's all-time record. 33 years ago, 1992, on the third day of the LA riots, Rodney King appeared in public to appeal for calm by simply asking, "Can we all get along?" By the time the riots ended, as I mentioned the other day, 54 people died, 11,000 arrested. 26 years ago, 99, Aerosmith performed "Livin' on the Edge" at a Denver concert and dedicated it to Columbine shooting victim Lance Kirkland, and he told them it was his favorite song. The band did visit him in the hospital a couple days later since he could not attend the show in person, so he listened to the concert over the band's cell phone. 24 years ago, 2000, Destiny's Child released their third album, Survivor, featuring Bootylicious, Survivor, and Independent Women Part 1.
My favorite album.
19 years ago, 2006, Shaq and Kobe both welcomed new daughters into the world, born just 6 minutes apart. Gianna Bryant was born in California just minutes before Mariah O'Neal was born in Florida. Did you know that?
No.
14 years ago, 2011, President Obama announced that Osama bin Laden had been killed. Although for the SEALs on the ground, it actually happened for them on May 2nd, local time. Robert O'Neill is a man who made the kill shot. 12 years ago, 2013, Chris Kelly, better known as the Mac Daddy of Criss Cross, OD'd on a fatal mix of cocaine and heroin. He was only 34 years old. 10 years ago, 2015, Avengers Age of Ultron was released. 9 years ago, 2016, HBO revealed the fate of Jon Snow on the Game of Thrones in the second episode in the 6th season. 5 years ago, in 2020, Amazon's Upload premiered. It's actually a very good show. Starring Robbie Amell as a guy uploaded into a virtual afterlife. And that's what happened this day in history.
Thank you, Francis. Great job, as always. We do it once a show to reflect on. You might not realize today is May 1st. So, Dom, tell us about your little encounter at the bank and what happened, and leave to the end of the story who gave you that bill.
Oh, you don't want that?
I said to the end of the story.
Oh, well, let's see. I got this $100 bill from a certain someone, and it was because of, they might have owed me just for something. And, I looked at it, and I was like, this is an old bill at first. I was like, whew. I haven't seen one of these in a while. It's not one of the ones with the little stripe through it now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at it, I'm like, oh, man, it feels good. Everything looks fine. Everything looks good. But sure enough, when I went to the bank this morning, I tried depositing in the ATM. The ATM wouldn't take it. So I walked inside.
Okay.
Go inside. Go to the teller. Try depositing this $100. And sure enough, the first little machine that she puts it through says reject. She goes to another machine, puts it through, changes the settings, puts it through again, reject.
Still a reject.
She calls over the manager.
Yeah.
Now, at this time, are you getting nervous?
Now, let me ask, what about one of those, like the pens? You know, the markers? Will that tell an old bill? It should, right?
It should. So that's one thing they did. They did that, so that showed that it was good.
Okay.
And then they made a call. I don't know who they called. They called someone, and I guess they read off the serial number, and it matched up to something.
Okay.
And ended up, she came back with thumbs up to me. I was like, oh, thank goodness she walked back to me, thumbs up, because who knows if she's going to be like making another call to the police or something.
That's a lot of work. Yeah, I mean, thinking that you're trying to cash in or deposit a fake bill. Yeah.
So sure enough, yeah. She walks up back to me. Oh, everything's all good. And I'm just like, whew.
So now, who gave you the $100 bill?
Oh, Brandon, you want me to take a guess out of this?
Is it the guy to my right? Is it Greek? G-Man?
So what would you have done? I would have loved that because it happened to me once at Wells Fargo. Okay, I was at one branch and went to another branch. This is recently. I was on, I think, Atlantic, and then I had to stop and put some of the money in a Boca one, right down the street, 5 minutes, and I didn't want to go back because there was so much traffic. And then their girl goes, I don't know about this $100 bill. I go, I just got it from you guys, right down the street. I go, you can see the envelope. I said, so you might want to call them, sister.
Did you sister?
I said, sister. And she was like, whatever.
I didn't sister my girl.
So anyway, what would you have done if they said it was no good?
Oh, I would have called you up right away.
I would have told you. I got it to Hard Rock Casino. Call those bitches. I mean, what are you going to do? And they're not going to give you. I do have a lot of them now that I noticed that you said the old ones. I was just checking. And I never, because you usually get the stripe.
Yeah.
But I got a bunch that don't have anything on it.
Yeah, but they're not the older. Like, I know what you're talking about, where it's just a smaller.
That's an old one.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at the back in front of that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an old one.
And it looks brand. It's old. It appears.
But it feels and looks like it was just printed.
Like
it's crisp. Yeah.
Is that how yours was?
Yep.
That is weird. Like, I'd be like, this is fake.
So
she was feeling it and everything.
Nobody ever touched this.
Yep.
Now, were you really nervous?
I mean, for a second, because
1985 series.
She had to go call someone.
I'm like, why is it so fresh?
Exactly. Not like a wrinkle or anything in it.
She just said, Greek keeps it in his Ferragamos. That's why he had it like that. You would have dined me out in a second. I got it from Greek.
So it was real. Your situation. Mine was, it was an establishment that we worked at, and the owner of the restaurant had given one of the bartenders, and they were hanging out and having fun and drinking whatever, and it was $100, but it was a little different. Like, it had their face on it, but we thought, sometimes Monroe's Dollar, you can have stickers, or the Easter Bunny, sometimes they put on there, but it's real money.
Yeah.
So we thought it was real money because we're just like, oh, cool, real money. It's $100. That's nice tip. We put in our tip bucket, and then at the end of the night, and because that's all we got from them, at the end of the night, we found out the thing was fake.
Oh, man.
I was like, that sucks.
You had no clue it was fake?
No clue, because we were like, why would they give us some fake money, And it kind of felt for it, and I was like, yeah, it kind of feels like a sticker word, because the rest of the bill looked real. The rest of it looked legit. And then at the end of the night when we're counting, we looked really close and I ran the marker and I was like, man, this thing's fake. We never got a tip off.
You would have died. You would have called me up in a second. Yeah, the police would have came in.
I would have been like, get your ass down here to Chase.
I would have came.
I'm in handcuffs.
I would have came right away and I would have said, I got them all in my pocket. Here, I got them from the casino. What do you want me to tell you? Let's go down there together. I'll ride in the police car. Let's go check it out if they're giving us Fugazi money. Yeah, it is crazy. Like I said, one time it happened to me. And it's I don't know, it's weird sometimes when it happens. I think the thing with the $100 bill a lot of times today is they're not really in any circle. You don't see it out. You just don't. Like you see everywhere $20 bills. No. Like last night I was in this restaurant and I tried to get change for
one of those hundreds.
Yeah. I didn't know what you were telling me, but I tried to get change and the bar didn't have it. And this girl goes, I have it in my wallet. I'll give it to you out of my pocket. She goes, but we don't have any cash behind here. Just everybody's on card. And I was like, okay. She was
interesting.
Nice. Yeah.
The whole restaurant didn't accept cash.
No, they did, but she said behind the bar there was no cash. She goes, I can't break 100.
Oh, okay.
And I was like, okay. And then she goes, what do you want back? I said, I'll take whatever you give me.
Well, even I don't know if you probably didn't pay attention. Maybe I saw it online. I don't know if it was on the menu, but when we went to Palm Beach Grill, you did have to pay, and you did pay cash. But online, when you look at the menu, they said that they prefer to be cashless.
No, he paid with the card and tip cash.
Oh, you tip cash. Okay, that was it.
Yeah.
But yeah, they said that online it says that they prefer to be cashless. Yeah, which is very interesting for a restaurant.
I think that's since COVID, maybe.
I guess.
Yeah, there are some restaurants that don't even accept it. What's the one in Pompano?
It's like it's money. It's U.S. currency. Like, how can you reject it? It's so. And I know a lot of people do.
I think the Houston's in Pompano doesn't accept cash, because I remember going down there and
it's crazy to me.
We don't accept cash. And I was with one of my friends and he had to pick up a to-go order and that's all he had. I was out to dinner with a girl, but he went there and he couldn't get it. He's like, I don't have a card. And whatever. I mean, if they do it, I don't know. To me, it's I don't know. I think it's it's an inconvenience. I mean, because you might not want to put it on your card. You might not want a paper trail where you are. Stuff like that. That's what I think, because that's my mind. But I'd be like, I'll take anything. Cash, Tide, whatever you got, take it. What are you laughing about over there?
Just you and your $100 bills.
I owed you 100. I gave it to you. That's all. I mean, I'm not going to give you a fake $100 bill. And obviously, I didn't know. And if you called me, I would have came in 2 seconds. I would have been... Officers, first of all, I can't thank you enough for what you're doing, and I'm glad you caught him this time, because I've been telling him for years to stop this.
Oh, great.
And as a citizen of this great country, I am happy to say, take him away. I would have walked in, I would have went into my acting mode. I don't know you. So, Franny, and I hope you don't hurt me more than you do every other day. Tell me the 11 things.
Well, these are not from me.
I know, but I want to just hear them.
Okay. I was going to say, these are not from me, but according to this, these are 11 phrases that a woman, if she says it probably means that she doesn't like you. She secretly hates you.
Okay, there you go.
And that's what it says. Secretly hates you.
Oh, okay.
Can you relate?
Okay.
All right. 11 phrases a woman often says to a person she secretly hates. Number 1, wow, you're so confident. Translation, you're too much. A woman who often says this phrase to a person she secretly hates is using it as a way to avoid direct confrontation by making a passive-aggressive statement about someone's confidence. Number 2, oh, must be nice. This phrase often conveys a classic hint of jealousy or bitterness. Even if it may sound polite on the surface, the hidden meaning often implies, I'm annoyed that you have this and I don't, even if you worked for it. So that's a little bit of hate on the person's end who's saying it. Good for you. Translation, I actually don't care. Even if this outwardly appears to be a positive affirmation, like if you're like, good for you, not how I said it. This phrase can be used to subtly undermine the accomplishment of the person a woman secretly hates and dismiss them without expressing her negativity directly. Another one, I could never pull that off. And you shouldn't either, is what they mean, is what the woman is really trying to tell the person she secretly hates.
Wow.
The statement implies that it's not a choice most people would or should even consider wearing.
Wow, this is strong. 4 for 4.
This one, you haven't changed a bit.
Why would I?
Is what a woman is trying to say, especially if it's someone she secretly hates. Like, I'm not sure if I like it. If her tone is cold, it subtly conveys a woman indirect criticism of the person's behavior. If they haven't improved or changed positively, the phrase makes a veiled judgment about their lack of growth.
So, in that phrase, when somebody says you haven't changed a bit, I would assume that they're seeing you again because they haven't seen you for a while, right? That's what I would assume, and I'd be like,
it's not like you just saw him yesterday.
So why you back, bitch?
Well, maybe if you run into him randomly, it happens.
I'm kidding.
You always make interesting choices. The word interesting is often used as a default for unfavorable or hideous, according to this.
Wow.
If a woman finds the person she secretly hates too distasteful, she will fall back on the word interesting to disguise her feelings.
That's nice.
This one we've heard, bless your heart. While this phrase comes off positive and endearing, it doesn't always imply kindness. In the South, many people use bless your heart as veiled insult that can mean condescension, disapproval, or a subtle way of saying that someone is dumb or foolish. Let's see, I'm just trying to help. When a woman says something extremely insulting to a person she hates and immediately follows with, I'm just trying to help, this is a way to disguise her bitterness with a false appearance of genuine helpfulness. A couple more here. I didn't expect to see you here. Translation, I really didn't want to see you here.
That's strong. So just say it.
Even if she has a tight smile, a woman really never wants to run into a person she secretly hates anywhere. So when you get, I didn't expect to see you here, probably didn't want to.
Wow, see, I wouldn't think a lot of these. Like, I thought it might be like, oh, I didn't think I would see her.
They said, that's one way of doing it. Translation, it's my way or no way. The phrase is a polite way of telling someone, your way of doing things is odd, inefficient, and wrong. When they say that's a way of doing it, that's one way of doing it. And then finally here, I'm so happy for you. Really. It's the really part that they say. Not I'm so happy for you. It's really. The really in the phrase is what drives the point home. And it can be hard for a woman to ever be genuinely happy for someone she despises. However, she's trying to keep the mood light. She will gladly fake it. So according to your tango, women, we fake a lot.
Yeah. I mean, see, the word hate is strong. Like maybe not.
That's what they say. Secretly hates. So phrases she'll say to say people she secretly hates.
I mean, there's gonna be people you don't like or you don't maybe think you're a fan of, but to say to me, hate's strong. You know what I mean? So go ahead, Dom.
I think I think you've used a couple of these on your free.
Oh yeah.
I was marking them off.
Yeah, at least
I've
six.
got at least 6. Yeah, I was 6.
Yeah. At least
definitely. I've heard.
Oh, yeah, so have I.
I wasn't counting. So I don't know.
We both had 6. Man, our relationship is really crushing me. It's like 98% me, too, you. Yeah, and she, in my head, I went ding, 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 ding. And I don't want to say hate, just doesn't want to deal with. But see,
hate's a strong word.
Yeah, I don't know honestly, if somebody said, hey, I didn't think I'd see you here, I don't know if that would mean like I didn't want to see you. I thought it'd be maybe something out of character. You know what I mean? Like I remember one time I was at a museum and I saw this girl. She goes, "Wow, I would never think I would bump into you here." Now I wouldn't take it as, "Oh man, I didn't want to see."
But I think it's a little different the way she phrased it. Yeah.
It's not.
And I didn't think I would bump into you here. Yeah, because but she probably was because she knows that you're not into museums. So I guess it's the context. I guess it's who you're talking to. Where you're at. Obviously, these are not all blanket statements. This isn't for everybody. If somebody's used these lines on you, doesn't necessarily mean they secretly hate you. All right.
It's like you at the woman's bathroom when that girl said to you, I can't believe I didn't think I'd bump into you here. And you were like, well, I'm looking at me a girl, and I figured the odds are better in here. It is the Penthouse. If you've heard any of these things, maybe you want to re-examine your relationship with the lady who said this to you. But write them down and bring them home. I got him here. Me and Dom were right on. We both went 6 for 11 that Franny said to me. It's not going to.
What if we have different 6s? So you have 1 6 and I have the other 6. So that's all 12.
Well, there's only 11. See, I pay attention.
11.
That would be really bad. If you have different ones than me, man, I better punt. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Getting ready for the Kentucky Derby. Woo-hoo, we're getting real close. We'll come back. We have some Florida stories. Also, your chance to win a gift card in the next hour for Burton Max's and so much more. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Thanks for tuning in. Both ears, please, and feet on the ground. Peace.
The bad news, the brain isn't all that great at hearing stuff and remembering it. The good news, you can watch us too. Like and follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at Real Radio 92.1. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the regular season and are in the hunt for a repeat. And NHL playoffs are underway, and round one is through the rival Tampa Bay Lightning. It's the Battle of Florida, and Real Radio is your official home for Florida Panthers hockey. Catch every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Not near a radio? You can stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
On the Turnpike, there's construction northbound and southbound from Boynton Beach Boulevard to the West Palm Beach Service Plaza. I-95 appears to be moving up to speed at this time with no major delays. Spot something on the roads? Call the traffic tip line, pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hersey.
This report is sponsored by Discover. Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places to take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card.
At International Diamond Center, we're all about family. And no one plays a more important role in the life of any family than Mom. She's the rock, the hero, the one that holds it all together. So we invite you to help us celebrate the mothers in our lives with the perfect Mother's Day gift and a little something extra. We've put together a special collection of jewelry just for Mom. We've set aside these carefully selected items so there's no guesswork. You can stop in, shop with ease, and get Mom a timeless gift she's sure to love. And to make it really special, with any purchase of $249 or more, we'll give you a $50 spa gift card so she can use it to treat herself to a day of pampering and relaxation. So come join us at IDC. Help us say a big thank you to the mothers in our lives with a gorgeous bracelet, maybe a pair of diamond earrings, a colored gemstone ring, or a piece from our Perfect Love collection. Buy the jewelry and we'll throw in the $50 spa treat at no charge. Happy Mother's Day from International Diamond Center, US 1 and PSO Boulevard. Online, shopidc.com.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through May 31st, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restricted supply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell.
Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Cartus, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
April is World Wish Month, and iHeart is proud to partner with Make-A-Wish on the Wishmakers Wanted campaign. Did you know that everyone has the power to make a wish come true? Even you. It's as easy as sharing your time, talent, or treasure, but most importantly, taking action to support Wish Kids. As long as children continue to face devastating critical illnesses, they'll be counting on the support of Wishmakers like you. Get started today at wishmaker.org.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are sunny as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Temperatures in the 80s out there for us. This is average for this time of year. Overall, still comfortable. Winds out of the east around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Staying clear this evening with overnight lows down in the 70s. Back in the 80s again tomorrow. We'll see a few showers returning for us early on Friday morning.
This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
What the Florida is sponsored by FAMU's MMERI. Educate, Learn, Talk.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword grand at realradio921.com. That's grand. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Thursday, getting ready for the Kentucky Derby. If you know the winner, call us or text us, please. 20 horses. Just give us one. That's all we want. I am the Greek. Dominic's in the house. And hello, Francis.
Hey, what's going on?
And it is now time for our first batch of Florida stories.
Florida.
Florida.
Did you say Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
All right. Well, we're in Summerfield area where there was arrest after this dude slapped his girlfriend's phone out of her hand to prevent her from recording an argument over infidelity. The deputy responded to a physical disturbance. They said this was, last night, according to the arrest report. They said, once at the scene, he observed 30-year-old Logan James standing outside his truck and his living girlfriend sitting on the porch. So the deputy first spoke to the victim, who advised that since 5:30, they were arguing back and forth through text over her accusing him of cheating on her. So they continued to argue when Logan came home. So to avoid this, the victim took her 5 kids, that's a lot of kids, put them in a van and left for about an hour and a half. Well, when the victim got home, she and Logan continued arguing over this infidelity. The fight was not over. So this time she starts recording him. And he was getting irate, yelling at her. So she recorded him. That's when he took his hand and just slapped the phone right out of her hands, which caused the phone to hit her chin. Oh. Yep, they said the deputy watched the video and saw him get in the victim's face. He told her to stop harassing him, cursed at her, slapped the phone out of her hand. There also was, unfortunately, one of the kids witnessing them during this whole altercation. They said that the juvenile said when he was talking to the cops that he heard him call her bad names and hit the phone out of her hand. So they talked to him. He admitted to losing his temper and stuff, and he was, because of that, there was they didn't see anything physical besides him swap the phone out of her hand, I think because the phone hit her in the face.
Yeah.
He was arrested and charged with battery.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
Don't be doing that, people.
No. And you know people love to film stuff, so be careful. And next, this one, man, crazy, crazy, crazy. Palm Beach County, I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but here's just like the cliff notes of it. So Palm Beach County man is charged with making threats to conduct mass shooting. This is a 22-year-old. Investigators say Damian Allen of Loxahatchee had previously exchanged romantic and racist messages with a teenage girl who killed a teacher and a student at a Christian school in Wisconsin last year. So our Sheriff Rick Bradshaw says Allen had multiple weapons and PBSO uniforms and poses a deputy on social media, too.
Oh, no.
Says the man indicated several potential targets for mass shootings and was ready to pull them off. If you have not seen, this story is everywhere. They said that Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office received a tip from the FBI indicating about his possible plans for violence. They said that the investigators that worked the case, there's no doubt in my mind that they stopped a mass shooting from happening. Thank God.
Yeah, I was going to say that again.
Yeah, the girl that they linked her to, her name was Natalie Samantha Rupnow, the teenager involved in the Madison school shooting. And they were just going back and forth. They said, and the girl's only, I believe, like 15. They were communicating through TikTok. So, captain of the PBCSO said Allen discussed in various chats online the use of body armor, steel plates, tactic gear, grenades, and multiple firearms. His main desire was to harm law enforcement and to attack a law enforcement facility. So, man, yeah, thank goodness they got the tip, and they did. And so he has been arrested. I mean, facing a slew of charges. Then, next up in your What the Florida, of course, we got another dude exposing himself. A beach outing in Palm Beach turned alarming when beachgoers reported a man exposing himself and touching himself. Palm Beach Police Department said that on Tuesday, officers responded to the beach over there in Palm Beach after receiving a report of a man touching himself inappropriately. According to the probable cause affidavit, when officers arrived, they met a witness who said that he was on the beach with the subject when his family member saw a man, later identified as Sharma Parag, exposing himself. And he was like looking at people directly in the eyes. Another witness told officers that she saw him commit the same act while staring at 3 other women. When officers questioned him, he reportedly said he was enjoying the view and admitted to exposing himself and touching himself. So yes, he said, yeah, I was enjoying the view. And yes, I was doing all the things that everybody says I was. So of course, he has been accused of 2 counts. Lascivious act and exposure of sexual organs. And then just quickly here, we got a fight over thermostat. I get it.
Oh my God.
But should never get violent. Should never get violent.
Don't do it.
No. A long source of marital strife is the control of the thermostat, right? And that triggered a 7 a.m. confrontation between Charles and his 85-year-old spouse. Investigators say that Charles returned to the couple's home in St. Pete and argued with his wife about the air conditioner. The woman touched the thermostat to turn the air down, prompting him to push her away from the thermostat and against the wall. He was like, don't you touch that. Wow. When questioned by the police, he admitted to pushing her first and then stated that the victim pushed him back. He was like, she pushed me too. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're both in their 80s. He's 87, she's 85, and they're just pushing each other back and forth. He was arrested because he's the one who initiated the violence over pushing over a thermostat. So now this 47-year-old dude is I don't want to say poor because you don't lay your hands on your wife. Was charged with, they said, enhanced to a felony due to his prior battery convictions that date back more than 4 decades.
Jesus.
So that's why, yeah, he has a rap sheet that goes back to like 1985.
It's not good.
Yeah, he's got a pretty hefty rap sheet, and that is your What the Florida.
Great job, Franny. We do it twice a show, 11:05 and 1:05. In this hour, you will also get a chance to win a gift card to Burt Max's. At 11:45, we'll play Greek Casino. And then at 12:45, you get an opportunity to win tickets to Rockville.
What about the keyword, G-Man?
What about the keyword there, Domster? What is the keyword in this great hour of ours?
The keyword is grand.
Grand. Get it in your hand. A lady and a gentleman, please, somebody win $1,000 for this. Our boss said if somebody wins today, we get off tomorrow for Franny's birthday.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I don't think it's true, but that's sounds nice.
This morning when I walked in, he goes, somebody wins $1,000 in hand, we're going to give you off for tomorrow. Be great. What time's your flight tomorrow in the afternoon? So
Like 4 something.
So yeah, they'll get off. So Dom, have a rerun ready in case we get a winner. I'm only kidding. We have to work. She gets off. That's what it's all about. Kentucky Derby is this weekend.
Enter grandrealradio921.com.
Again, come on.
Just in case people's, not everybody's tuning in all the time.
Yeah, it's true. Kentucky Derby, they expect over 160,000 people. When we went, there was like 105. They've done expansions, obviously, on the track. They've done a lot of different things, millions and millions of dollars. But that is a ton of people. I mean, when like I said, we went, and it was the most people I have ever felt like I was around or saw. I can't even imagine now, because I don't think they've done anything different to where it's at, like the streets and everything. Like, I don't know how you get in and out of it. I really don't. It's crazy. If you're going out there and you didn't leave yet, or you're leaving, man, make sure you make arrangements to get in and to get out. Getting in is different because not everybody goes the same time, but getting out, I can't even imagine how long it takes you. It's not a huge place. I mean, the track itself, obviously, but I mean, like, it was like 5-6 hours for us. I can't imagine. Like, that's 50,000 more people. That's like Dolphin Stadium. They're expecting about between 17 and 18 million people also to watch it tomorrow night. I think it goes off around 6:50.
Not tomorrow night.
Saturday night, excuse me. 6:50, around there, 6:55.
6:57, I think I saw.
Is it? Yeah, there it is. Almost 7 o'clock. But, man, I can't believe the amount of people that they pack in there now. That is a ton. 160,000? I don't think there's any sporting event that gets that at all. I mean, there was a couple WWE championships that had like 102, 103, but 160,000, man, that is definitely a lot. They're also going to do some other upgrades to the racetrack, and that's supposed to be in the next couple of years, or they keep just expanding on, which is great, I think, because it keeps the history and they don't knock it down. And, it's been there for so long, so I think it's a great thing. 151st running of the Kentucky Derby. If you guys have a winner, please text us or call us. We appreciate it. 20 horses. I think this one, there's about 16 long shots, which is really going to make it.
Yeah, there was a lot when we went through them the other day. There was. So 47142 started off with Real Radio. You can always text us. It says, I know a guy who was playing pool in a local bar. He won like $850 from one guy. Turns out 4 of the bills were counterfeit.
Ooh.
That sucks.
I want to see him again.
It says, that just tells you how long Greek has been keeping that money in his ice cream sandwich box in the freezer. Talking about his bills are so crisp, but they're with older bills. And then we have, I'm pretty sure there's a bill sitting in the Florida Congress or Senate regarding a law that says all businesses in Florida must accept cash.
Oh, okay.
It will be illegal in Florida to not accept cash as payment. They're saying it will, but it's not yet.
Oh, okay. So that's good news. Again, some people don't like to put on their credit cards for many reasons, and some people want to pay interest, or maybe at the end of the month you can't pay the credit card off, and then you get slammed. So, and some people, everybody has a different method. For me, you pay up front, it's done. And then you don't have a bill, which is the best way. And I think also a good way to, not get into debt, because we see how people get in problems all the time. So Sanders' son, Shador, what do you think about his jersey? Think it's selling? It is. It's the third highest, his jersey with the Browns already. And they get money out of that, each player. So, yeah, it's unbelievable. I was a little surprised about that they already selling the jerseys because it's not official he's making the team. But I guess they put it out there right away. But his jersey is number 3 so far. Bill Belichick and CBS are having comments back and forth where Belichick is saying that he told them all he's going to talk about is the book. That's it. His new book and about football. No other questions. Theirs came back right away and said, that's not true. We told him we were going to interview him. It was going to be a wide range of questions. So I don't know who's telling the truth in this. Somebody definitely is, but there's been a lot of comments by a lot of people.
But, of course, he's defending his girl.
Of course.
Of course. I know that his daughter-in-law is not defending his girl. Like, there's a lot of criticism. And there's criticism coming from more people about his new girlfriend, Jordan. Well, I don't want to say new. A few years now. Jordan Hudson is her name, they said, for her antics during the show, this email that she released lately. So Jennifer Schmidt, who is married to his son, Steven, she, of course, because that's what you do, right? You hit Instagram. So she she commented on a video between Julian Edelman and Rob Gronkowski, who actually defended Hudson.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
They did.
They did. They basically were like, they don't look at her as being a girlfriend. Instead, she's a publicist. She used to have a publicist who did the same thing, and that's exactly what their claim was, is that she's just kind of doing her job. And so she, it was a little shade. So yeah, the two players insisted Hudson was acting appropriately, alleging her actions were in line with those who have previously been his Bill Belichick's publicist. Even Nikki Glaser hopped in, and she said in the comment section, "I'd agree with the two." She did. She agreed with Edelman and Gronkowski, yeah. And so so she put and then Jennifer whipped out her keyboard to unload her 2 cents. They weren't exactly complimentary. She said, "Publicists act in a professional manner and don't storm off set delaying an interview." Jennifer, she made no more further comment on there, and her IG page is now private because I guess people ended up going, and I don't know if they were agreeing with her or not agreeing with her or whatever it was, but she had a public page, and now it is private after she posted that.
There was also a report that Belichick's girlfriend's bought 4 big homes since she started dating him, and she has a portfolio of over $8 million. Now, again, this is coming from the real estate thing. Again, is it anybody's really business? No, but what happens when you do stuff like this and you don't really realize it, it makes it bigger and bigger, and then people start looking into things. And they looked into her having these 4 homes worth over $8 million. She didn't purchase any of them until she started dating Belichick. So they're saying, well, Belichick must have gave her the money. I saw Gronk and Edelman, and what they said is obviously true. Your publicist does do that, but usually they do it off camera. Like, they'll go up to the person interviewing, like, you know, if say it was you, I'd be like, hey, you know, Franny said she's not going to talk about, you know, Hugo Boss. I mean, we told you that. She yelled it.
And walked off stage, walked off the set, and that's why his daughter-in-law is saying, but publicists wouldn't do that.
Yeah, and again, it's a very gray area. I don't think Belichick looks good in this. That's my 2 cents as far as it, for the guy he was. And then anytime you hire your girlfriend or boyfriend or somebody you're dating in any kind of a role, people are going to look into it and say, what the hell's going on here? Obviously, their age difference cranks it up a little. And I think when they first started, also, they hit it. Nobody really knew in the beginning what they were doing. I think they started coming out maybe like a year and a half after it was. So, I mean, sometimes if you're hiding something in life, not always, because there isn't anything 100%, you know it's something that people are going to, you know, say stuff about and, you know, and look upon and like, oh, well, this isn't right. It's not the norm, but if they're happy and that's what their life's about, let them go do it. I mean, I really don't care. But Belichick, I think the way he is, it just didn't sit well with his personality. That's the whole thing. And it also looks like she's controlling him, which, you know, a lot of people are going to, you're opening yourself up to people saying, you know, you're blank whipped. You know what I mean? She's the boss. She wears the pants. You're going to hear all that. And like I said, he's not the kind of guy who you would think would form into that. So, I mean, it's there. They're giving people the, he agreed to the CBS interview and the sell book because he's hawking something. I did read where he had a lot of different things scheduled because that's what people do when they hawk books or anything they're selling. You know, they go all over the place. Interviews, TV, radio, podcasts. And he said that he's cutting that down for a while. He's not going to be doing anything because he probably figures that's the first question that's going to come up.
Yep.
It's like Dion the other day. They caught him going through the airport. Some guy came up to him and said to him about his son. And Dion was Dion. You know, God is great. He's got a plan. So happy, it's a beautiful day. It's just like walked away. You don't get anything out of that. It's done. I mean, you know, you stay on course, you do your thing, and just, you know what I mean? Didn't shun away from the guy like, hey, I'm not commenting on that. Because when you say not commenting to a lot of people, they look at it as, you know, you don't want to talk about it, obviously, or there's something wrong. But what Dion did, I thought was great. He's like, you know, God's great. He's got a plan. Have a great day. Beautiful day. Have a blessed. And just the guy was like he didn't know what to say because he caught him totally off guard. He thought he would either tell him like no comment or walk away, but he said, bring it. And again, Dion's a master. I mean, he is. He's a great, he's a very good motivator, speaker. He knows what he's doing in front of the camera. So you're not going to catch him off guard or putting him into a spot. And he's also one of those guys, and politicians are like that, that'll put a spin on it. You know what I mean? He'll put his spin on it and he'll be like, hey, it's okay. We're going to do all right. If it was a regular player and they lost that much money, it would mean a lot. but not to Dion and his kids. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. You could also text us at Real Radio 47142. Franny had some phrases that women say to men that they hate. Do you have any that you say to male or female people that maybe you're not a big fan of? And again, they're not going to really realize it by something you say. But if you have something, text us or call us. We'd love to hear about it and get into it. A couple of ones Franny put that was on the list. I don't know. I didn't feel that way. But again, maybe I'm just a fool. That's just the way it is.
Speaking of being a fool, it looks like they were looking into this, and young men, when asked, like, hey, and I'll ask you guys, do you think that you could pass a lie detector test?
Yeah.
You do? Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you think you could pass one?
If I'm not lying. I mean, but if I'm lying, probably not. They say you can, though. That's what they would declare.
Well, and they asked a bunch of people, hey, do you think that you could pass a polygraph test? If you had to pick someone in your life that would think they could beat a lie detector, who would you pick? Obviously, Dom thinks he can, and so they did. They asked a bunch of people, like, hey, do you think you could pass a polygraph test? A large amount. All the people they asked, 67% said yes. They're like, yep, sure can. Let's see. And then 8% said yes, even if they were lying. They think they could do it. And 6% said no, absolutely not. So the group most likely to think that they could beat the lie detector test, even if they were lying, are men ages 18 to 29.
Doesn't surprise me.
They said, yeah, many people don't seem to have a lot of faith in these lie detector tests, which 12% say they believe the tests are often wrongly label people who are telling the truth as lying. Another 43% say it's probably happened sometimes. But that's why these, right? I mean, they can't,
you can't put them in court.
Yeah, you can't use them.
So I don't even know why people do them. Sometimes you hear cases like, I'll take a lot of,
I think it would be fun if we knew somebody who had a machine and hook us up to it just ask us. But you got to throw in some things in there that would make us lie, or like we lie on purpose to see if it would read it.
Yeah,
I think that would be so funny. Does anybody have a polygraph test?
Yeah, I think that'd be great. I mean, passing a test if you're telling the truth is like no kidding.
Yeah.
But if you're lying, you're saying you could pass it when you're lying, right?
Probably.
Well, it's either yes or no.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're a very good liar, is what you're saying. I couldn't. So I'd be like a fail. If you ask me a question, I mean, you would think that they're going to nail it.
You're a bad liar? But you do it so often.
Yeah, it doesn't make me good at it. It's like
we
sex.
always bust you.
It's like sex.
We always bust you in your lies.
Some people have sex every night. Doesn't mean they're good at it. Gambling. I'm good at shopping.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm a great shopper. I don't know. I don't think I could I don't think I could pass it. No way. And there has always been things that they said that you could.
But like you put
gum like in your shoe.
Oh, I heard like a little pin or something.
Maybe a pin. Yeah.
Pain.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. It'd be interesting to do. I would do one just to see it for blanks and giggles.
What am I going to say? I've never smoked pot.
I mean, again, just questions about certain things.
Yeah, because they're typically yes, no, right?
Yeah, of course. And they ask you basic, where do you live? What's your name?
Well, I mean, in the beginning, they prepare you.
They prepare you for
and
they want to say, like, where do you live?
And to see where your levels are at.
Yeah, and then they go from there. But that's why I never understand why there even is such a thing, because you can't use it in court. Like, you always see, like, well, the cop shows and everything, and he took a lie detector test and passed. What does it matter? You know what I mean? Can't use it, so it doesn't matter. But no, I think that I would get, if I was lying, I think I would assume that it's going to catch me. Dominic says no. What about you, Franny?
Probably not. Probably not.
So, Dom, you're the best liar out of
this. I think I would fail if I was lying.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Because if you're not lying, how are you going to fail?
Of course.
Yeah, so that's pretty simple.
But yeah, it is weird that they're not admissible in court as evidence, but they still choose to do it.
Or they say it all the time. Like, I'll take a lie detector. Oh, well, what does it matter? I can't use it. If I was your lawyer, I'd be like, dude, save your money. What are we doing with this? Hey,
but I guess you can agree, right? If both sides, the prosecution and defense, if they agree to admit the results, that means that they both have to agree beforehand that the results can be presented. So I guess there's a reason why, right, to the jury and judge.
Yeah, I never heard that, but I guess if that's what you're reading, that's a crapshoot for you too. Because if you have a client, you do that, you agree beforehand, and he tells you, oh, my God, I'm right. And then, like you said, there's been cases where it showed up to be wrong. You're screwed. Because there's not a jury in the world that's going to look at if you're lying. They're convicting you. I mean, that's it. They're going to be like, to them, because it's out there, if you're lying, you got caught lying. And I think on the other hand, if you pass, I think the jury would look at it like, other people have cheated. You know what I mean? Like, that's just the narrative that's out there with them. So if I was an attorney, and I wish I was, I would never let my client use it. I'd be like, we're not doing that. Go buy a new suit. It is the Greek. It is Francis. It is Dominic. It is a Thursday. It almost said Tuesday. Getting ready for Kentucky to Derby to lose our ass. We're going for a record in the Greek organization to lose the most ever on a Derby. If you can guess the amount that was lost the most, Dominic, we'll give you a pina colada. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
Here's a post that was on Reddit. I started just wearing thongs for the first time recently. Originally because I was tired of VPL on leggings. I don't even know what that is.
Visible panty line.
Oh, okay. All right.
That is not what I was going to go with for PL.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
On I-95 northbound, police have the exit ramp to Okeechobee Boulevard closed. On the turnpike, there's roadwork, Boynton Beach Boulevard to the West Palm Beach Service Plaza. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line, pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hurst.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag. You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. Like the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a JBC, 4-piece nugs, fries, and a small soft drink. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon, all the time. Duh. For the best deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Precision Garage Door of South Florida. Precision Door, a name you can trust.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $69 a month for 24 months. And ask how to get free installation on qualifying bundles. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After 24 months, regular rates apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? The care team at Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, can help you use your Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or Florida Blue to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you're ready to change your life, search Eric's Dental Group right now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Looking to sell your ride? Go to GiveMeTheVin.com. It's the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with the big cash giveaway. Hey, it's Franny, and they're giving away $25,000 in cash every month. Mail-in entry? That's 250 chances. Sell them your car? That's 1,000 chances to win. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com. Enter your VIN, get a top dollar offer in minutes, and ditch the tire kickers for good.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
As men get older, our bodies change. We all know that, and often we just accept the changes as the way it is. But some of those changes, such as bad sleep patterns, low sex drive, brain fog, no energy, and reduced gains in the gym, could be due to low testosterone. And that is something you can change. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And even if you're in your 30s, if you're experiencing some or all of the symptoms I just noted, you very well may need low testosterone treatment. With our treatment protocols, if you're like most men, you'll be amazed at the change. You'll have more energy, improved mental clarity, your sleep will be better, so will your workouts, and you'll likely find that your sex drive increases too. So give us a call today and make the change for good. Your initial visit includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300. Or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 6 offices across South Florida to serve you. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Trust & Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust & Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust & Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust & Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
The iHeart Sports Reports, sponsored by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
Less than a week into training camp, Georgia Amor, the number 6 pick in this year's WNBA draft, suffered an ACL injury during practice with her new team, the Washington Mystics. Amor was set to make her WNBA debut in the Mystics' first preseason game against the Indiana Fever on Saturday. There's no timetable yet for her return. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes and keep more money in your wallet with no fees or minimums on checking accounts. Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One, N.A. member FDIC.
Wilmer Valderrama and Freddie Rodriguez welcome another amigo to their podcast, Dos Amigos. Wilmer's friend and former That 70s Show castmate Topher Grace stops by the Speakeasy for a 2-part interview to discuss his career and reminisce about old times.
We were still in that place of like, what will this experience become? And you go, you're having the best time you're ever going to have. Yeah. But it was like such a perfect golden time.
Listen to Dos Amigos on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Dos Amigos.
Mo Better Garage. We make it Mo Better.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Yes, you are back in The Penthouse on a Thursday, as I like to call it, Little Friday. What's going on? Thank you so much for tuning in to The Penthouse. Real Radio 92.1, 101.7, or of course on the absolute free iHeartRadio app. And if you have the iHeartRadio app, why not make us your number one preset on the iHeartRadio app? This is Franny. Hi, good morning. I don't know what's going on. What's up, Dom?
Oh, hi, Franny. I don't know what he's doing.
I don't either. And then we have G-Man who... Are you okay? You sound like you stubbed your toe.
Oh, man, I stubbed my knee.
Oh, your knee.
Yeah.
And then you were doing, like, voguing or something. What are you doing? Are you swimming? You doing the backstroke? What's happening here?
Yeah, I'm going to do the backstroke to my lawyer's office.
All right.
Workman's comp.
If you're watching real TV, you can see all the dance moves or whatever he's doing.
It is time for a Greek trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek trifecta.
All right, my answer on this question is no, but you'll see a lot of sports guys talk about this on the Four Letter Network, blogs. Was last night LeBron's last game? I don't think so. I think LeBron's coming back, 100%. I think the Lakers will add a couple pieces, and they'll have a good season next year. They lost in the first round again, so it wasn't a great thing for them, him and Luka. But they don't have a deep team. I didn't expect them to go far. A lot of people did because they finished out the season strong, but I didn't figure it out. So hats off to Minnesota. Also, Minnesota is 20-1 to win it all. They are a good bet if you like odds. But I think they're in a good position where they can make a run in the West against Oklahoma City. The Knicks and Pistons tonight are playing. That's going to be a very good game, 7:30 in Detroit. I expect a low-scoring game, but a good game. Also, tonight you got the Clippers and Denver. Yesterday, Marlins lost. They got beat by the Dodgers pretty bad, which was not good for the Dodgers. I mean, for the Marlins. But they don't have the worst record in baseball. Colorado Rockies do. They have the worst record in baseball. And also, the Panthers won last night. Hats off to the Panthers, so they advanced to the second round in the NHL playoffs. Greeks Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza, and you can stop in there today and get Dubai chocolate and a gelato or a latte. So let's go to Dominic now, who seems to be laughing quite uncontrollably. What is wrong, Mr. Dominic?
Oh, my God. So someone just called in.
Make sure you can say this on the radio first.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to anyway. Evan just called in and was just trying to, send me some material. And he thought he was sending it to my personal email. But he sent it, of course, he doesn't have my personal. He sent it to my iHeart email.
Okay.
And these images are not for work.
Oh, wow. Well,
so if I get flagged for iHeart or something for these
what kind of images are we talking about?
He sent me image. I put it up for a split second. I was like, "Oh my God, this is not my personal email."
Is it
It basically
it's porn?
It's Sophie Rain. He's like, I can't believe people are paying $3 million for these tits.
Oh,
and he sent me a couple pictures of her.
Wow. God, Evan, I'm very surprised at you.
I love that he thinks it's personal when it's your iHeart email.
Yeah, or at Real Radio 921.
Hey, listen, you can't help what they send to you. You can't. You'll be fine. You can't help it.
I mean, yesterday, $100 bills that are not real, porn today. Where are we going? Where'd you go off the rails, son?
I learned from the best.
Evan, very surprised at you.
Are you?
But, well, based on his calls. I don't know Evan, but he seems like a U.S. citizen. He seems like a guy who makes some intelligent decisions. Dom's not happy about you sending him that.
I mean, he's happy. He's just not happy with the email that I got sent to.
But he will check it out. And don't worry about iHeart coming after you. Do you really think they're going to pay attention to your email? One thing in porn? No, you're fine.
I mean, it may get flagged, but either way, I'm just saying, like, you can't help what people send.
That's it.
You just can't.
You're
It wasn't your fault.
You're fine. And
you didn't know what it was before you opened it.
He was just like,
I wish I was looking, though, because if I would have seen you click and I just saw boobs, I'd be like, okay, Dom, all right, at work? Jesus.
The funny, he was
Wait
just
until you get home, man.
He was just like, check it out, check it out. I go and look. And
my
I put it up for
Evan.
1 second. I was like, Evan, what the?
No better, Evan.
Yeah, Evan.
Be better. Do better.
Yeah.
Not at work.
Send it to his private thing.
Unless he's trying to get you fired.
And you're not going to get fired for that. That's not a fireable.
He's not.
That's not a fireable offense. Again, like Franny said, she put it in a nutshell.
Now, Franny saw it, and maybe that would have been a fireable offense then.
No, I would
you
never
can't get
write you
fired
out.
for something that somebody
No,
sent
but if
you.
I went to like HR, like really offended, I was sitting here doing work and I looked over and
And
my
Dom
producer,
had-
and there's boobs, and that could
Yeah.
happen, but that would never happen.
Yeah, that could happen. I mean, it would be. It wouldn't be fair, but in our mixed up world, it could happen. I mean, again, you can't account for what somebody says. I have a brand new blazer. I'd love to wear it to represent you. I would say my client, Your Honor. Are you a lawyer? No, but I'm here today.
I'll take Jason Wisner instead.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford him. Stick with me. Know your league.
He's not one of those, that takes like a cut and then you get your rest,
I mean, maybe if he thinks that it's a solid case.
Well, that's when you're suing somebody. They would be coming after you to fire you, and we would say the fire.
no money. You wouldn't be receiving any money.
Yeah, the fire would be unlawful.
I would go after him saying I'm suing you
go after
because I'm offended because I saw boobs.
Franny would get a third. Yeah, Franny would get two thirds. But we would sue them for firing you that it wasn't right and against
wrongful termination.
Yeah,
there you go.
And we would take that.
The company's like, wait, why are we getting sued right now? in terms of him getting fired to now we're talking about suing.
And I would try. I would get in a meeting with them first, and I'd be like, guys, come on, you don't want to pay more. Pay now. Because I'm going to beat you either way, whether it's in the courtroom or outside. Pay the kid the money. I mean, he's got a dog. He's got a lot of responsibilities. Let him out. He's doing John Wick 5. Give him some money. But again, you can't get fired for what somebody sends you. And you're doing a show. It's show prep. Even if you went on a porn site, you could be like, yeah, I was checking this out. We talk about this kind of content.
There was Sophie Rain. We talk about it.
I don't even know her name until you just said that.
I know. He's going to go in there during the break. He's like, show me the pictures. Send it to my personal email.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Hold up.
Send it to my regular email. I don't really care. I mean, there's nothing you can do. You're not doing anything wrong.
No, if I send it to your regular email, then that's an issue there. Sharing it.
For you, not for me.
Yeah.
Then I would go and say I was offended. I was bothered. It destroyed me. I drove home. I almost couldn't drive. I was mentally like, oh, my God, why is he doing this to me, Your Honor? And I used to be an actor, so, that matters. I would settle out of court.
And there goes my whole radio career.
There it is. Your whole radio career is ruined by Evan. It started with Evan, a caller. That could be a whole show in itself. How a caller ruins a producer's life. Dun, dun, dun. On Real Radio. 877-927-6969. That is the number you guys can call in about a minute and change. We're going to give you a chance to win 2 giveaways today. Burton Max's $100 gift card. You'll love the place. Great food for lunch or dinner. And also, they got a great atmosphere outside, beautiful patio with a fire pit that's really cool. They're having a party, big event Saturday for the Derby.
Nice.
We're going to give you that chance. And then at 12:45, we're going to play Who's Most Likely To. Franny's going to give you a couple
What
questions.
are we doing 11:45?
We'll do Greek Casino.
Okay.
Unless you have enough for both.
No, it's fine. We'll just do one round.
Okay. And then at 12:45, you get a chance to win tickets to Rockville. And that of Rockville, I think, ends on Friday for us with tickets?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So in about maybe 10 seconds, we'll give you the key to call because Dom's going to whack out the numbers and you won't be able to get through. So don't think you're going to beat the cheese. I mean, if you put on a piece of
There's
sand.
people trying right now.
Oh, yeah, they're trying.
10 seconds. It already happened.
Yeah, they want the Burt Max gift card. I don't blame them. Burt Max's, I might stop by there Saturday to watch the Derby. I have 3 places I'm thinking about going. I'm trying to think where I'm going to get the best, zen on me. Because I think a long shot's going to win. I just got a feeling. If I bet small, it'll come in.
Is it Gulfstream or no? You don't want to go there because it.
I feel like Gulfstream is great, but it's the same thing.
Yeah,
I'm watching it on TV.
everywhere. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if it was live, obviously I would go, but I'm going to watch it on a screen anyway. So it's the same thing. Not that it's not great to go there, and they were our sponsors for years, and it's a lot of fun, but you're watching it on TV. You're not like it's live. So call us right now, 877-927-6969. That is the number to call to get involved with us for the Greek Casino for a $100 gift card to Burt Max's in Delray Beach in the Delray Marketplace. You'll love this place. Food's excellent for lunch or dinner. Dom, when you have somebody on the horn, let us know. Again, 877-927-6969. Who do you have, little buddy?
First up we have is Dave.
What's up, Dave? How are you?
I'm doing well. Yourself?
Dave, I'm doing good. And thanks for asking. If you really do care, I appreciate that because I have nobody in my life who cares about me. So, roulette, red or black?
Really cared.
But he really cares, Gmail.
Thanks, Dave. Roulette, red or black, odd or even, first 18 or 19 to 36?
First 18.
Okay, it's spinning as we talk. Have you ever been to Burt Max's?
No.
Okay, you'll like it. It's a great place. Great food. And as we speak, it's looking good. We always get that last little push. Looks like it's 13 black. You're a winner.
Woohoo!
Woohoo! Give me a better woohoo.
Woohoo!
All right, yeah, way to be, Dave. Way to rock and roll. Congratulations on winning. You'll have a great time at Burt Max's in Delray Marketplace, lunch or dinner. Buddha's the general manager. Ask for him, but don't feel bad for him. Say hi to him and go in there and have a great lunch or dinner on us on Real Radio.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Congrats.
Dom, I know you're doing a multitude of things, so when you get an opportunity, please get this gentleman's information. Thank you. A lot of big words in there. I don't want to highlight them all. I mean, we'd be here to like 3. 877-927-6969. Dominic said that he could pass a lie detector test if he's lying. It's not anything if you're not lying, but if he's lying, he says he can. Franny was probably one of the most honest people I know. But does that really say a lot? Because all my people I know are pretty shady. But Franny's honest. She's not a good liar. And I think I'm an adequate liar. Not great. Adequate. I can't pass. There's no way. If they ask me something, I don't think it could. But Dom, the young one, who seems like the most innocent out of the 3 of us, right? You look at that, like, who's the most innocent? I would go with Domster. Franny said something the other night, and, we were out to dinner. And
what did I say?
And I said, you know what? She's right. We were talking about somebody. We're not going to mention his name.
Okay.
It's not important. But I said, he's a little shady.
Okay.
And Franny, without hesitation, said, gee, aren't we all a little shady?
Is that what happened?
You did. And I said, I thought about it on the way home. I go, you know what? She's right.
Aren't we all a little shady?
Yeah.
All of us got a little shade in us.
Yeah. And I mean, that's what makes the world go round.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? She's 100% right. I wasn't calling this person out. I was just saying there's some things that he did that we wouldn't do as a crew, us 3. And but she was like, aren't we all a little shady? And I said, man, those are some unbelievable wisdom words right there. When you think about it.
I mean, I didn't look at it being words of wisdom, but I'm glad you took it that way.
But it's true. I mean, when you really look at it and what you said, I dissected it, big word, and I said, she's right. You know what I mean? We are a little, and out of the 3 of us, I would say you are the most, innocent out of the 3 of us. That's my opinion. As far as doing crazy stuff and, wacky do stuff. You're nuts in one way, but not in a different way. I would say me and Franny and a little bit more. But out of the 3 of us, you're the one who say you can pass the lie detector test. Well, I hope management's listening.
I don't think they can give me one of those.
We got to try to find. I would love to find one, though, like you said, and just take one for blanks and giggles.
Yeah, anybody have one out there?
I want to do a breathalyzer's test.
Why? You don't think you passed that?
No, I want to get to the point and keep going and keep going.
I have a buddy. He's they're not together anymore, but I have a couple friends who are pilots, and they just had him.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, too, because sometimes if you're on call and you got to keep it normal, but he had one, and we would mess with it every now and then. It's not as easy as you think.
No?
No. Like, you gotta
blow?
For a while.
Usually. Depends.
And so, yeah, we messed with them before. I think you can buy them easy.
Now, did you ever take one and you didn't drink and you failed?
No.
That's what I'm saying.
I
don't know.
My insides fermenting? No.
No, because, you hear sometimes people say in court, the breathalyzer machine wasn't checked or whatever. But, it's something different. That would blow my mind if you didn't drink and you went up there and they go, you failed.
That would suck. 47142 started off with Real Radio. It says, hey, Franny, it's that time of year again. It's the annual National Association of Letter Carriers Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive.
Nice.
Saturday, May 10th, which is next Saturday. It's the largest one-day food drive nationwide. All you have to do is leave a bag of non-perishable food items near your mailbox, and your letter carrier will pick it up and deliver it to a local food bank. All food collected will stay local. So remember, next Saturday, May 10th. Thanks, guys. Your favorite mailman. Do us a favor. Remind us again next week, too.
Yes.
But yes, that is out there for Saturday, May 10th.
I know they've been doing that for a long time.
Yes.
And that's a great thing that they do. We'll remind you again next week. Don, make a note of this on top
Guessing
of the
this
note.
is Kyle. I'm sorry if it's not, but thank you for letting us know.
Yeah, May 10th.
For what? I was on the phone.
Next week.
The Stamp Out Hunger, where you just put out perishable, like a bag of non-perishable, non-perishable food near your mailbox, and the letter carriers, USPS picks it up. Cool. And they'll drop it off at local food banks. So they do it every year.
Yeah, we'll remind you again next Saturday. But it's next Saturday. If the Derby wins, if we lose in Derby, he might not be here Monday. Now, Franny, are you coming to work Monday? Oh, that's right. You come on Sunday afternoon?
Yeah. I'll be here.
Domster, what about you? What does your weekend look like for Monday?
Golf Sunday. That's about it.
Ooh.
He might be more hungover than me on Monday. I'm just flying home.
That's right. She's just flying home.
Yeah.
Now, are you drinking on Sunday again?
Maybe a little bit, not much.
What time? You go early, right?
Yeah, usually between 8 to 10 a.m. tea time.
Yeah, like one of my buddies, they golf early on Sunday. I mean, 7 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And they're cracking cigars and drinking. I'm like, how the hell do you do that? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I don't know. Like, I had a rule. I would never smoke a cigar until past 12, like 12 o'clock. And, I mean, but I can't see, like, just getting, taking down Jameson and doing a cigar and the golf. And they play for money.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, man, like, don't you think that's bad? He's like, no, sometimes it comes back to haunt me, but I'm usually okay. He says it depends on the night before, how he is, and, have a drink, maybe loosen him up and stuff like that. But I'm like, man, I can't believe, like, at 7 a.m., you're there, drinking and smoking.
Yeah, I'm usually not that early. I usually, maybe 11, I'll have a drink. So I'll be, 9 holes in at least already.
All right, and what does it take you, about 2 hours and change?
For 9 holes? Yeah, probably. It's supposed to be 2 hours.
For the whole course?
No, for 2 hours for 9, and then another 2 hours for another 9.
Wow, so you're out there 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think it was that long. Wow,
that for a public course, that's not bad. You
I was
sometimes
gonna say, yeah, that's normal, right?
you
That's
could be out there
average.
for 5 hours sometimes on a public course.
It's longer than most of my relationships. I mean, that's pretty long, 4 hours. And if you're smacked, that's got to be tough. And then you come in, you're probably like drained. You're like, my God, I got to get out of here. I got to get into the locker room. 877-927-6969. Let us know if you think you can pass a lie detector test. Dominic says he can. Out of the three of us, is the one who's very confident that he can. And obviously, he's going to be lying about something. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be good in the lie detector test if you gave it to people you work with and you found out things like, ooh, do you like so-and-so? And then you got to say, you're like up front, like, yes, I do. And they're like, you're wrong. Stuff like that be cool.
He's always trying to cause drama.
Always.
Like, if you got
it stirs the pot.
If you got
he
more...
will go in somewhere, say something about somebody, then come back and they say something else and be like, all right. As he's waiting, as he's plotting, like,
Yes.
ha ha ha, let's see what's going to happen.
If you got more money in your check, would you give it back or would you just keep it?
I would get it's gonna. I've seen it happen here before. I would say something
Mm-hmm.
because this person got in trouble for it.
We had somebody who got a check on a return, not with iHeart. It was so big, it was scary, and she kept it for a little while, but then got popped.
Yeah.
You're always going to get caught. So, I mean, even if it's something small, it's not worth it because your integrity is better at your job and to say, hey, I think this is wrong. And it happened to me one time. And it was a decent amount. And I went to them right away and I said, hey, this is wrong. And actually, it was something they gave me that they didn't tell me.
I wish I got the wrong check one time.
Not the wrong check.
I wish I got Greek's check.
Yeah. Greek's check.
Not the wrong check, the wrong amount.
Yeah, I'll take the wrong amount too.
Yeah.
It seems like the wrong amount every day, every week.
So say you got paid like $100 for the week, just say. And there was like $180 in there. Would you say something?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're honest.
Mm-hmm.
That's why that's unbelievable. You think, but yet you're a liar. You think you can pass a lie detector test? I don't know. Your Honor, help me out here. I don't know. This kid's a little skeptical.
You can pass a lie detector test by just being truthful. You don't have to.
Yeah, but then that's not passing. I want to.
It is passing.
Yeah, no, we're like you got to lie.
You gotta lie.
See,
Yeah.
that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to lie and see if we can still pass.
Yeah, I mean,
because obviously, well, you would think, right? Not always.
Yeah.
Because they're not 100%, but you would think if you're telling the truth, you're going to pass it.
But
some people get nervous too.
Yeah,
Just being like hooked up.
When I hear that, I think it means that you're lying for the test. That's what I interpreted. Now, if I'm interpreting wrong, because again, if you're telling the truth, what the hell am I passing?
So I'll just have to say a whole bunch of lies and just see if they
Well,
can.
just not a whole bunch. One, because they tell you, they show it, and they say, "Oh, right here, look at this. Look at this. This big jump here. He must be lying." You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, do you think you could do a better job than your boss? Because you've said that to me many times.
Once again, stirring the pot.
Is it time for commercial break?
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. My God, it feels like Friday. I don't know why. It is
I
a
wish.
Thursday.
Nothing to do with you. No knock.
You can't.
Jobs like has everything to do with you.
Of course. I mean, you can't hit me anymore. It's like
it has nothing to do with you.
But I know,
like
but
you
even
always
if,
take it. This time is not a knock on you.
But other times there has.
Yes.
Yeah,
Hey, G-Man, bless your heart.
Oh, I love you.
I'll spit out my coffee.
It is the Penthouse. We'll be back with some fun facts and a lot more. Peace.
What's a Real Radio podcast? It's Real Radio on demand. Find your favorite show at realradio921.com.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. We're giving you 13 shots a day to score $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
Can't believe it. Woo! Every weekday from 9:05 in the morning to 9:05 at night, we're giving you a keyword at 5 past the hour. Take that keyword and enter it at realradio921.com. Every keyword is worth $1,000.
Thank you. Thank you. That's awesome.
It's $1,000 in your hand. Good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
As one of the largest personal injury law firms in Florida, we know that insurance companies are looking to pay you the least amount they can. If you've been injured in a car accident, call Steinger Green and Finance. We'll fight hard to get what you really deserve. Offices, West Palm Beach.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
On I-95 northbound, police have the exit ramp to Okeechobee Boulevard closed. On the turnpike, there's road work, Boynton Beach Boulevard to the West Palm Beach Service Plaza. Spot something on the roads, call the traffic tip line, pound 250, keyword West Palm Traffic. I'm Ron Hurst.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cybersecurity must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and security edge for $69 a month for 24 months. And ask how to get free installation on qualifying bundles. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After 24 months, regular rates apply.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week. The girls are there, and they are beautiful. And if you like sports, and if you like UFC, check it out. What's better to watch a sport event with a beautiful lady? With a 5-star menu. Call up today and reserve a table. You'll be up front and personal with the beautiful ladies. And this Sunday, May 4th, May the 4th be with you. Inspired cocktails. You'll feel like you're in a galaxy the moment you walk in. Sunday, May 4th, a great party you want to be at. May the 4th be with you. Star Wars at Monroe's. Peace.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
It's Work Zone Awareness Week, Florida. Every year, lives are lost in work zones because of speeding and distractions. When you see orange cones, remember, slow down, follow the signs, and stay focused. Workers are counting on you to get home safely, and so are their families. Let's work together to prevent crashes and save lives. A safety reminder from the Florida Department of Transportation. Slow your roll. Safety's the goal.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The new iHeart app just looks better.
The best feature of a car radio on the app.
It's the presets.
Super easy.
And thank you for keeping it free.
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio. Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are sunny as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Temperatures in the 80s out there for us. This is average for this time of year. Overall, still comfortable. Winds out of the east around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Staying clear this evening with overnight lows down in the 70s. Back in the 80s again tomorrow. We'll see a few showers returning for us early on Friday morning.
This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Start summer at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium this Memorial Day weekend as Friday, May 23rd is Dog Day Friday. Saturday, May 24th is Hometown Heroes Night presented by Gordon & Partners with post-game fireworks. Stop by the ticket office or go to RogerDeanChevroletStadium.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
You've been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword WIN at realradio921.com. That's WIN. Enter it now at realradio921.com, and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Thursday. Thursday. That's no alibi. Thanks for tuning in to Real Radio. It's halftime for us. We come back with the same energy and same juice to kick it for the next 2 hours. Thanks for being on this train. Choo, choo. Dominic's in the house.
Hey, Evan, by the way, I showed G that email.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
I mean, she's cute. I mean, I don't know. She's a little young, but her face is I mean, I give her a face of 5.
How much did she make? $40 million a year?
God bless her. I mean, nice rack. You can't deny that. But that's a lot of bread. But yeah, she's doing something right. I'm never gonna make $40 million a year, and I think I'm prettier. Franny's here.
Hi.
Woo!
Is this the one who lives in Florida?
Yes.
I believe so.
Okay.
The one that claims she's a virgin,
she's
too.
Cute. Yeah.
Cute, but not like,
I wouldn't say she's a 5, though. I think she's more than a 5.
I said her face.
Yeah.
All right.
I look at everybody as a whole, G-Man.
I only saw the top of her. It was so funny in the bullpen on our break. Megan was walking by from Wild 95, and I heard her talking. I didn't see Franny.
Well, yeah, I was in the kitchen. She was talking to somebody in the kitchen.
I thought she was talking to just us. So I was like, hey, did you ask me something? And then Dominic chimed in. Greek thinks everybody's talking to him.
Yeah, she's like, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Franny. You're like, oh, I didn't see her.
I said, oh, all right, I'm sorry. It is the Penthouse. Give me some fun facts.
It's Franny's Fun Facts. Okay, May 1st. What do we got? What's our special holidays today? is Therapeutic Massage Awareness Day.
Thanks.
Speaking of salaries, Worthy Wage Day, World Password Day, School Principals Day,
Nice.
New Homeowners Day.
Nice.
Oh, man.
What?
Dang it, Dom. It's Phone in Sick Day. We didn't celebrate. Phone in Sick Day.
Do it tomorrow.
National Purebred Dog Day. It's different. It's not this.
That's it.
Today's National Loyalty Day.
Yeah, Dom, be loyal.
National Day of Prayer. National Chocolate Parfait Day. Mother Goose Day.
Oh, I love Mother Goose. My favorite rhyme.
What?
Mother Goose. I love the rhyme.
How does it go?
Mother Goose, where are you? If I find you, we will have a great weekend.
That's not it.
Okay.
Couple Appreciation Day. Agriculture and Labor Day. And it's what we call May Day. Now, that's what we're going to talk about. Just a few facts here about May Day. It's both a party and a protest. May Day is a mashup of two things: a celebration of spring dating back to ancient times, and it is an International Workers' Day. It's a global day of protest for workers' rights.
Nice.
They said it's been around since the Romans. May Day has roots in Floralia, a Roman festival dedicated to the goddess of flowers. They think ancient flower crowns and toga parties is what you think. Dancing around a pole isn't just for the clubs. The famous maypole dance dates back to medieval times. People dance around a tall pole with ribbons to welcome in spring. Said it used to be about stealing your crush back in the day, May Day was. In some English villages, young men would, quote unquote, kidnap, but not really, a girl on May Day morning for fun. If she liked him back, then they would become a couple.
Oh, that's nice.
Isn't that cute? Kidnapper. It sounds kind of messed up.
A little
cute,
shady.
A little messed up, but cute at the same time.
I don't think that's going to be big in our
They would
country.
kidnap a girl May Day morning. If she liked him back, they became a couple. They say, think of it as the Tinder of medieval edition. They say the phrase May Day has nothing to do with May Day. May Day, of course, the distress signal. That comes from a French word, May dies, meaning help me. It just sounds like festive as this May Day is today. In Hawaii, it's all about getting laid. May 1st is also Lei Day in Hawaii, a celebration of Hawaiian culture and lei making. So they make it way more laid back than a protest or pole dancing. And then finally here, May Day. It was once banned in the U.S. during the Cold War. May Day association with socialism and labor movements got it banned in parts of the U.S., which just made it cooler for all of the rebels out there. And there you go for your fun facts on a May Day.
Oh, thank you, Franny. Great job as always. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. In this hour, you're going to get an opportunity to win tickets to Rockville.
Yeah, I do want to give a heads up. I'm sorry to not mention the 11 o'clock hour, but we have a really cool promotion going on, and this is from Ideal Nutrition. Now, I have been eating Ideal Nutrition meals for a long time. I'm talking years, and they're absolutely delicious. It takes all the prep work out of food prepping. I know a lot of people like to do it, bring your lunches and stuff for work, or it could be breakfast, dinner, whatever it is. They do it all, and these are delicious chef-prepared meals. They make them right here in a kitchen in West Palm Beach, and they're so good. So what they're doing is they're offering our listeners free meals for an entire month.
Woo.
Breakfast, lunch, dinner for an entire month for free. So what you got to do is you got to go and register at realradio921.com/meals. That's realradio921.com/meals, and you could possibly score an entire month of free meals from Ideal Nutrition.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Take advantage, people, and you'll get a great, great prize, no doubt about it. And you'll also feel that's something I got to get on a meal
I know.
plan.
I've been telling you about it for a long time.
Yeah, I do. Maybe I'll look into it with this company since you endorsed them. And I like to spend money with people who spend money with us.
I think you could manage to, heat up these meals.
Yeah, it's just 2 minutes in the microwave. That's it.
I think
you got this. You got it.
That I can do.
You might have to set the clock first on the microwave, though, before it works. Sometimes you have to set the clock first.
I like the 30-second thing. 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds.
I was like, what are you doing? It was like 30 seconds. Then you go back and he's like, I have to do 2 minutes. I was like, then why don't you just hit 2 minutes? So why you hit 30 seconds 4 times? It was the weirdest thing.
We're going to see tomorrow in the Penthouse if I pay attention, because when I leave the studio at the end of the day,
yes,
I put a chair in front of the door because it's so ice cold in here and I want to keep it warm. And Franny says it doesn't make a difference, A.
Because we don't start getting, the chill doesn't start happening in the studio till around noon. And here we are, 12:11. And that's when I noticed. It's around noon that it starts getting really cold. In the morning, it's not that bad.
All right, so I do it anyway. So this morning she said to me, I want you to do me a favor. Don't put the chair by the door anymore because when I walk in, I have a lot of stuff I have to carry.
Yeah, I've got 2 cups. I got my bags, and and there's always a chair right in the middle of the doorway. Right in the middle of the doorway. We have a doorstop.
It doesn't work.
It does. I've done it. You just don't put the effort in to shove it in there so it stays. You just don't.
What else is new?
Like I've utilized it. It works. It works. We use them on all the other doors around here. But Greek doesn't put in the time or effort to actually make sure it's in. Whatever. I know you're going to get a lot of jobs out of this. But anyways, so instead he uses an office chair, and it blocks the doorway. And so every morning when I show up, I have bags and cups, and I have 2 bags, I have 2 cups, and I have
laptop.
Yeah, and I have I have no way, so I have to kick the chair out of the way every morning for I don't know how many years, and I've never said anything because I was just like, I bitch too much too, so I'm just gonna suck it up and I'm gonna deal with this. But this morning I almost spilled coffee all over myself, and I was like, that mother. I was like cursing myself. So finally, I was like, can you please just do me a favor and just don't use the door to keep the door, or don't use the chair to keep the door open. I was like, because I show up and I have a bunch of bags in my hands and I have cups, and it's just a pain in the ass.
And what did I say?
You said you were going to try, and you said I'm going to try.
No, I'll never do it again.
Well, I don't.
I won't.
But you've said that with other things, and you still do it. So don't make promises you can't keep.
This I'll make. Again, I'm a work in progress.
I know.
If I was perfect, I'd be perfect.
And I've sucked it up for a while. But man, this morning it was a mess. I almost dropped everything, and I was like, that damn chair.
And see, I didn't know that it bothered you, so I really feel bad.
Because I never said anything. Of course you wouldn't know.
Yeah, so I'm saying the point of this whole conversation is that you got to be open with people that are in your lives, friends, or people you're dating, or people you work with, so they know. Because then resentment builds up and you get mad, and all of a sudden you walk in one day and you say, hi, Franny. So now I know when I walk in, I say, hi, Franny. She's like, what? I'm like,
it's a chair. It's a damn chair.
So I won't put the chair anymore.
Okay.
And going forward. Okay?
Thank you.
It's about getting better.
Thank you.
Door stops are about $2.99.
That's it. We got one. We got one. He just kind of like. I can't. How can I say this without you guys giggling? He just like puts it in just enough, but it's not enough.
It's not enough.
But it's not. It's
Never
just a tip. Like you got to make
Never
sure.
enough.
You got to make sure you kick it in
Wow.
so it holds the door open.
That'd be impressive. If I could kick it in, wow.
That's it.
I wouldn't be here.
If I can do it, you can do it.
I wouldn't be here if I could kick it in. I'm not spending any more money for the company. I've done enough for the company.
No, we have one. I found it. I actually stole that one. So
I
actually stole it from another office thinking that Greek would use it instead of the chair. Like it was a hint, and he never did.
I used it, and I come in the morning, it's out. But I'm just going to leave the door closed. That's
Okay.
it. And wear a scarf tomorrow.
All right.
I got a nice outfit picked out because it's your birthday. 877-927.
Are we dressing up for it?
I'm not.
Didn't know.
Because I'm having on a plane, so you guys can.
Greg's going to come in all done up.
You do what you want.
It's Freddie's birthday. I need something to celebrate. I mean, I have a very empty, shallow life. Nothing's going on.
You know what it's going to be?
Well,
It's gonna be me.
I got a lot of things going on. I got to pick up some stuff tonight. I got different things. I mean, you got to try to make it a special day. You know what I mean? I got strawberries being flown in from Idaho. It's big. 877-927-6969.
You couldn't even point out Idaho on a map.
You want to bet? What state is Idaho next to? Go ahead. Let me see if you know.
No, do you know?
No, don't flip this around.
I know what I know what Idaho looks like.
Yeah, I know the shape, so I'd be able to point it
Do
out.
you know
right
what it looks like?
It's
Can
like that.
Can we find him?
He's doing like a square.
Can we find him a map?
An empty map.
Yeah.
It
I'm gonna
looks
see if I
like
can
that.
find an empty map.
I'll get draw it right here.
But what?
This
Are you
is-
going to draw what other states it's next to?
Well, I'm going to draw a picture of the United States and show you where it is.
He's going to put like a big circle. It's there.
Oh my goodness.
This is California. Florida, you know the big states. You know Florida.
Yeah.
Arizona
But
and
the
Nevada.
shape that you were making was not the shape of it. You made it like a rectangle.
That's like Idaho.
Where are you?
Right here.
All right.
In this
He's not
box.
terribly
No.
terribly off.
Yeah.
Okay.
The shape's a little, but he's pretty on point.
Ha ha! Stick it. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. Do you have fun at your job? Let us know. And is the job supposed to be fun?
Not all.
Not all. Somebody brought that up
No.
to me last night. They said, your job's fun. Mine's not. It was a scroll I knew. I said, calm down. I said, what do you do? And she's like, I work for an attorney. She's a paralegal. I'm like, well, that sucks. I said,
Yeah,
of course
I've done that before. Worked at a law office, and it did suck.
Yeah, I said, that's a lot of hard work.
But some people love it.
I mean, look at his hands. Look like I worked hard.
What are they doing that's roughing up their hands at a law office?
Yeah, open the books and everything like that.
Oh, they got paper cuts.
Imagine me as a paralegal. The attorney would come in. Hey, did you get all that stuff ready for me? Yeah, you're good. Don't worry about it. I left it on your desk. Find it.
Look it up. That's what he would do. Tell him to look it up.
I got things going on, buddy. So Jimmy Fallon is the host of The Tonight Show for years. And he does a lot of different things, a lot of businesses he gets involved in. He's getting involved in now the tortilla business, which is a huge business.
Like tortilla chips or like
chips.
flour tortillas?
Chips.
Okay.
And it's an $11 billion business in our country,
Wow.
which is unbelievable.
I do love tortilla chips. It's, man, those old Florida. That's where they're at. The old Florida tortilla chips.
Yeah, I didn't believe how big the market was for North America. Obviously, $11 billion. He was in last year. He did the thing with Dr. Dre and the Beats against Kim K, and he's involved in that company. Certain things that he does. He's also going to be doing some commercials for them, but there was an article I read that he's getting into that business. He likes them. So, again, sometimes you look into things and say, hey, can I buy into this company? But $11 billion. I mean, it's just, that's a huge number. To me, $11 billion, I had no clue. So
People love tortilla chips.
I know. Tortilla chips, though, when you go to a restaurant, aren't they usually free, or am I wrong?
Not all.
Not all. It matters where you go.
Yeah, some Mexican restaurants will give them to you for free in the beginning, and some of them charge you. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
I thought they always they just throw them out there on the table and they give them to you on the arm. But $11 billion, Mingada. That's something I would have never thought. Maybe I should become a tortilla salesperson.
Our next big sponsor.
That's right. Hi, I'm Greek. I'm selling tortillas.
So Xochitl is the name of it. It's spelled Xochitl. Xochitl. I wonder if it's like he's trying to be like so chill. But yeah, this is he is. I guess he's his business interests. He brought to a new level, becoming a brand partner and investor in its tortilla chips and salsa brand. Xochitl. So it says Xochitl Media, Xochitl Network, Xochitl Distortion. Fallon said, gets easier the more you practice. So that's my first job, is to get people to say it right. But yeah, why not? I'm curious. I mean, if it's a good product, I'll buy it.
Yeah. And again, when you put his name on it, Jimmy's got a lot of followers.
So it's been around, I'm guessing. He's just partnered with it?
Yes.
Okay, yes. Because they're saying that Xochitl is America's largest independent tortilla chip brand. But it's still far lesser known than, of course, the staples that we have at the grocery store, the Tostito and stuff like that.
And again, Tostitos and them, they spend millions of dollars on everything, so you get it out there. And they were involved with a lot of sports things that for years, bowl games, you get the name out there, people look into it and say, oh, what is this? But, I'm sure with Jimmy, he's going to be fine. This weekend, traditionally, was Sunfest. And the one thing we talked about...
So weird, man. That's not happening.
Yeah, the one thing we talked about yesterday, and, I've asked a lot of people that I know and stuff like that, is Sunfest going to be missed? I mean, that's a big question. Or is everybody like, Sunfest is gone, who cares? You know what I mean?
I mean, after a while, things kind of go away, but I do feel like I feel like people are missing it. I mean, even my memories on Facebook are coming back, and there are a lot of our Sunfest one. My husband posted one the other day of when I introduced Slightly Stupid on stage because he was behind me. Yeah. And just all these. And so, it's like, man, I miss it. And so I think with time, and that's the thing, is that they're just not giving us anything.
No, I don't
think
they
Is it going to come back? We don't know. I mean, they're just kind of leaving us. Sunfest ghosted us. That's what they did. They disappeared, and they didn't leave us a text message explaining what happened.
But if you ask 10 people locally, is it coming back or not? You get 10 different answers.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody says, oh, it is coming back. It isn't. Franny, you were telling me something about, or the other night we're having dinner, there's something going to happen in West Palm this weekend?
There's a 561 music festival. Let me see if I can find it. So it's a local dude who's got a band here, and he was just like, I love Sunfest, and I'm, as most people are very upset with what's going on. And so he said that, well, let me kind of create something. We know it's not Sunfest, it's local bands, but at least I'm bringing you live music and experience since it's not around. So this guy did it, and the event is going to be on this Saturday. Features 20 incredible local bands across 2 stages. over there by the Meyer Amphitheater. They said there's going to be food, lively atmosphere. You know, it should be fun. Of course, we're not going to have any big national acts, but they just want to give you the feels as Sunfest would. So it looks cool. May 3rd. I think I said it started. I think it's 11 to 11. I do believe.
That's cool.
Right there, waterfront, Meyer Amphitheater.
Do you know
Downtown
if
West
it's
Palm Beach.
Do you know if the road's closed right there or no? If it's going onto the road, since you said there's a second stage, so I wonder where they're fitting the second stage there.
I have no idea.
That street, is Spoto still down there or did they close?
No, that's been gone for a while.
Is it?
Yeah, that Avocado Grill's been there for a long time now.
Okay, but
Yeah.
Spoto's was there for years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
yeah,
that's
it's
right by
Avocado.
Bradley's.
It's Avocado Grill, and they've been there for probably over a decade now.
All right, so if you guys like music and you want to see some local bands that are pretty good, that's something you can put on your agenda. We'll hit it again tomorrow and tell you guys.
Yeah, I'll definitely tell you things that are going on.
And it's free?
Yeah, and it's free.
There you go.
That's great, right? The fact that it's free is fantastic.
Do you think Sunfest will come back?
Yeah, but not to the same capacity.
Yeah.
Like, my idea is they're going to try to maybe move it to the amphitheater.
I know, and it's just not the same.
No.
It's just not the same.
Well, they said one of the things was the rising costs of the bands and everything, and just they weren't doing well. If they were, they would keep going.
I'm sure shutting down that street for a month doesn't help too much, too, with the economy of that area, besides that one weekend for Sunfest.
Yeah, but they make so much money from it.
I know, I'm just saying from that one weekend.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot more now in that area than there was 5 years ago. Restaurants, the Ben, a lot of different stuff that's going on. So, again, it's just it was a staple here for years. And you just think like this first weekend in Kentucky Derby and going there.
You know who else is this weekend? Sorry, Franny.
No, you're fine.
I think Kill Tony is at the Kravis Center this weekend.
Okay.
Which is a great comedian group to go see.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm looking into it, and it's all bunch. There's only a handful of these local bands that I know that are going to be there. As I mentioned, 20 of them. But I think it's really cool. Like Judd Huffman's great, Judd Huffman band. But it's a cool way to maybe listen to some music and introduce yourself to something new that you've never heard of. And the fact that they're local, then you can go and you can see them at other places too. So I really appreciate the fact that it's going to be local bands that you can actually discover and maybe be like, cool. And then I did see that they're doing an after party at O'Shea's. And that is going to be immediately following the festival until like 1 o'clock, if you're familiar with that. So, yeah, it should be fun. So if you want to get out and listen to the live music, and I know there's not a bunch of places in West Palm where you can, I would totally go check it out.
Great. We'll give you another heads up on it tomorrow. But that's going to be Saturday, Franny said, from 11 to 11.
I do believe.
And you're outside. The weather's supposed to be nice. I mean, hang out with your friends, maybe get a couple beach chairs, and just take in the music. And you're right by Bradley's. You go over there and get one of their pretzels.
Yeah, we got text 47142. Yes, I miss Sunfest so much this year. It says, how can you get 10 different answers to a yes or no question? Somebody's asking you, Gina. It says, of course Greek leaves a chair in front of the door because he doesn't care. We got Trust Me, Sister. Every night I got to tell Greek where to put it. That's from Cinnamon.
Oh, thank you.
And I have a few more that we'll get into. But for the other side, Dom, if you can get this ready. After the trifecta, it says, Franny, hope you have a fantastic time at Jazz Fest. Could we hear Misspeak 52 for your birthday tomorrow? Happy birthday. That's from Kara in North Palm Beach. Thank you, Kara. And we will get that all lined up for you when we come back.
It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. Hope you guys are having a good day. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to try to finish the show strong. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. We're going to try. We're not going to promise, because then if it craps out, we didn't promise you. We'll be back. Peace.
Real radio is the news junkie.
Here's a post that was on Reddit. I started just wearing thongs for the first time recently. Originally because I was tired of VPL on leggings. I don't even know what that is.
Visible panty line.
Oh, okay. All right.
That is not what I was going to go with for PL.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
We have emergency vehicles, I-95 North. This is your ramp to Okeechobee Boulevard. Look out, left lanes of that off-ramp are blocked. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-213-5757. 800-213-5757.
Spring has sprung and it's full tilt boogie time at GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time home buyers get $750 off a closing cost. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
Even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $69 a month for 24 months. And ask how to get free installation on qualifying bundles. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After 24 months, regular rates apply.
Trust Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet?
RV wins!
Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card.
Car accident? Visit smithball.com to learn more about our legal power and how we can help.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are sunny as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Temperatures in the 80s out there for us. This is average for this time of year. Overall, still comfortable. Winds out of the east around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Staying clear this evening with overnight lows down in the 70s. Back in the 80s again tomorrow. We'll see a few showers returning for us early on Friday morning.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now. Like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles.
Together, you say goodbye, and I say hello.
Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits. Listen commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Beatles Now and Then, and make it your next preset.
iHeartRadio.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
He just puts it in just enough. But it's not enough.
It's not enough.
But it's not. It's
Never
just a tip.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Not offended, not bothered by that. Those are drops from The Penthouse as we do another excellent show. I give this show so far a 10-1, and 10 being the highest.
Explain that score.
It's beyond perfect.
10-1.
Dominic's in the house.
You just don't put the effort in to shove it in there so it stays.
Yeah.
You just don't.
What else is new?
I did,
Oh my God.
did it to myself.
Oh, G-Man.
Franny's here.
Hi.
It is time for a trifecta.
Oh, okay.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
Yeah, the last 2 years we've had the Panthers on Real Radio, and I'm just saying, they've had great success. So is it the Panthers or us? It's us, baby. That's what it's all about. Panthers won again last night, 6-3. They sent the Tampa Bay Lightning home so they could play golf, and they're back in Florida. They're practicing, waiting for the next round. Hopefully the Panthers can keep winning and get back to the Stanley Cup for the third year in a row. That would be a record for the organization. Go Panthers. Remember, you can always hear them on Real Radio 921 and 1017. LeBron and Luka are now home. Is that bad for the NBA ratings? Yes, it is. The ratings for the NBA playoffs were up tremendously this year. In the beginning of the season, they weren't. But as the season went on and in the playoffs so far, ratings are up for the NBA, and they're very happy about it. Now, an NBA playoff game is not, right away when you hear ratings, people think NFL, 18, 26 million. It's not there. It's like 4 million, 5 million people. So, for the NBA to get that is very good. We'll see what happens now that LeBron's out and Luka, because the Lakers are like the Cowboys. Even if they're not winning or not playing great, and the Lakers are not one of the teams that were favored in the West, everybody loves to watch them. Last night, and again, another example, I must have had 15, 20 people text me, Laker game, 10 o'clock, you watching it, where you're at. You don't hear that for any other. You hear it for the Heaters when they play, obviously, because we're local, but that's the only team I hear it for. You don't get that same buzz for the Minnesota Timberwolves or Oklahoma City. Little Celtics, but the Lakers always. So with the Lakers out of the playoffs, I wonder if it's going to affect the NBA ratings. I think it is. In baseball last night, the Marlins took it on the chin. They got swept by the Dodgers. So now they're going to have to figure it out. I think they play the Dodgers now home. I think I saw that this morning. I could be mistaken. I think the Dodgers are here this weekend, but I could be mistaken. Or maybe it's game 4 of this series with the Marlins at the Dodgers. I know you're checking right now, Dom, for us. Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. Peace. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. Do you miss Sunfest? Let us know. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. So Franny comes up with these things.
So quickly, before we do that, we did have a misspeak request from Kara. Yeah, if you can do 52, that would be great. And then I have another one in the text line, too.
This is your Greek Misspeak Review.
Yes, if you got to put the whole thing and go into debt, that's a lot. Because then whatever you're spending is more than what you're spending.
Where's the money?
Perry played last year, but he was a little inconsistent.
That doesn't make sense.
And I guess she's got some details, and somebody said we'll give you $3 to $4 million, so she's going to be talking. I think that boat will fly off the shelves.
Yeah,
do Facebook Live.
Yeah.
Leaning down a pizza, go by.
The what?
Pizza.
I would say ugly. I would say not up to my traffic standards.
Excuse me? The what?
I don't know if I've ever heard this language.
Gee, what are you going to lead off with?
I'll tell you whose birthday is today, and he's tumbling some dice. If reports come out that he doesn't look good or that he's not healing as fast, it could hurt him potentially.
Your English is getting very good. You've been really practicing, haven't you?
All right, thank you for that. And then we have, hey, good morning, PH. This is Toot. Can I hear Misspeak 22? I don't know what it is, but 22 Toot sounds pretty cool to me.
Wow.
Thank you.
Nice, Toot.
So 22 Toot.
This is your Greek Misspeak Review.
God bless.
God bless you.
Denise Barbaboom.
Excuse?
Denise Barbada.
Ah, okay.
Feliz Navidad.
That's it.
Feliz Navidad.
And then Boston made that error, too. Pubes play. Pube.
Pube. Yeah. There's... I was born with pubes.
Because I think people more complain about when it's negative than when it's positive. And I think that's great.
I don't know what any of that means, but I can't wait to find out.
Before you know, we'll be back at work in the grind in a steel mill.
Oh, righty.
And when you're giving money out of your hard-earned pocket to try to help somebody,
I need somebody help.
there's a lot of people who are less fortunate. You should thank your prayers. God bless.
Thank your prayers.
Something's happened to my brain. It's all dried up.
Thank your prayers, baby.
Thank your prayers.
There's always a lot of people worse than you are, so next time you think about complaining, maybe put a break on it. Say I shouldn't complain. Franny has these once in a while. We come up with them on the show. Am I the blank hole situation?
Yep. Am I the you can say a-hole. It's fine. So there's a situation here, and I want to know what you guys think. This is a Reddit, a subreddit thread that a lot of people go, and they want to ask people because they want, hopefully, an unbiased opinion of a situation that's going on because they may feel like maybe I am, or maybe some people are calling me the a-hole, but I don't feel like I am. So I ask you, is this person the a-hole? So We have it here. There is, where is my story? Okay, so the Redditor said that a friend of hers, her name is Megan. What?
Go ahead. Her friend's name is Megan, right? So far?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so we know this story. Megan, not Megan.
Oh.
We know this story. But this is somebody who actually went to the party. Remember that party where it was a restaurant and it was a husband and wife's restaurant?
Oh, yeah,
and they
yeah,
charged.
yeah. Yeah,
So
they
we know this story, but now somebody's going in to ask and I'll tell you the situation. So if you guys have not heard this, to rehash, to tell you what happened, if this is your first time listening, it was last week or a couple weeks ago, I mentioned this, where a lot of people were blindsided because they said it was a seemingly self-serving and misleading birthday party. So this person goes on to Reddit after the fact, and we're curious. They even talked to a consultant psychiatrist, Dr. Pamela Walters, to ask about this. Like, do you think this was fair to ask your guests financially to pay for this? Mm-hmm. So they even got professional opinion. So they were saying, my girlfriend, who owns a restaurant with her partner Dave, chose to hold a birthday party in the couple's very popular venue, their restaurant. They invited about 40 people to their restaurant. They closed the restaurant for the night just for the event. It was a private party with only their intended guests. So at the beginning of the night, they said, Dave raised a toast to Megan and had a speech. And he was like, you guys order whatever you want. So she and multiple other guests were pretty surprised to receive the bill. But this is what I'm looking at. So according to her, so we're getting more details from somebody who's actually there. The one was just something I saw on one of our prep sites. They got the bill the following day from the business owners.
Wow.
So the following day, too, it wasn't even right then and there, many of which ran into the hundreds. So everyone kind of assumed it was being hosted, or at the very least, subsidized, right? So she said she thinks the couple profited to the tune of about $4,000, which left her feeling like it was a cash grab. So she said the poster and other guests have been keeping their distance from Megan since then. They say guests should never be left guessing about financial obligations, though this is pretty extreme. This doctor says, this is according to the doctor, Dr. Walters tells us that no matter what, etiquette around such events require hosts to openly communicate the expectations regarding expenses to their guest beforehand.
We said this.
She said guests should never be left guessing about financial obligations, and this ambiguity, why is that so hard for me to say? I'm going to skip it. Can lead to embarrassment, ambiguously. Do you remember that duo? Never mind.
Yeah.
Can lead to embarrassment or even resentment, and it'll taint the very joy of the occasion. So, if you're picking a place where people are likely to spend a lot, she continues, I think you should be either clearly notifying guests or expecting cost of offering subsidized part or all the expense yourself. So, this is her opinion on here. But this woman now comes in, the one who went there. So she asks, am I the a-hole? Because she said her two friends have been hitting her up and they did pay the bill, but she said that she has absolutely ghosted them. And I know, G-Man, you are not into ghosting. You think it's really rude, but she said, it left such a bad taste, the whole situation, that I don't even want to talk to anymore. So she says, I ghosted my friends after they asked us, to cover our bill, which she believed was unfair. So she wants to know, is she handling this the right way?
I mean, again, you just said it. I'm not a big fan of go. I would tell them straight out. You know what? That's not what I was told when I walked in, and to get the bill the next day. And the other thing is, this is just questions like, how did they get payment? Because next day you get a bill, you're out of the restaurant. You know what I'm saying? Like you could just like, I'm not paying. Screw you. I'm not coming back. I'm done. That's on you. Because the first time we didn't know that, they got the bill the next day. Now, some people.
This is according to this Redditor.
Yeah, but
I was at the party.
I mean, I just believe if you're mad about something, you should be able to tell the person, and that's it. And just say, look, I still think, and I've said this to you, I don't think as many people probably would have showed up if they know they had to pay.
Oh, yeah. Not even close to the amount of 40 would have showed up.
I mean, that's just life. When people know it's on the arm, they're like, all right, I'm in. But they should have told him, I think.
No, of course, and we did talk about that, but is a situation like this, is that one of those times where, hey, maybe it's kind of okay to ghost somebody?
Well, you're ghosting them, and you don't want to talk to them ever anymore, and the relationship's done. That's it. But if you really feel you're right, I don't think there's anything wrong with expressing it. Doesn't mean you're going to pay. because she's not paying.
Because there have been times, especially with one of my very, very, very best friends, because we've been best friends for a long time, where she does piss me off, and we're almost to the point as being sisters, where so I won't answer her text sometimes, and I won't call her sometimes, but it's me I just need a break. Eventually, I will. I just need a break. She well, I don't know. I mean, I guess not, because she does get upset, but it's just I don't want to call it ghosting, but I guess in a way it is. But sometimes I just need a break from her and eventually I always come back. Eventually I'll always text back and be like, hey, this and that, and and then we'll discuss things. But sometimes you just need to distance yourself.
Well, it must be a good relationship, though, with a lot of, strength behind it, because like you said, this happened many times and you've done it. So, but I mean, again, you're asking me, I would tell him. I would just be like, hey, I just feel like I got totally duped. I'm sorry. And I know you don't agree with that, obviously, because you did this. So you're not going to think you did anything wrong. I don't think they went in being like, we're going to screw everybody. You know what I mean? But I think you just tell everybody. And you don't say, order whatever you want. That's another thing.
And that's why it almost feels like they got duped.
Yeah. Yep, that's why it feels like it was a cash grab.
Yeah, and that's another thing. You don't tell people. I just think that, they maybe could have had a price fix menu. That's something they could have done. Like, hey, we're at this gathering. We're going to put together a price fix menu, and it's very reasonable for everybody. We hope there's something on here that you like, and we appreciate you coming. Not when you get there, when you tell them. Like I said,
not in the toast being, oh, yeah, go ahead and order what you want.
When you get invited, I think that's when you should. And that's what they said, as long as you're open and honest. Just quickly, I do want to, because I got a couple text messages asking for the 12 o'clock keyword, which I do believe is win. If you want to confirm that, Dom, I think. It is. Okay. So the keyword for the 12 o'clock hour is win. You got a few minutes to enter that to realradio921.com.
I know somebody this happened to with a box at a Panther game recently. Somebody called up and said, you want to go to the Panther game? I got tickets in a box. So they went. Him and his brother went down to this box. And when they got there, the guy said to him, this is how much the tickets are. We break it up individually by as many seats as we have in a box. And this is what I'm paying. And he showed him his invoice. But the kid was like, I would have never went. He said to me, you want to come to the Panther game? I got tickets in a box. He goes, I didn't think we were paying. He goes, and when we got there, he gave it to me in the first period. He goes, and it was brutal. Because we paid. He goes, but I would have never went to the game. It's similar to that. You should say, hey, I got tickets in a box. They're $300 a person based on what we broke up, for the amount of seats. And I know this kid, he wouldn't have went. He goes, I gave my credit card. I had no choice. He goes, but I was never going. And he said, I'm never talking to him again.
Is he going to ghost him? Or is he going to tell me he's not going to talk to him again?
No, he told him when he left the game, he's like, that's not what you told me. So again, communication is everything.
It is.
I mean, I think you should be open and honest.
It's key in all relationships.
Yeah, and if you're not going to tell them, if you're not going to tell the person, romantic ones are a little different because you always got that, you love the person, so maybe you give them a little bit of a slide.
No, but I'm saying, my quote was communication is key in all relationships, not just romantic.
Because a friend, you're easily sometimes say, screw. What do I really get from you? You don't bring anything to the table. You suck.
Well, that's unfortunate because all my friends bring stuff to the table.
That's great.
Yeah,
I don't
wrong friends.
Like shots.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What'd you say?
Like shots. He's not wrong.
Yeah, I have a lot of acquaintances. I would say I have a couple friends.
Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't be hanging out with people or consider them friends if they don't bring anything to the table.
Well,
they don't value your life.
No, listen,
they gamble.
Add value.
Yeah, that's it. We got something in common. We talk about stupid stuff. 877-927-6969. I don't look at it like that. Again, a lot of acquaintances, couple friends. Bottom of ninth, you get a flat tire. Can you help me? Call AAA or put a parlay in for me because I can't get to my phone. Yeah, I think those people were 1,000% wrong. There's no way you could have a party and say to them, hey, you know what? This is the bill.
I mean, you're going to go into that like if they say, order what you want, you're going to order probably, something not your usual dinner that you want, something a little nicer.
You might.
You're going to get a couple, maybe an extra drink or two. So your bill is going to be double what you're normally going to spend, probably.
Because you're not thinking you're paying.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, because you're taking advantage of that. You should order the same. That's Dominic for the playback, taking advantage of people. There it is. Yeah, I just think it's one of those situations. It's pretty simple. And if it is an issue with them, you shouldn't be around them. It really shouldn't be. I mean, it's just no way that you could do that to anybody and say to them, like, hey, this is what it is. You just don't do that. Like the kid with the box at the Panthers. He goes, I went to maybe a couple of Panther games. I had seats. And they were upstairs. So I can't do this. I would have never did it. But this guy had the box and he bought it and he was trying to sell them because he wanted to fill it because he had empty seats, whatever it was. But yeah, you got to tell the person. You do. Your chance right now. Did we miss Rockville tickets?
Yeah, we were talking. We could go right now.
All right. You want to do that now, Franny? Is that okay?
Sure.
All right. If you want to go to Rockville, because we were talking about people screwing people, you can give us a call. 877-927-6969. It's Rockville and your chance. Who's most likely to? We'll give an example. Like Franny would say, like, who's most likely to get, like, a free meal and take advantage of it and order more stuff? Dominic. That would be the person because he just said it. Who's most likely to pass the lie detector test? Dominic. That's the examples. Call us right now. 877-927-6969.
Welcome to Rockville is what it is. Daytona International Speedway, May 15th through the 18th. It says 4 days. You're getting passes to all 4 days. Green Day, Lincoln Park, Korn, Incubus, Marilyn Manson, just to name a few. They're all going to be there rocking out Daytona International Speedway. That's only a couple weeks away, y'all.
That's next week? So
Wait,
make sure.
It's a week after.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Couple weeks. Dominic's got everybody. Man, these phones are blowing up. 4 days you get tickets for. My God. That's like an ice cream cake with a cherry on top. Only for you guys because we love you. Tomorrow we're doing this again. The only difference is you're also going to get a $125 gift card to New York Prime. That'll be the addition. Today we did it for Burt Max's. Tomorrow, New York Prime. Old wise man. Who do you have on the phone?
Oh, we have Travis on the phone. Old wise man.
Hello, Travis.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Good, Travis. How are you?
Excellent.
Are you a fan of Dominic's on the show?
Oh, I think he's great.
Oh, that's very
good. See, that's very nice. You got a fit.
Good fit.
Now, you guys related? Because management doesn't feel that way.
Nah. He's my buddy, though.
Oh, that's nice. We're just talking about having friends, and here, you got one in Travis. That's
there
nice.
There we go.
Franny, you ready to jump in?
Yeah, let's do this, Travis. We're going to do who's most likely to. I ask a who's most likely to fill in the blank. We're going to do somewhat Kentucky Derby-themed scenarios this time around. And then just give me a moment because we have to place our votes silently here in the Penthouse and just try to get in the mind of the Penthouse because some of these are so ridiculous. So just think hypothetically who we're going to vote for, and then I will cue you up for your answer, okay?
You got it.
All right, let's do this. All right. Out of Greek, Franny, or Dom, who's most likely to start a fight over losing $5 in a bet? Now give us a moment. All right. Travis, we have our answer. Who do you think's most likely to start a fight over losing just $5 in a bet?
Ooh, that's a hard one. I'm going to say Dom.
No. Franny.
I hate losing money.
Oh, she's so pissed. I've been with her.
Greek pointed at me so fast.
Yeah, because I've been with her, and I'm always like, don't worry about it.
I would never start a fight, but out of the three of us, yes,
Yeah.
hypothetically. Yeah,
I
sorry,
wasn't
Travis.
even, when you said it, like, I wasn't taking, like, the fight thing. You'd be the most upset.
Yeah.
And she values money, I think, the most. Who's next?
Next up we have is Brad.
Hello, Brad. How are you?
Good, Greek. How are you?
I'm doing good. I know a guy who is very influential in the world. His name is Brad, too. I bet you're as wise as him. It sounds like it because you listen to Real Radio.
Well, that's me. That's who you're speaking about.
Oh, okay. I thought so.
It is. It's definitely Brad.
Okay.
All right, Brad, do you know how
Thanks,
this
Brad.
works?
Yeah, of course.
All right, perfect. I'll ask you the question hypothetically, right? Then just give me a moment for us to place our votes here in the Penthouse, and I'll cue you up for your answer. So your question is, who is most likely to DM the jockey like they actually have a shot? Hold on 1 second as we place our votes. Who's most likely to DM, direct message the jockey like they have a shot?
I'm going to say the Greek.
And you would be correct.
Bing,
I didn't
bing,
cue you
bing.
for your answer, but we voted, so you're lucky. Greek is like, why me? Me and Dom pointed out.
I'm not DMing anybody.
This is hypothetical. Out of the
Oh.
three of us, you would be the most likely to DM the jockey like you have a shot.
Like a shot, what, to date him?
Yes.
Why am I going to want to date a guy?
Oh my gosh, it's hypothetical. Out of the three of us, you'd be the one to do it. And Brad, it doesn't matter if he doesn't like the answer, Brad. You got it right, and that's all that matters.
Brad, you won, but it's shenanigans. I'm calling shenanigans on this. I'm not going to DM.
He obviously agrees too. So.
Yeah. I'm not.
Come on, Greek, be on my side, man.
Hey, you won, bro. It doesn't
You did,
matter
because it's majority rules,
Yeah.
so it doesn't matter if he likes that we picked him or not, Brad. That's it is what it is.
Brad, you win. God bless. But I think it's shenanigans.
Thank you.
I'm not going to DM anybody. I'm not going to DM a
All right, so out
short jockey.
of the three of us, who would?
Who would possibly? I think Dom would.
No, you would DM him just to get the inside. Oh, you think you're going to do good today?
Because I think horse racing's fixed, so I wouldn't do that. I just wouldn't, but it's okay. You guys can have your own vote.
Wow, he got really upset over something that's not real.
It's all right. It's fine.
All right, hang tight, Brad. Dom will get you your information. So you
Somebody
gotta welcome
teach
to
me how to
Rockville.
DM somebody so I can maybe help.
Like
my
you've
love.
never direct messaged anybody on Instagram.
On my phone.
I do not believe. If I look at your Instagram right now.
You can. I'll give you my phone.
Okay, I'll go
I don't
look.
know
I'll look
how.
at your messages, and you've sent nobody a message.
No, I don't know how. I really don't. There was a girl that I really liked.
Yeah.
I remember I told you a story, and she's like, "Thanks for calling me." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" She goes, "I gave you your number. I DM'd you." I go, "I don't know how to do that." And my buddy was like, "I told you." And I really.
If I look at your Instagram right now, there's messages.
I'm going to show you.
Okay.
877.
After he clears them all.
I never know how to clear them. God. Would I ever DM a jockey? I don't know. Maybe a hot disc jockey, but not a small jockey. Like, hey, buddy, what are you doing later? Want to get some tortilla chips? It is the Penthouse. It is Francis. It is Dominic, where they beat me up every day. It's amazing I even get out of bed in the
Oh my
morning.
God! Hey, just so you know, Brad picked you too. So.
Well, that's Brad. I really respect that name.
Okay.
That's a little inside Boca news. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Got something to say? Text us at 47142. Start your message with Real Radio. Standard data and message rates apply, and don't text while driving. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the regular season and are in the hunt for a repeat. NHL playoffs are underway, and round one is through the rival Tampa Bay Lightning. It's the Battle of Florida, and Real Radio is your official home for Florida Panthers hockey. Catch every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Not near a radio? You can stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Emergency vehicles are slowing us down I-95 north. This is your ramp to Okeechobee Boulevard. Left lanes of that off-ramp are blocked. Expect delays. Turnpike looks good. Travel times up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 20% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? The care team at Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, can help you use your Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or Florida Blue to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you're ready to change your life, search Eric's Dental Group right now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Men, here's the truth. In the bedroom, good enough isn't really good enough, is it? This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if your erectile dysfunction is making intimacy less enjoyable for you and your partner, give us a call today. Because whether your ED only happens sometimes or all the time, it's time to stop good enough and time to start really good. At the Atlantic Men's Clinic, we're experts in treating ED. Whether it's only mild or moderate, or even if it's severe, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we have a variety of treatments and can even combine protocols, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in a long time. You could even last up to an hour or more and make sex great again for you and your partner. So make an appointment and be done with good enough. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300 or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 6 offices across South Florida to serve you. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are sunny as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Temperatures in the 80s out there for us. This is average for this time of year. Overall, still comfortable. Winds out of the east around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Staying clear this evening with overnight lows down in the 70s. Back in the 80s again tomorrow. We'll see a few showers returning for us early on Friday morning.
This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcasts.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword HAPPY at realradio921.com. That's HAPPY. Enter it now at realradio921.com and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
Ooh, big weekend, baby. That's right. Put on your chin strap because you got the Kentucky Derby, you got the Formula One in Miami, and we got Francis's birthday. I don't think it could be any bigger than that. Big celebration tomorrow on the Penthouse for Francis's birthday. We're having a cake flown in from Australia, strawberries from
Please
Japan. You don't want a cake?
No, I'm good.
Oh,
Good.
well, I really
Okay.
got you.
I know.
It's
you
in
know,
the freezer
you know every
already.
time we talk about your birthday and you hate it?
Yeah. So you don't like it?
I mean, it's okay. It just doesn't be brought up all the time.
All right, good. Well, mention it again. Tell me.
Coming up tomorrow.
Just too much.
Why do you send me texts every day like how many days
you are
before
so
your
full
birthday?
of you know what. Full of it.
Dominic's in the house. By the way, our big boss just said he thinks you're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you.
And he said to work on your resume. Franny's here.
Hi.
I will.
I know you are. Over the weekend, he called me like 3 times. Can I put you down as a reference? I'm like,
Oh, yeah, you.
Why? What does that mean, you? What do you think's got more juice than me? My God.
To other people in the world? Yeah.
You really don't think so? I got more juice than FP&L. I get you in the Vatican Easter Sunday. I'm highly offended by that.
What, with a $100 bill?
Of course. What do you think you get anywhere?
Someone else could give me 100. Could have that.
You couldn't get anybody to give you $20, bitch. All right. A big shout out to a good buddy of mine's son. What's his name again? What did I say?
I am not going to tell you, and I know, and you only told me once.
So bail me out.
No. Bail you out all the time.
All the time.
Really, with things you don't know?
Oh, my God.
You legit came in here, said his name like 3 times. You're like, I'm going to give it, and I'm not paying attention to you, but I still hear it. And then you're like, I got to give so-and-so a shout out.
Elon, congratulations. You just
Elon Musk?
just graduated FAU. Great job. And he also works at New York Prime, so there's a connection to the Greek organization. Stop there on the weekends. He's a great waiter.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, FAU. I hope you have a bright future and that everything works out and you fall in love with somebody who makes you feel special. How's that?
Oh.
And get all your American dream. But Elon, here's a real message. Don't ever love anybody more than you love yourself. Yeah.
47142. Anytime anybody offers me something, I always ask how much it's going to cost. If they say it's free, I ask again, how much? Nothing is free. People are very kind and can be nice and they can be giving, right? But ask G how much he spent on a specific thing like 15 years ago, and he will give you exactly how much. Like when he gave Franny money to go get her nails done. How much was that? G has the real scoreboard.
I don't remember. I think it was $100. I don't know. It's part of the show. I don't really care what I give Franny. I give Franny whatever she wanted.
Yeah, but they're just saying in general, you could probably specifically, like if you gave somebody something 15 years ago, you probably know the exact number.
Yeah,
Because they say that you have a scoreboard.
Yeah, sure. Everybody does. They just don't want to admit it because they're a little like insecure and don't want to admit it. Everybody's got a scoreboard. You know what you do for people. But if you want to say you don't and you want to lie, go ahead. Let's get some Florida stories. So I got a little abruptly today.
Florida.
Did you say
Florida? I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
All right. Well, I mentioned this earlier, just a really scary situation that, thank goodness, got thwarted. There was a Florida man who had ties with this 15-year-old girl, and she herself had it was Abundant Life Christian School, I believe, and she killed 2 and injured 6.
Oh.
But they were exchanging messages via TikTok, and they said for months. His name is Damian Blade Allen. I want to say Palm Beach County, yeah. Palm Beach County. So there was a joint investigation going on. The FBI told our Palm Beach Sheriff's Office, like, yo, you got to pay attention to this dude. They said that, he was allegedly conspired with other individuals online to commit mass violence. Thank goodness they did look into it. He was also, not just that, they saw that he had a uniform, police officer uniform, all kinds of stuff. So, and when investigating this, they found a bunch of things. They said a search warrant was executed at his home on Monday. Police uniform, equipment, firearms, ammunition, magazines, grenades, flashbangs, and all related receipts to those. Some of the things recovered were 18 real firearms, a taser, an electronic taser device, and over 12,000 rounds of ammunition. So they definitely stopped something from happening. Thank God to the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office. Thank God for the FBI for looking into this Damian Blade Allen dude. Because, they're saying that this guy did have massive plans for mass shootings.
Great job.
Yeah. Then next up in your What the Florida, we have another dude impersonating TSA. So they said a man in Hillsborough County accused of impersonating a federal agent. Well, excuse me. says TSA agent, but anyways, impersonating federal agent and using unauthorized emergency lights. So body-worn camera video shows him as he's being arrested. His name is Glenn Ross, 67, as he's being placed in the back of the patrol vehicle during a traffic stop. This is like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So he's accused of driving a vehicle with unauthorized emergency lights and spotlight, as well as falsely identifying himself as a federal agent. But then he's displaying a fraudulent TSA badge, despite not having a federal employment history whatsoever when looking it up. Ross now faces charges of unlawful use of a blue light, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and impersonating a public officer. Then in your Florida, man, I don't even know. One's enough. How does this guy do 3? So there is a man who's now facing charges for marrying 3 Florida women in 3 different counties at the same time.
Same day?
Now those women are speaking out, saying the system that handles marriage license kept them in the dark. There's no safeguards, and I feel like that's part of where the system failed. Yeah, you think? So he took each one of us to a county over to get married. If the counties did talk, it would have saved me a lot of heartache, said one of them, and a lot of money and a lot of stress, according to Tanya Betsy. They all have the same last name because he took his last name. There's Michelle Betsy, Tanya Betsy. So these news are they're like, how the heck did this happen at a time when online records can be viewed with just a few clicks of a mouse? So wedding usually obviously signifies a lifetime commitment. We know that, 2 people. But these 3 Florida women learned they were on the same journey with Henry Betsy Jr.
Now it's 4 people.
At the same time. What?
Now it's 4 people. Usually 2 people. Now it's 3. He's married to the 3 girls.
Yeah, Michelle married Henry in Hernando County, November 23rd, 2022. She met him on Match.com. That's cute, and they fell in love. She said they quickly grew close and got married at the county courthouse over a quick courtship. It was very short. It was very soon. It was within about a 3-week span.
Oh, that's not crazy.
By the
3
way,
weeks?
he was still married to Brandy Betsy at the time.
Oh,
who he
I bet
married.
Brandy was pissed.
He married February of 2022. This one was November. He married the Brandy girl February 2022 in Manatee County Courthouse. On the same day, the 2 applied for a marriage license. They said, I met him on a dating app. First time I ever got on a dating app, she said. The dating app was called Stir. Never heard of it, which is aimed at matching single parents. He said all the right things. Of course he did. When Brandy married Henry, he was still married to Tanya Betsy. They applied for a marriage license in Gadsden County, Florida on November 20th of 2020. So she's been around the longest. And the couple married at the Duval County Courthouse in Jacksonville, November 24th of 2020. So Tanya met Henry on Tinder, meeting on a dating site, and the way he portrayed himself, he sold the perfect person when in reality he is none of these things, according to Tanya. He was arrested for felony bigamy at his home in Seminole County after Tanya figured out, I'm not the only wife. Something's going on.
Which girl bailed him out?
So she said, I started county by county, putting in his name. She just thought something was suspicious with him. And that's when I came up with the marriage to Michelle and the marriage to Brandy, Tanya said. She found me and she messaged me. I had no idea that she was actually still married to him. So Michelle was talking about it. She said she contacted authorities where her marriage occurred and detectives began investigating. And she was like, I'm just looking at this. It's so bizarre. We never get this charge, the judge said, with his first appearance. The wives say marrying him was easy. You go to the records division, you apply for a marriage license, they take your information, they take a copy of your photo ID. We got married right there at the courthouse. No questions asked. There was nothing that was flagged to the system for already having 2 prior marriage licenses. Isn't that crazy? He said we did the paperwork and got married all within 15 minutes.
Well, a little accountability on their part, too. I mean, you got to look into people. 3 weeks, you get married. That
was a one instance. I don't know about the first, how long that was, or the second. The one was very quick.
I hope he doesn't end up all alone after all this, because they sound like they're going to be very upset. Did he wear the same suit all 3 times? This guy must have some game, though. I mean, there's people who can't get a date on a Saturday. This guy's marrying 3 people after 3 weeks.
Yeah, but even that, so Pinellas County, one of the counties, it's not one of the counties where he got married, but they were talking to somebody there. So about 2,000 people get married at their 3 county courthouses each year. 2,000. He said that's about 6,000 marriage licenses issued annually. There is a 72-hour waiting period for Florida residents, but that can be waived by a judge. There's no required waiting period for people who come to Florida to get married from other states. Know that too. This is specifically talking to somebody from Pinellas. Pinellas County clerk said Florida makes it so easy to get married because the state is a big wedding destination. with weddings often held along, the beaches, Disney World,
the
whatever.
weather.
So they say it's pretty easy breezy.
Tom, get all this down. Remember that.
Why do you want to marry multiple people? And they said the honor system? No, it should. There should be safeguards out there. But I found that quite crazy that it's that easy in Florida.
And how does he have the time to juggle? Like 3 people. Like if you're dating somebody 3 weeks.
Oh, well, hold on. Get this. The women, because of course now they're all together going, screw Henry. They said that they found his profile on more dating websites still, looking for beautiful women who understand the ups and downs of life and is trustworthy with no games. It says in his profile on Bumble.
He's got game, all right. He's got enough game to screw all 3 of them.
Like, is he trying to get married again?
Number 4.
Oh
Number
my God.
4. And what about a little accountability in our society today? Nobody wants to look up, check out someone. You're going to marry them 3 weeks?
I've got 3 weeks to one person, but I get that. I know people who got married very soon. I do. But besides the 3-week one, if you're in love and you don't question anything else, I'm not looking up to see if you're married to somebody. That's not your first thought.
I think
if they ask you to marry them.
I don't know. I think if you meet somebody that you don't know anything about and you meet them on a dating website, I'm sure a lot of people.
Yes, but you're talking about the one. The other 2, we don't know how long. They could have been together for a year. Who knows? But he still got married to 2 other people before the one that was only 3 weeks long.
And I'm saying, how did he time to juggle all these chicks? I mean, you know what? If he's dating the other one 3 weeks, does the other one say, where the hell are you? It's not like you're dating. You're married. You're supposed to come home at night, bitch. What's going on? What, are you married to somebody else? Well, frankly, I am. I'm married to 2 other people. All right, here's a news flash. If you date anybody named Henry, check him out. Because it could be the name. This guy was maneuvering 3 times. It is crazy when you hear stories like that. Yes, Tom.
So, G-Man, Adidas just released a nickname that they're going to give to Anthony Edwards. What do you think this nickname would be called?
Is it sarcastic or true?
Nope. After last night.
After last night. Well, he has a nickname already. Don't they call him the Ant-Man?
Mm-hmm.
That's his one nickname that I know he likes. And this is a new one that they did last night. Is it...
that he earned, let's say, last night.
Is this something about LeBron?
It is.
I can figure that because he sent LeBron home. I don't know. Open the present for me. What is it?
The Kingslayer.
Ooh. Because he only beat him once.
I know, but he sent him home. First round.
I don't know about that. Edwards, I think, is a talent. I don't think he'll ever be the face of the NBA because of his off-the-field court things he does with women. I think that's not an image the NBA wants. He said he's got, 4 kids?
Mm-hmm.
And he's not married to anybody. And he had one he just paid. Is that including the kid he just had that he paid the alimony for the whole
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, I just think that's an image that the NBA doesn't want. He's a great player. He's fantastic. He's great to watch. He's fun. But I just think people are talking about him being the face of the NBA, Anthony Edwards, and I think he's great, but I just don't. That element, I think, will bother them overall, especially when they're going global with the NBA. Who do you have, Dom?
We have Anthony Edwards on the phone.
Oh, Anthony Edwards, what's up? Anthony, what's happening?
Greeky.
Love it.
What's up?
Did you like that no sweat? That no sweater yesterday?
Which one would you give me? I don't even listen anymore. Which one?
When I give you winners, it's so funny. When I give you winners, you just rile on me like, oh, you suck.
You said Minnesota, right?
No, I said Dodgers team total over 5.5.
That was 2 days ago. Was that yesterday?
Yeah, it was yesterday.
All right. Well, you won. Congratulations, and I hope you had money on it.
Yeah, and I did. And, the only reason that it won is not because the Dodgers had $1 billion payroll, and it's not because the Marlins' pitching staff sucks. It's because I didn't have a parlay with the T-Wolves money line yesterday. That's the only reason it hit.
Yeah, but they scored 15 runs. But good call. I mean, you give us picks every day. Sometimes I remember them. I guess sometimes, it doesn't come into my brain if I have the same pick. So then I but I said the same thing. But hats off. You won. I'm glad.
Yeah. The T-Wolves last night, did you know that 98% of the money was on the Lakers money line, and then 82% of the money was on the Lakers minus 6.5.
Not surprised.
So right when I saw that.
Yeah, not surprised.
Right when I saw that, I was like, you gotta go the other way on this one, and it paid out. But I didn't have a parlay, so that's the only reason why I won.
You won, but I'm not surprised that everybody was on the Lakers from the beginning. They kept blowing up the Lakers like they do with the Cowboys, and the Lakers are just not a good team. Luka's very good, but he doesn't play defense. And LeBron's great. You can't blame him for that series at all. He played his ass off every night. He played great.
Did you catch the whole game?
I caught up to like the third quarter, and then like around the fourth quarter, somebody read me some bedtime stories so I could fall asleep.
What is it? It was 2 minutes left and change, G. It was like, and in basketball, the last 2 minutes is a lifetime.
Yeah.
It was 95-91. Luka has the ball. It's a layup. He misses it. And what does he do? Exactly what me and you have been saying for the past 4 years. He misses it.
Bitches.
Bitches that it was a foul.
Oh, yeah. Edwards
takes the ball, runs down the field 100 miles an hour. It's 97-91. It's just so crazy how, he cries
all the time,
and then he cries, and then it turns into a three-possession game every time.
Yeah, Luka's been doing that for years, and he's a great scorer. But he plays. That's one thing he's got to work on is his defense. Give the Greek Zone a call today. We'll get into it a little bit more.
All right, love you.
All right, Anthony, thank you so much.
We have a text 47142. Our buddy Hugh, start the text off with Real Radio. Says, hey, Greek, you might want to hold off on that statement about not sending a DM to a jockey. Emma Jane Wilson, Chantel Sutherland, and Rosie Napravnik, I don't know if I say it, can absolutely get you across the finish line twice. And don't get me started about what they will do in the winner's circle with a riding crop. And down the stretch they come. I would DM a jockey any day, and that's from Hugh.
All right, I'm not familiar about these jockeys.
Hugh knows a lot about horses and obviously jockeys too.
Yeah, I don't know anything about jockeys, to be honest with you. When I bet horses, I bet just the odds. I don't know who's riding them, backwards, forwards.
Well, he's just saying, because you were just like, I would never. He's saying, unless you know, I guess there's some hot ones out there.
I would say he's referring to woman jockeys.
If you heard the names, yes. I said Emma Jane Wilson, Chantel Sutherland, and Rosie something.
All right, we'll look up these girls during the break, and we'll see if they're up to standards. 877-927-6969. Yes, Tom.
I have a talk back real quick.
I hope you listen to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yo, G-Man, you were just asking why they would use the lie detector test if they can't use it in court. My guess would be a detective wants to know if you're being deceptive or not. So if he thinks you're being deceptive and not answering the questions correctly, then he's probably going to continue to look into you until he finds the evidence that he needs to charge you with the crime. And if you're being questioned on a lie detector test, right, and you know you didn't do what they're asking you, you're still going to be nervous. So those numbers are going to be off as well. Peace.
Yeah, I think anybody would be a little bit nervous, especially if you're in a situation where you couldn't be looking at jail. You're going to be nervous. You get pulled over, you get nervous. You don't have anything in your car, and a cop pulls you over. A lot of times people get nervous. It's just things that happen. You always get worried, like, oh, my God, did I do something wrong? But, lie detector test, as Dominic said, and a lot of people say they think they could beat them. And when they're lying.
I just had someone call and say, you do DM jockeys, Josh Cohen.
Yeah, nothing?
Nothing. It was Evan.
Of course it was Evan. I knew it was Evan. Evan, you're in the doghouse today sending porno stuff to our website, nude to our Dom, trying to get him not focused. That's the first thing. And then you come back with that. Speaking of Josh, we'll be on the Greek Zone today.
Oh, perfect timing.
Is he really? That's great. Oh, goodness.
It is the Greek, Francis, and Dominic. I've said this many times, and I can put my tail on my donkey on this one. You will not get this show anywhere. No, you won't. One of our big bosses said that to me the other day. He goes, I listened the other day. That show's unique. I said, thank you, buddy. We got a lot of talent.
You're like, is that a compliment? Unique good, unique bad? I'm not sure. What do you mean by this?
What are we talking unique? How is that?
It's special.
Oh, that's nice. Those are some of the 11 things that... tonight I'll drive home and I'll look at all 11. I'll be like, man, she said that to me. She said that to me. She said that to me.
Greek, you haven't changed a bit.
Thanks. Why would I change something that's perfect? That's what I would say. If somebody said
but you always say you're a work in progress.
Yeah, whatever. When somebody says that to me, I take that as a compliment. Because if they're around me and they say that, I don't take it like they're dissing me. Like, You suck and you should change. And if you don't like me, fine.
Screw.
Wow, you're so confident.
Oh, I should be. You would be too if you had this face.
All of these things are truly compliments to him. So he's just like, this doesn't sound like hate. This sounds awesome.
What do I know? I mean, what are you talking about? We got another one? Good.
Oh, must be nice.
I've heard that my whole life. About my life. Oh, it must be nice. What do you want me to tell you? Jesus, my God. You got another one there? There's a bunch of them.
I'm so happy for you, really.
Oh, that's management. They're never really happy. It's a love-hate relationship. They love me, but they hate me, which is fine. It works. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. I hope you guys are having a good day, and if you're not, it's on you. That's right. Pull over. Get a salami sandwich. You'll feel a lot better. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
A man is in trouble for making sexual contact with his dog. Edward Dare, 35-year-old man.
Should have picked
truth.
The News Junkie. Weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Emergency vehicles are slowing us down I-95 north. This is your ramp to Okeechobee Boulevard. Left lanes of that off-ramp are blocked. Expect delays. Turnpike looks good. Travel times up to speed. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Think It Up. Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered, teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at thinkitup.org.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through May 31st, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restricted supply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
Hey, it's the Greek from Monroe Palm Beach, where all the beautiful ladies are 7 days a week. The girls are there, and they are beautiful. And if you like sports, and if you like UFC, check it out. What's better to watch a sport event with a beautiful lady? With a 5-star menu. Call up today and reserve a table. You'll be up front and personal with the beautiful ladies. And this Sunday, May 4th, May the 4th be with you. Inspired cocktails. You'll feel like you're in a galaxy the moment you walk in. Sunday, May 4th, a great party you want to be at. May the 4th be with you. Star Wars at Monroe's. Pace.
It's the Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. 2 bets facing off. Winning side splits $250K in bonus bets every single day. Time to pick a side. Team underdogs or team favorites. Team over or team under. There's one way to settle this. Hard Rock Bet Battle of the Bets. Pick a side for $1. Win your share of $250K or more today. Prize pool to be paid out in bonus bets. Not a cash offer. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Not everyone who handles your personal information is as careful as you are, which might explain why there's a victim of identity theft every 5 seconds in the United States. Fortunately, there's LifeLock. LifeLock will monitor hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity. And if your identity's stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com. LifeLock. For the threats you can't control, terms apply.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach.
That's your garage door. Almost broken, but technically not broken yet. And you know the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So you don't fix it, 'cause it ain't broke. And it gets worse. Until one day, 2 a.m., raining alligators, carload full of dry cleaning, you push the button, and out of nowhere, guess what's broke? Your garage door. At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. A garage door that's almost broken can actually do more damage than one that's fully broke. Jammed up parts put an extra strain on the motor, rollers out of whack stress the tracks and the belts. Fix it early, while it's still a simple repair, and before your car gets locked out or locked in. How do I know? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll come over and make it right. Because if it's almost broke, you fix it.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
What the Florida is brought to you by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Attorney CPA Joe Cordell.
Divorce changes your life and your children's lives. Whether that change is good or bad depends to a great extent upon the attorney you choose. So interview more than one attorney and ask about experience, specifically trial experience. And oh, by the way, be sure to include Cordell & Cordell in those interviews.
Offices in Miami-Dade County and Fort Lauderdale. Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's attorneys. Se habla español. Legal services available in English and Spanish. Lisa Card, Florida resident partner. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. CordellCordell.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about fun Mother's Day gifts, all for under $15? Get low prices every day on unique finds before they're gone. In-store only at Macy's Backstage today. Find a location near you at Macy'sBackstage.com. Off price, on trend, arriving daily.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are sunny as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Temperatures in the 80s out there for us. This is average for this time of year. Overall, still comfortable. Winds out of the east around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Staying clear this evening with overnight lows down in the 70s. Back in the 80s again tomorrow. We'll see a few showers returning for us early on Friday morning.
This report is sponsored by Compassion International.
Every day, a child in poverty waits for a sponsor is another day of hopelessness. There are thousands of kids who've been waiting over a year. End their wait. Sponsor a child with compassion today. Just text the word radio to 83393.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like the Beatles Now and Then, celebrating all things Beatles.
Together, you say goodbye, and I say hello.
Legendary clips, deep cuts, live performances, and all their solo hits.
And on the run.
Listen commercial-free. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Beatles Now and Then, and make it your next preset.
iHeartRadio.
MMJHealth.com. Get approved for your card today. Medical marijuana made easy.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on Real Radio 921 1017. Remember, we are home of the Panthers. Tomorrow, there's a lot to look forward to. First of all, waking up. You should look forward to that. Then it's Friday. And then also we're going to have some things for you guys to do. But 2 big giveaways. You got a chance to win Rockville tickets again last time and a New York Prime $125 gift card. So that's all coming at you tomorrow. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Of course, Francis is here.
What's going on?
And time for a trifecta.
And I just want to give a quick shout out real quick to Will. Thank you for the pizza and the little gifts for us.
Will, you're a tremendous individual, a great American. Thank you so much. Your kindness goes beyond words.
He is the best.
Really?
I mean, and of course he brings G-Man's favorite, a Joseph's Pizza, but he also pays attention too. I know you know that he listens because there's things we talked about on the show. You love yourself a peanut butter and jelly. I asked you if you ever had Uncrustables. I was like, it's the easy way. He said no. He brought a thing of Uncrustables.
So nice.
We were talking about our favorite movie theater candies. Goobers was one of them. He brings Goobers. I mean, I really appreciate it. Such a great guy, Will. And I know that he's going through a lot, and he's dealing with a lot, and he still takes his time out to do really kind stuff for the Penthouse. So thank you so, so much.
Thank you again, Will. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Very
Thank
nice. We'll do a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creep's Trifecta.
Hey, once in a while, you just got to win. And that's what we're hoping happens today as the Cubs are playing the Pirates, and they're losing 2-0 right in the top of the fourth. I have the Cubs big, so let's see what happens. But I expected the Cubs to win in the later innings because the Pirates have their ace on the mound. The Marlins lost yesterday to the Dodgers. They got smacked around. They lost 3 straight. Did we ever look into that? Are the Marlins playing the Dodgers?
No, they're playing Atlanta.
Oh, they're playing Atlanta? Okay. So they got the Braves next. Braves, again, off to not a great start, but still a team that I think will turn it around by the end of the year because they got some injuries. So the Marlins ended up losing 3 to the Dodgers. Our Panthers won yesterday. They got a big victory. So now they're waiting for the second round. We don't know who their opponent's going to be yet, but we'll see what happens as the Panthers wait the winner of the Senators and Toronto. I just got that from Jason, who is a huge Panther fan and Franny's co-host on the Gator in the morning. Lakers last night lost, so no more LeBron talk and no more Luka talk. Is that going to hurt the ratings? I think it is. I really do. The Pistons and Knicks tonight, and Clippers and Denver. 2 good games tonight for the NBA. And so far in the NBA playoffs, they have really done good with ratings. They're up serious. And on Saturday, you got the Kentucky Derby. 20 horses. If you know the winner, don't be cheap. Call us. Let us know who's going to win the race. We really do appreciate it. 877-927-6969. Or you can text us at Real Radio 47142.
So just one more heads up, y'all, before the Penthouse is over, that our friends over at Ideal Nutrition are doing something really fantastic for you guys. And what they're doing is they're giving away free meals for an entire month. So yes, if you want to eat totally free for an entire month, we're talking breakfast, lunch, dinner, this is what they're giving you. I have been eating Ideal Nutrition for a very long time. They do breakfast, they do lunch, they have dietary, like specific dietary needs. If you need gluten-free, paleo, keto, whatever it is, like breakfast, they have Oreo pancakes. They're so good. Wow. They have a crispy chicken Caesar wrap on there, a chicken cordon bleu, marinara meatballs, just to name a few. So if you're like, yes, I want this. And who doesn't like free? Plus, it's delicious. Made locally here in West Palm Beach. If you want to eat free for a month on Ideal Nutrition, all you have to do is register at realradio921.com/meals. That's realradio921.com/meals.
Thank you, Francis. Take advantage of that, guys. That's a great deal. Who do you have, Dom?
Oh, we have troublemaker Evan on the phone.
Evan, what's up, Evan?
Evan, are you trying to get Dom fired?
Yeah, Evan.
First of all, I have to say, Lord, I apologize for sending saggy boob pictures to Dom.
Well, I mean, you knew what you were sending when you sent it to him, so you really didn't have any regard for his career or his job. Surprised you, Evan. You're such a stable individual.
Well, before he gave me, I thought he gave me his, that was his personal email, and that's what I told him. I thought that was, because it didn't say, it says Dominic, whatever his last name is, and I thought that was his personal email.
Okay.
So that was my mistake for not following up.
But didn't it say Dominic at iHeartMedia?
No, it said his name.
And then what?
It said his full name, and he has another one that just says Dom 921, whatever, at 921. But this one said his full name, and so that's why I thought.
Yeah, but that one's at the end. It's at iHeartMedia.com.
Yeah, I mean, if it says iHeartMedia.com, Evan, you're a very smart man. I know your SATs. You got 1,320 because I read about it. That goes to the company. So now the kid's in jeopardy, and I might have to bail him out so he doesn't get fired. Suppose he gets fired tomorrow. I mean, who's going to produce the show? Will you feel bad?
No.
All good.
You would feel bad if he got fired. You would. I know you.
Hey, the kid can make money doing a lot. He's a talented boy, so I'm not worried about him.
Ooh.
He's talented, but he doesn't like to do a lot. So he likes cush jobs. That's one of the reasons why he's here. So I think his job is very important.
He's talented but lazy then.
No, I don't want to say the word lazy. He does what he has to do. Lazy is when you don't want to do anything. To me, he does enough. That's what it is. I mean, if he was lazy, he wouldn't be here. Or he'd be late. Or he'd be here on a Monday when he drank all weekend and put his head down. I mean, that's lazy.
I think he does a good job. So, anyway. Now, did you see the kid from Pittsburgh fall out of the stadium?
We talked about it earlier. It was sad.
The header?
Yeah,
you did talk about it?
I don't know. Did they say news yet recently? Is he okay or no?
I was just on the news just a little bit. He's still critical. It's going to be a while. They don't know.
And they said it was a 21 feet drop, which is very serious.
Yeah.
He's lucky he landed on the field and on between, like I said earlier, on the concrete in between after the fence, because then it would have been over. But, I mean, it happens rare, and it usually happens at baseball games for a foul ball. You see people, fall, get hurt, but this is very, very sad.
Years ago, when I lived in Houston, I used to go to the Summit, and that stadium was scary because it's like a bowl, and there's no angle to it, and you're just straight up, and you could just look. You're just balcony, and that's it. I'm just a railing. That's a straight fall down. So I always wanted to sit in the back because I'm afraid of heights, and I'd never. That was back when Elijah won and
Kenny Smith.
Clyde Drexler was on the Rockets.
Mm-hmm. And Kenny Smith too.
Yeah, Kenny Smith. Yeah, they were a good team. Now, did you see the? I don't remember what team it was. I think it was the Blue Jays, but I'm not sure. About this guy, he's center fielder. He's running for a ball, and he trips and falls down, and he catches it over his back.
Yeah, it was great. I saw it. It was an unbelievable catch. Oh. He fell, and then he put his glove up, and he ended up catching it. That was in Toronto.
Yeah.
And he made a great catch. Yeah. I did see that. That's pretty cool. That was one of the good highlights.
Did you see the expression on the pitcher's face when he turned around and saw it?
Yeah, he was ecstatic.
His eyes were like silver dollar. It was a funny. Yeah, everybody was like losing on that. That was good. So.
Yeah, because if you watch it when he falls, you figure the ball's dropping. It's going to be a double or a triple.
Yeah. Well, he just said he just put his glove out.
Yeah. Well, right place at right time.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll be listening to the Zone probably around 2:35.
All right, Evan. We love you. Thank you. Stay out of trouble.
All right, peace.
Don't send Dom any more pornographic stuff, please. Not allowed to do that. And if it does say iHeartMedia after any address, that means it's coming to the company.
Or if it says Real Radio, also.
Yeah, if it says Real Radio, any of the things like that. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. Franny had 11 phrases that women say to people they don't like or hate. We don't want to use the word hate. It's too strong. Maybe not a big fan of, which I like to use. Maybe you have some things you say to people and they don't even know. You're just saying a phrase and they're like, I didn't even know that meant for you to, like, brush off. Let us know if you have any. Is there any you say, Dom, off the top of your head where you're really telling somebody to pack rocks, but they really don't know? Good morning.
Not really.
No?
Not that I could think of.
I mean, I heard them all. I maybe about half, I didn't think it was a negative tone, to me personally. Because you figure if somebody doesn't... The quickest way you know somebody doesn't want you in their life or like you or whatever, they don't respond to you if you reach out to them.
Yeah. I mean, if that's it, if you reach out, but I think a lot of time, too, you can tell if you're face-to-face with that person by their mannerisms, by their face when they say certain things. The body language, yes, that they're giving you at the time of whatever they're saying.
Oh, Greek. Oh, God. If you get that kind of face, then you know. Yeah, but you could call us or you could text us and get involved with the show and let us know your opinion on that if you have anything out there. 877-927-6969, and you can text us at Real Radio 47142. Sanders' jersey is number 3. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I am not surprised. I think that'll end up before it ends up. I think it'll be number 1 with the Browns. I think he's going to be probably number 2. I didn't see the jersey yet, but I'm assuming that is what he's going to be. The Browns had another quarterback years ago, and he was a first-round pick, and he was number 2, and he was a disaster too. The Browns have had more quarterbacks than the Kardashians have had NBA players. I mean, they've had a ton, and that's a close race. Kardashian exes. Remember that kid had the jersey, that T-shirt that said Kendall starting 5, and he had all the 5
No,
guys.
I think it was actually one of the sisters who wore it.
It was
one of her sisters.
Oh, but I saw one kid in Fort Lauderdale.
Oh, okay. No, it was one of her sisters who wore it.
That's brutal. I don't know if I would be a big fan of that if my sister wore that. I'd be like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you doing that to me? But yeah, give us a call or you could text us. And don't forget, tomorrow we got 2 giveaways for you guys. And you always get a keyword every hour, 13 times with our show. Who do you got, Dom?
Could you name the Kendall 5?
The Kendall 5. Booker's one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's the one that she was with the longest. She was with Griffin.
Yep.
Right?
No, that was Kim.
No, that was
Blake Griffin.
Yeah, Blake Griffin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm thinking.
He was Kim. He was with the.
You're right.
Kurt, whatever, the one she got married to.
Yes.
Right, so Griffin.
For me, they kind of look similar.
They do, and they're white, which is rare. You got Blake Griffin. You got him. I'm trying to think, and it's mostly West Coast guys that she goes with because they're around the circle. You know what I mean, with the Lakers and stuff like that. It's 2. Give me a hint. Name the team.
Sixers. Well, was on the Sixers. Didn't play well.
Maxey?
Mm-mm.
Oh, Simmons?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, she dated him too. Wow.
Do you have a list there? How do you know?
Yeah, I have a list.
Okay, I was like, wow, you know your Kendall.
Oh, yeah, he's up on his Kardashian. Who are the other 2?
Jordan Clarkson. Kyle Kuzma.
She dated Kuzma too. He was on the Lakers.
Mm-hmm. That was the other 2.
Yeah, because I read an article one time about how they met. She was sitting courtside, and she was like, glancing at him, and I guess she made the hand motion like, call me. And he was said, like, that's how he started, like, calling her and stuff like that. Yeah, that's her starting 5. Ooh. It's crazy. I mean, they get him. There's no doubt about it. And the other sister, too, she was with the rapper for a long time.
Travis Scott.
Yeah, now she's with the actor.
Mm-hmm. Timothy
Chalamet.
Yep.
Chalamet. The guy who played Bob Dylan, correct?
I believe so, yep.
Yeah, so.
I saw a part of that movie this past weekend.
Oh, how was
really
it?
good.
Yeah?
Yeah, my parents were watching it, so it would look really entertaining.
Did you, are you a fan of Bob Dylan's music or no?
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah. It's my producer in Miami on the Greek Zone, Ricardo, was the biggest Bob Dylan fan I've ever met. And my brother was a Bob Dylan. This kid was so young, though. He was 20, 21. He knew all his songs, just super fan. And I always found it odd because he was so young and a lot of Dylan's music. He would play songs like rejoiners from like Dylan's albums from like the 60s. And he would like put them on and I'd be like, what the hell is that? He was Bob Dylan in like 1962 or 4, whatever the hell it was. But he was a big Bob Dylan fan. We have somebody on hold.
What's
Are
that?
you going to get him? All right. Don't forget the Penthouse. You guys can always tune in to us. And after the show, if you miss it, Dom always puts it up. So it's a podcast that you can check it out if you want to consume any more of this. Why would you want to? I don't know. But if you want to, it is out there.
Why would you want to? So this is weird. It's not even July yet because you always hear about the Christmas in July. But man, it's not just toys. I'm hearing everything. My niece's dad, who's a contractor, was just like, listen, if you need anything done for the house or whatever, he was like, supplies, equipment, not the service part of it. He was like, I would buy it now. He was talking like from Home Depot. He's like, before things get outrageous.
Yeah.
So it's obviously not just toys. It's a lot of things in our life. But experts are suggesting right now is the time to buy toys for Christmas. Like, who's even thinking about that? It's May 1st. And they're saying that tariffs are prompting an association to suggest parents to buy toys for Christmas very, very soon.
That's crazy.
The CEO of the Toy Association, which there is one, told New York Times earlier this week because of tariffs, the industry is facing a frozen supply chain that is actually putting Christmas at risk.
That's bad.
So they said, yeah. It even appeared that our president acknowledged that. So he told reporters after a cabinet meeting, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, and maybe the $2 will cost a couple of more bucks. Just so you know, China produces about 80% of toys that are sold in the U.S. and 90% of all Christmas goods. So they're saying stock up now.
Well, I'm going to go Christmas shopping this weekend. Maybe things will get better.
You know what else I saw is that Amazon's supposedly going to be having two prices listed. They're going to supposedly list the normal price and then the price that's going to be with the tariff.
The tariffs,
just
yep.
so you could see the difference.
I did see that.
Well, I mean, you really do you need to know if you see a different price. If you're paying for something and it goes up, you're going to know that's why. Obviously,
I'm just saying the
yeah, they want to stick.
Well, but they want to make you aware. Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're not trying to stick it to you. They're be like, listen, this is what it normally was, but due to tariffs, this is how much it has to be.
I get that, but I'm saying if you see a different price, you're going to know the reason why that goes up extremely. All of a sudden, you're going to think something. I know somebody.
Oh, of course, but not everybody buys the same things on Amazon. You know what I'm saying? Like, it could be something that you're just thinking of buying. You're like, oh, wow, that's pricier than I thought it would be.
Yeah. Okay. Good point. That's why you're a smart one. Again, it's hopefully maybe things change. Maybe they may have a big meeting. Everybody becomes friends, kumbaya, and it all goes away. I mean, that's what I'm hoping for. Because a lot of things are going to be a lot more.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you just don't know what the future is going to hold. So they're just saying, yo, maybe get it done now, just in case.
All right, so that's on your kids tonight. Go home. But what do you want for Christmas?
You know what's not going up, G-Man?
What?
The price of lap dances at Monroe's.
I know, that's a good thing. I mean, it's still the best value out there. Sorry.
Are they having a party this weekend?
They're having on Sunday. May the Force be with you.
Ooh.
For Star Wars.
May
I know
the
on
Force
Sunday.
be with you.
Yeah.
Star Wars party, fun.
Yeah, that'll be Sunday. And that's always a good time with the beautiful ladies and a 5-star menu, and they're open till 5 a.m.
You'll probably see my buddy Tony there because he loves Star Wars and he loves Monroe's.
Oh.
Yep. Oh, God, that is so funny. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call if you guys want to get involved. You can also text us at Real Radio 47142. Cubs are now winning 3-2. Dom, have some early on the 5th.
Yeah, I saw you like pointing at the TV and doing something.
Because he was, because he started, Mommy. He started gagging me.
Well, if you're trying to save money because things are getting expensive and a lot more expensive, they say, hey, big spenders, before making that purchase, consider embracing what they call the 1% rule. It's very easy. If you're about to buy something non-essential, that's a bit pricey. They said that costs more than 1% of your annual income. Pump the brakes. Give yourself 24 hours to think over it. Just to think it over. So like, let's say you make $50K, right? That means anything over 500 should trigger that cool off period. No guilt, no pressure, just a pause. Just a pause before you make the purchase. Finance professionals say it's a great way to avoid impulse buy. That adds up really fast. And they're like, hey, if you still want it tomorrow, then just go for it. But just give it that time. They said, or better yet, stash the cash in savings instead and give your future self a gift if you can do that. But they said, yeah, and speaking of saving money, if your grocery bills are out of control, TikTok's got a hack too. There's a chef, calls it the 6-to-1 method. Has gone viral. The formula: 6 veggies, 5 fruits, 4 proteins, 3 starches, 2 sauces, 1 fun treat. He said, that's it. It's quick, it's easy, and it's budget friendly. So all these people are throwing out little things in there because they know that it's getting really difficult to save money. But I appreciate the 1% rule.
Yeah.
If it's 1% of your annual income or more, give it 24 hours to think it over.
My dad used to always say that to me.
Yep.
If you're going to purchase something that's $1,000 or more, think about it 24 hours. And if you think about it, you want to get it, then go ahead. And he was right. And my dad was very good at money and also had a very tough upbringing. I said he used to wait in line in the Depression. The only line I wait in is a $50 window at the track, so I didn't know. But, yeah, it's a great rule. And sometimes, you know what? You can't always get what you want. Mick Jagger said it, and it's true.
Does that rule apply when you're dealing with a woman?
As far as what?
Just in general.
Like buying her something?
In general. Do you wait?
No, I don't. I'm spontaneous. I do something. I think the best part of being with somebody that you care about is being able to give them something, whether it's flowers, dinner, going out, buying them something.
Or the Greek.
Well, I'm not up to the standard, so that's why I do other things. I accept my role. I know being with me is taking a step down. 877-927-6969. I got feelings. Yeah.
F your feelings.
Yes, that's so true. Oh, that's what I love about Franny. Very direct. Doesn't ever worry about, like, maybe one day I wake up and I'm like, I can't take it. It's hurting me.
I love it. That's just like something he put together. But I love that you say that. It's exactly what I said after you said you have feelings. F your feelings.
Oh, so nice. Can I get I like my coffee, bitch?
Let's see. You want the
Stomper bitch ass again. My new girlfriend says that a small penis is not a big deal, but I still wish she didn't have one at all. Love to sit and chat, but crack don't smoke itself. See you next Tuesday, bitch.
You want more?
No, it's good.
Okay. She's like, Jesus,
It's good enough.
keep going.
I want more. I want more.
It's good. It's good.
That's how I put that in my phone and I can't sleep. I play all the drops. It is the Penthouse on a Thursday. This is a good show, by the way. They're always good, but like I always say, the Penthouse is like sex. It's always good. Sometimes it's a little better. Today was a good version. Maybe even twice if you want to cut it into halves. Dominic's here. Good job, Dom.
Thanks, G-Man.
Thanks for all you do. You are a tremendous individual and a great American. Franny, we salute you and thank you for helping us every day.
Of course. Thank you, G-Man. Thank you, Dom, for everything. Thank you guys for listening. Because without you, there would be no us.
That's right.
Speaking of, we want to give you $1,000. We still want to give you $1,000. We're still doing it. Grain in your hand is what we call it, and that's what we're trying to do. You're going to get a keyword. Next one's happening a little after 2 o'clock. Let's call it 2. So just listen from 2 on. You're going to hear Rover from Rover's Morning Glory. Give you the keyword. You take the keyword. You enter it realradio921.com, and hopefully we will have a winner here, especially coming from the Penthouse.
It is the Penthouse. Thank you so much for listening. We'll be back tomorrow with a lot going on. A couple big giveaways. New York Prime and Rockville will come your way. The keyword is coming at you. Please, guys, get this and win it. Greek Zone's coming up. Josh Cohn's going to join us. And also, we're going to have Drew Martin from Mexico if he's not making love to his girlfriend in the afternoon, which he usually does about 2:35. Peace.
Some of us have a face for radio. Go to realradio921/watch so you can watch us make radio. Our Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the regular season and are in the hunt for a repeat. NHL playoffs are underway, and round 1 is through the rival Tampa Bay Lightning. It's the Battle of Florida, and Real Radio is your official home for Florida Panthers hockey. Catch every goal, every check, every fight, every face-off, and every victory. Not near a radio? You can stream Real Radio 92.1 anywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. Florida Panthers hockey on Real Radio is presented by Precision Garage Door. Why settle for better when you can have the best? Schedule your appointment today at flgaragedoor.com. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Object on the roadway blocking a center lane 95 south at North Lake Boulevard. Another object on the roadway in Boca Raton, right lane blocked at 95 south at Palmetto Park Road. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag. You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. Like the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a JBC, 4-piece nugs, fries, and a small soft drink. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon, all the time. Duh. For the best deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Hey, it's Greek for Trajan Wealth, the place that can help you reach your retirement goals and figure out a plan. Sit down with them today. They have people on their staff in West Palm Beach that can help you with any questions you have. And also what you want to risk. There is some people who like to risk a lot and some people who don't like to risk too much. And in this kind of market where things are so up and down, you got to have a plan. Trajan Wealth can help you with all this. Call them today at 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. If you have a 401k, they can help you with that also and make suggestions. And that's what Trajan Wealth staff does. When there's big decisions in life, I always believe you needed a second opinion. And second opinions can help you see things differently. Call Trajan Wealth today. 561-390-1000, 561-390-1000. Offices in West Palm Beach. When it comes to your retirement, you want to be in the winner's circle. Peace. Advisory services offered by Trajan Wealth, LLC and SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Men, is good enough really what you want with your sex life? This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if erectile dysfunction is making a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and the one you love. At Atlantic Men's Clinic, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300. Or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. That's AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 6 offices across South Florida to serve you. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
All about the presets.
That is the best new feature. It's like a car radio right on the app. There's a list of what's trending. There's all the podcasts. I love it.
Get in on what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio. Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are sunny as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Temperatures in the 80s out there for us. This is average for this time of year. Overall, still comfortable. Winds out of the east around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Staying clear this evening with overnight lows down in the 70s. Back in the 80s again tomorrow. We'll see a few showers returning for us early on Friday morning.
This report is sponsored by Think It Up. Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered, teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join at thinkitup.org.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio wants to put $1,000 in your hand. For $1,000 now. Enter the nationwide keyword BANK at realradio921.com. That's BANK. Enter it now at realradio921.com and good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
What do you want? What do you made your bet?
I know. I got to change the bet. I got $21,000 here. So you add it on to the 19 grand. It's $40,000 in all.
Scrap the whole bet?
Scrap the whole bet. I want to make a 6-way parlay. Celtics, Sixers game. What's the line?
Still +1.
+1. Okay, so I want the Celtics to cover. I want the Celtics halftime. I want Garnett points and rebounds. Garnett block shots. Celtics opening tip. Do you take lightning bets?
Yeah, but you don't want any part of lightning bets.
Fine.
Come on.
$1,000 a point. Okay, take this, and this is a gift for me.
It is the Greek. It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday afternoon. We were watching closely to a baseball game, Cubs and the Pirates today. Cubs leading 3-2. The Greek organization is on that early on, just to see what's going on. We got the Panthers who won it all. We got some NBA games. We got a lot going on. But right now, we are always lucky to have this guy in, the host of Questionable Call on YouTube 3 times a week. I highly recommend it. And it's always very good with a lot of information. The talented Mr. Wonderful. Hello, Josh Cohn.
Mr. Wonderful. How about that?
How you like that?
The Greek organization recognizing Mr. Wonderful?
How's that?
What, do you owe me money or something? That's nice.
I don't owe you anything. I don't know you anything. It's just the way it just came out that way. I think it's good, so I like it. I got a couple things to talk to you about. I always love Josh's opinion and thoughts. He's a very smart guy, and he does have a good I always like his input on stuff. And there's a lot going on in sports this week that are not sports. Let's first talk about the whole Bill Belichick thing and his girlfriend, how that seems to be a track's running off the track. I mean, trying to run off the track. But let me ask you, do you think North Carolina could possibly say this is getting too crazy?
Without question. Yeah, I mean, he works for her. And now, he works for them, and allegedly she works for him, and she's doing photo shoots on her own, and she's customizing North Carolina gear on her own. I did a little research on this young lady.
Yes.
Okay, she's crazy. She's bat bleep, legitimately crazy. And, this is a proud university institution. This isn't some diploma mill. This isn't some school that is a football or basketball school. No, by the way, we also, let kids earn diplomas. Mm-hmm. This is the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. The most bizarre thing about all of this isn't the fact they're 50 years apart in age. Isn't the fact that, the Super Bowl winning coach 6 times over the greatest. It's that Bill Belichick for the last 50 years has bullied and controlled the lives of boys and young men this age. Mm-hmm. And now, all of a sudden, he's getting bullied and controlled, and his life ran by someone that age. It's like this bizarre Freaky Friday role reversal. Like, the irony is not lost on me that Belichick handled the media all by himself just fine.
Yes.
But now he's doing these interviews, and he's got to defer to her, and she decides. Like, it almost feels like a hostage video, like Stockholm Syndrome. Like, Bill, blink twice if you're being held captive. Like, let us know if you need help. Because all kidding aside, this is beyond strange. And when the reporter asks him about how'd you guys meet, and she says, we're not answering that. Mm-hmm. What exactly are you hiding? Like, what is that all about? So, no, the university can say, Coach, listen, we hired you to run the football program. We're not giving her, we're not paying her. We're not giving her a role. And in fact, we're not giving her access. Don't forget, Belichick didn't let Brady's trainers and nutrition in facility. North Carolina can do the same thing to Belichick and say, we hired you. She can watch from the stands. You want to give her tickets? That's on you. But this is crazy.
Now, would you say right now, in your opinion, that Belichick's love life is more interesting than him as an individual right now, and maybe until he starts coaching again and if North Carolina wins? But right now, that is the more interesting subject, and I think that's why everybody's going to go to it. I know he just wrote a book, but I think that's just so more interesting, especially when she's on site.
Yeah. North Carolina football was interesting twice. And it was Lawrence Taylor 50 years ago, 45 years ago, and it was now. Daniel Jones, Drake May, okay, ACC, right? It's basketball school. Yes, the most fascinating. And by the way, we may get a little mileage out of this summer, like after the NBA playoffs are over, Stanley Cup playoffs are over. Because this may make some twists and some turns. I don't know if you saw this. Charles Barkley was on the radio.
Yeah, I saw
and on television, Dan Patrick earlier. Yeah. And he said, I'm worried for my friend. and concerned for my friend. Like, it's all fun and games and all kidding aside, but when you see fundamental behavioral changes, personality changes like this, and as sharp as you think Belichick is and appears to be, he's still in his 70s, and there can be things neurologically that are happening, physiologically that are happening. I got to be honest, I don't know how his family feels about this.
I'm sure not good.
Is somebody, probably not, is someone who observes human behavior and nonverbals, I would raise a red flag and say, there's caution here in these behaviors, because what you see as a controlling setting, you think, well, it's impossible for someone like him to be controlled by someone like her. No, it's not. We've seen it before, and not just in showbiz. We've seen it before, and then it's dangerous. Yeah, absolutely. And then I was listening to the other day. I was on my way to the dentist. I had to get a crown replaced, and I heard you talking about, John. You said John Lennon, Yoko Ono.
Yeah,
you got to be of a certain age to recognize that. But this goes well beyond that. This is beyond creative input or hanging around. When he can't answer questions, when she's shutting down, when did you ever imagine this man would allow anyone in the media, right? Well, he wouldn't handle it himself. But he turns his head, she jumps in. He didn't put his hand out. He didn't say, I got this.
Yeah.
He didn't say, no, I can answer that. He looked to her for what the response is. And got to be honest, that's a little, all kidding aside, that's a little frightening. That's a little, the personality of this man, a little frightening.
No, there's no doubt about it. Also, I read an article this morning where since she started dating Belichick, she's bought 4 homes and she's put together an $8 million portfolio in real estate. This girl is going to come out on top when it's all said and done. You know that she is. And like I said, the thing I come out of this is, like I said to people, right now his dating life for the first time is more interesting than him. And the other thing with him is I don't think he meets this girl or anything if he was coaching at the time. He wasn't coaching at the time, and I think there was a big gap in him in life, and this girl came in. Like a lot of us in life, you meet people at different times, and she filled a void. And that's why I also think they kept it quiet for so long, because nobody knew, supposedly, for about a year and a half.
So here's the thing, right? They met on a plane, allegedly. We saw the picture. Yeah. They're on a plane together, right? He's sitting in coach. He's back there in the middle seat. Coaches and coach. If that's the story, why then is that not the answer when the question is asked? In the science of lying, deception, and deceit, and they are not the same thing, there are 3 ways in which human beings lie, right? Omission, commission, and influence. Omission, you leave something out. Commission, you flat out lie. Influence means you're not answering the question. You're going around it by saying, I love my wife. We're married 37 years. I got 6 kids. I love God. That's great. I asked you, did you cheat or not? If the answer to the question is we met on a plane, innocently enough, that's a cute story. Why is she shutting that down? There's more to this, G.
I would only think, Josh, that, in my opinion, she was underage at the time.
She's 24 years of age now.
Oh, she is? Okay, I thought she was 21 now. I'm sorry.
Right. No, she's 24 years old now. And so 18 years of age is consent. That's 6 years. And this wasn't happening 6 years ago. There's no record. There's no. She's somebody that, people talk about gold digging. I think this is influence digging. She's looking to be relevant. I just checked her Instagram before I came on the air with you.
Yeah.
And her most recent post isn't her most recent. It's the one she moved to the front of her page, the one that she wants people to see first. And she's announcing that she's running for Miss Maine, whatever her hometown is, in a beauty pageant. This is unusual behavior considering she's the CEO of the head coach and is manager of North Carolina football.
Josh Cohen, the host of Questionable Call. You can get it on YouTube 3 times a week. It's very, very good. Take it from me. I don't miss every week. And believe me, there's not a lot of things that keep my attention. And this keeps my attention more than some brunettes. Let me ask you about the NFL. And I want to go the other way on this for a minute with me, Josh. Now, this kid was wrong, we know, and the father, obviously, bad situation, before you get into that. But when does it come a time when, because everybody piles on, that somebody says, hey, man, we got to watch this kid, too, because he could really be getting some backlash. And you talk about a story that started one way, and obviously 1,000% wrong, and a joke, but you could really change some people's lives.
Yeah. So you're talking about Jax Albrecht.
Yeah, his son.
Son of Jeff Albrecht. Right. And he's the kid that got the phone number and gave it to his little buddies, and they all sat around and recorded on a speakerphone call. One of his idiot buddies, who, by the way, what's that kid's name? What's his Instagram? Where's he at? The kid that made the phone call. I did this. Look, I'm not going to lie to you. I did this when I was in college, not to a kid about to be drafted, but I had a fraternity brother who was best buddies with the former GM Ernie Accorsi's kid. Grew up in the Accorsi household, and he was out of work at the time. And we're college kids. And he said, I want you to call Ernie Accorsi and tell him, that you're the owner of an NFL team. And at the time, the North Carolina Panthers just got awarded a franchise. They didn't have a team yet, but they were going to be the 29th team in the NFL. And so he gave me the phone number, and, the Jerky Boys was the big thing at the time.
Oh, yeah, crazy.
So, Ernie, of course, he didn't answer the phone, but I left him a message, and I said, this is Jerry Richardson of Richardson Sports. I want to talk to you about our open general manager position. Give me a phone call, please. The number's 410, and then that's Maryland, and then what are the digits or whatever. And I got word back from my buddy. He said, bro, Ernie was so excited. He was crushed to find out. And I was like, you got me messing with, grown men's, I regret it. But I'm an idiot college kid, and that's what you do. What these kids set out to do was troll and taunt Shedeur Sanders at pick number 40. Okay, pick number 40. That's 159 spots ahead of where Tom Brady went. They were laughing and joking. You're going to have to wait a little longer. Ha ha. This kid, Jax Albrecht, this punk, he plays a little football at Berry University, Berry College.
Yes.
Excuse me, Berry College. He appeared in 2 games this past season.
I saw this.
51 yards total rushing. Yep. Last year, appeared in 2 games, had 10 yards rushing. If you got 10 yards rushing for a season, maybe don't mess with kids that were voted, Big 12 Player of the Year. But it's a societal thing, Greek. Like I said on yesterday's 4-minute episode of Questionable Call.
Yeah, I saw it.
You can subscribe on YouTube for 4 minutes. This is a look at me society. This is for clout society. This is, I'm going to taunt, I'm going to troll, I'm going to get a reaction, I'm going to get blocked by this person, I'm going to make a video, I'm going to prank somebody to get clicks and views. People got to be careful.
Yes.
People can get hurt. You get hurt doing this. Be careful with all this. It's just a prank, just a joke. Well, maybe to you it is.
Yeah.
But the thought behind it was, we're going to make fun of this dude because we're going to make him think he's getting drafted, but he's really not. Ha, ha, ha. And fundamentally, there's something really wrong with that. It's social media is what it is.
It's sad.
And it's sad. It's sad. And until somebody catches a real beating, and it won't even matter. That won't deter it. People will say, well, I'll still do it anyways. But this is what we do. This is the social media world. Talk about YouTube. I do a 4-minute show. It's on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That's it. Take a story, get insight in it. But half of YouTube is people doing pranks or doing things to upset others or troll others to get reactions. So this is life now. This is where we are.
Did you think the NFL's fine was what you thought, or did you think it was high? I thought it was I was surprised it was that high for him as an individual. And some people were surprised the Falcons got fined, but he represents the Falcons. He hasn't even coached one time yet, one game.
Yeah, exactly. And there's pattern behavior here, right? So you saw in yesterday's 4-minute episode of my show that I showed you the other idiotic ways that the Falcons have been fined in the last 5 years. Artificial crowd noise, right?
Yeah.
Playing crowd noise on third downs
crazy
to the speakers, right? Tampering with Kirk Cousins, lying about injury report with Bijan Robinson. So they've got a pattern of behavior. Like when I was at Real Radio, I used to get in trouble all the time, right? I used to get in trouble. I'd do something stupid, make a bad decision, say something stupid on the air, and I get a week's paid vacation, wink, wink.
Yeah.
I went to Atlantic City for a week. Right. So if it was the first time, maybe they go, look, it's dumb, don't do it. But after the 3rd, 4th, 5th time, now you got to start to do something. So the $250,000 fine against the Falcons tells them, guys, be smarter about how you disseminate this information. The $100,000, Jeff Albrecht's like, idiot. This is your kid, your house.
Yeah.
This can't be open. What the NFL is doing is protecting the shield. And what they're saying is, we can't have personal information leaks. We're above this.
Yeah.
This is, Major League Baseball, they're dumb enough to let something like this happen. We're not. We're the NFL. We got to protect it. Because people are like, why is the NFL getting involved? Because Shedeur Sanders got pranked. No, idiots. That's not the issue.
No.
The issue is that the personal information was accessible. And as you said, Jeff Albrecht hasn't, you said coached a game?
No.
He hasn't coached a practice.
No.
He hasn't coached a practice. He hasn't done a damn thing there. He got fired by the Jets.
Yeah.
And in January, he took this job. And his first thing on this job is that he's got to explain to Arthur Blank, my kid cost us $350,000. I apologize.
Well, $250. He's got to pay $100.
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised because this story's not done if it spins out of control and he doesn't even coach for the Falcons, where they just say, you know what, we're going to step away. We're talking to Josh Cohen. You know his voice. He's the host of Questionable Call on YouTube 3 times a week. I always check it out. Last night, the NBA went into the second round with great ratings for the NBA. LeBron and Duka now are both home. How bad do you think that's going to hurt the ratings?
Of course it does.
Yeah, kills it.
And people say, well, no, nobody likes the Lakers, nobody likes the Bronx. Well, that's not true.
Yep.
There's a reason why the Dallas Cowboys and LeBron James are Block A on First Take, because that's what people are interested in. Whether they like it or hate it doesn't matter. That's what they're interested in. So the NBA does suffer by the Lakers leaving early. And by the way, so is the betting public.
Oh, yeah.
You well know, this is a sports betting show. The most bet team to win the NBA Finals was the Lakers.
Of course.
The day after the Luka trade, they had the busiest day, all the sports books did, of future betting. Who's going to win the NBA Finals? And by the way, 50% of the wagers were on the Los Angeles Lakers. So if you know anybody at the sports books, anybody at the casinos, anybody in Vegas or Hard Rock Bet, call them and ask them what they're doing this weekend. Let them buy you dinner.
That's right.
They did very, very, very well. Most bet. The odds went from 40-1 after the Luka trade down to 13, 14-1 to win it all because of the influx of money. And all that money, by the way, is now taken. That's it. It's over.
Oh, yeah, they got it. They crushed it. When the Lakers lost last night, that was the best thing for Vegas, and unless they went another round because then people would bet it more. I never thought the Lakers had enough to do it all. I like Oklahoma City. I think, let me ask you about Minnesota and Edwards. He's a stud, and he's really, really good. But I don't, people have asked me, Greek, do you think he'll be one of the faces of the league? And I say no because of his personal life and the problems he has off the court with girls. He has already 4 kids, and I don't think that the NBA wants that look. He's going to be great and a player people are going to talk about, but I don't think he'll become the face of that. What is your feeling on that?
So there's two different face of the league parameters. There's the one that the NBA pushes, the league pushes, the agenda with their marketeers and their storytellers and their backstory narrative. And then there's the one that the people decide, the public decide. They like this kid. You know why they like this kid? Because people that are the basketball analysts, Barkley, et cetera, go on the air and they say, every time I see this kid, he gets better. Every time I see this kid, you can tell he's been working. And by the way, he got a great smile, and he says crazy stuff like you, and he's funny like you, and sometimes he kind of dances the line. So what the people decide, it's like the people's champion. You know, he may become the people's champion because he's really got game, and he's a king killer. Right? He just retired, LeBron basically. But the league, you're right. Yeah, the league will not push him as their guy because he's a little risky with what he says and does. And like you said, there's not that Steph Curry family life. You remember a decade ago when the NBA go, look at Steph Curry. There's his parents. And then look at his wife. And then look at the baby girl and the kid. And so Steph Curry, the kids gravitate to, and you're not going to get that with Anthony. Anthony Edwards is a little closer to Barkley. Remember Barkley, the Nike ad? I am not a role model. And I'm not trying to be. A little closer to that. So the people love this kid, and he kind of is the player face in that way, rebelliously. But the league, you're absolutely right. The league will never say, hey, we're putting all of our stock in him. That's just, it's too high risk of a proposition, knowing that at any moment, that human beings are fallible. They make mistakes. Subway built their entire brand, the sandwich people, around the kid Jared because he claimed he ate it every day, and that's how he lost 200 pounds.
Then no
Then
problem.
the guy went to prison for pedophilia and sex crimes, and they realized this is why you don't put everything on a human being. Frosted Flakes has Tony the Tiger. He's a cartoon for a reason. He can't screw up. It's wrong. You got to be careful with that.
Josh Cohen, always good talking to you. I appreciate it. Host the Questionable Call on YouTube 3 times a week. Josh, if you want to go to the airport or maybe get down to the casino, you have no car. What should you be using?
Revel Rideshare. Greek Revel Rideshare. The new revolution in rideshare. You can ride for less. As drivers, you earn more, you make more, and everybody, riders and drivers, get rewarded with every mile. Download the app now from your app store. Revo, R-E-V-O, like revolution. Revel Rideshare, the new revolution in rideshare. I appreciate you, my brother. good luck this weekend with the Derby.
Oh, you know I got the long shots, my man. The stakes will be on me. Don't forget that if we win. There's 15 long shots, so we got a shot.
Just bet number, what is it? What is there, 21 horses in the field?
20.
In the field this year? 20? Yeah. So just bet 5 through 20. That's all. Just 5 through 20. You can go to the window and hopefully, break even.
Thanks, Josh, for your time, brother. I hope I see you sooner than later, my friend.
Sounds good. Appreciate you, Greek.
Peace, pal. It is the Greek. It is Dominic. It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday. Getting ready for a big weekend, Kentucky Derby, and so much more. We'll be back in a few minutes.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory. I feel bad for anybody who shares a name with a notorious criminal, or in our case, Jeffrey LaRoque. Like, here's a realtor in Washington, D.C. named Jeffrey LaRoque. Could you imagine anybody he knows? They search his name, and instead of finding him, they find our Jeffrey LaRoque.
There's actually a worse Jeffrey LaRoque. ULRIC, Ulrich Jeffrey LaRoque. Mm-hmm. Way worse. What? He screwed his dog.
No.
Put it on YouTube.
Rover's Morning Glory.
Weekday mornings from 6 to 10 on Real Radio 92.1 for the Palm Beaches and 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Look out for delays in West Palm Beach. We have an accident with the right lane blocked, Southern Boulevard eastbound at Flagler Drive. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag. You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. Like the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a JBC, 4-piece nugs, fries, and a small soft drink. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon, all the time. Duh. For the best deal, gotta be Wendy's. U.S. price and participation may vary.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 300 megabit internet and Security Edge for $69 a month for 24 months. And ask how to get free installation on qualifying bundles. Plus, find out how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After 24 months, regular rates apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Did you know even the smallest increase in mortgage rates can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your loan? Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. It's true, even a 0.25% change in rate can cost you thousands of dollars over the life of your mortgage. But with Third Federal's new Early Rate Lock, you don't have to take chances. Early Rate Lock is the only pre-approval that locks in your rate at pre-approval, even before you find a house. Plus, we're so confident that our rates are the lowest, if you find a lower rate, we'll beat it or give you $1,000. And now through May 31st, get pre-approved with Third Federal and we'll pay all of your closing costs. So don't wait. Call Third Federal today.
Right now at Third Federal, even before you find a home, lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Zero closing costs on low-cost loans only. See conditions for lowest rate guarantee at thirdfederal.com. Equal housing lender.
What's the Anajar Levine difference? When you're injured in a car crash, we focus on your case so you can focus on the one thing that matters most, getting better. I'm Glenn Levine with Anajar Levine. We'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call our legal team right now for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. We'll help you take back control of your life. Call 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In office, West Palm Beach. Guarantee Media is giving away 4 days in Jamaica, Bahamas, or Punta Cana with hotel and airfare included for just $99. If you are one of the 50 listeners who can name a country without a letter A in its name, you'll be off for a 4-day vacation in the Caribbean with hotel and airfare included for only $99. Text your answer to 96551. That's 96551. This promotion is paid for by Guarantee Media to solicit vacation ownership sales, and it's not affiliated with iHeartMedia. Terms and conditions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here. If you were misled or lied to in any way when buying a timeshare, right now is your wake-up call. With the tariffs, economy tanking, and inflation rising, you might need to ask yourself this question. Is owning a timeshare a good idea? With all the economic uncertainty, you need to protect yourself and your family. Don't look back and say, if I'd have only got rid of that stupid timeshare they lied to me about. It's time to stop thinking about canceling your timeshare and finally get rid of it and be smart with your money. At Wesley Financial Group, we've saved 48,000 families an average of $65,000 in lifetime payments. Give us a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we will cancel your timeshare permanently or you'll pay nothing.
Call Wesley for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331. 800-939-1331.
Real Radio weather.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Our skies are sunny as we move through the remainder of our Thursday. Temperatures in the 80s out there for us. This is average for this time of year. Overall, still comfortable. Winds out of the east around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Staying clear this evening with overnight lows down in the 70s. Back in the 80s again tomorrow. We'll see a few showers returning for us early on Friday morning.
This report is sponsored by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
Injured in an accident? Call Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather for your free case evaluation. Call us at 500-HELP, 500-HELP. HELP is just a local phone call away.
Wilmer Valderrama and Freddie Rodriguez welcome another amigo to their podcast, Dos Amigos. Wilmer's friend and former That 70s Show castmate Topher Grace stops by the Speakeasy for a 2-part interview to discuss his career and reminisce about old times.
We were still in that place of like, what will this experience become? And you go, you're having the best time you're ever going to have. Yeah. But it was like such a perfect golden time.
Listen to Dos Amigos on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Dos Amigos.
Why does this still seem like gambling to you? I mean, why do you think the same 5 guys make it to the final table at the World Series of Poker every single year? What are they, the luckiest guys in Las Vegas? It's a skill game, Joe.
Don't guess at the games. Know the games. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek Zone on a Thursday, getting ready for some NBA playoffs tonight. 2 big games. The Knicks and Pistons. That game is going to be very good. Line is -1.5. We'll talk about that. Maybe Cunningham's over. And then after that, you got the Clippers and the Dodgers. And the Lakers answering questions today about Rob Pelinka and also J.J. Redick. Tell me, Rob Pelinka, the GM, doesn't he look like Rob Lowe? Oh, my God. He does. He really does. If he didn't have the gray hair, forget it. He'd be, right there. He's up there, doesn't he? I mean, almost identical. And people don't realize he was part of the 5-5. He was on that team. But yeah, it's crazy with the Lakers because, like I said, the Lakers are out now, and they're a team where everybody liked to watch them, whether they won or lost, and it's LeBron. And there's so much hate for LeBron a lot of times for things he says off the court and maybe some of his views, but LeBron is a stud. I mean, he's 40 years old. People have said it a million times. He played great in this series. It wasn't anything LeBron did for the Lakers to lose. The Lakers don't have a bench, and Luka is great, but he's a great scorer. Luka's not a great player because he doesn't play defense.
Nope.
He plays no defense. And something that I've pointed out, and Dominic has also, we talk about this every time. If you watch Luka and watch him next year, and he's done this with Dallas, every time he drives, he doesn't get fouled, he puts his hands up and stands there and bitches, and the ball goes the other way every time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something, I don't know how they don't talk to him about it. I said this when he was on Dallas, like, I grab him and be like, hey, bro, you're not getting the call, move on. If you get the call, you'll hear the whistle. And if you want to talk to a ref, talk to him during the timeout. It's common sense. Don't talk to him now. And I am surprised because, again, he played in Europe for years. Different culture. He was playing pro when he was like 15 years old. That nobody has ever told him this of, hey, while you're complaining, your guy's going down the field, going down the court and setting up at least a 5-on-4.
Yep.
That's the least. And an open shot in the NBA should be a shot that's made most times. So I'm surprised they haven't said that. I would have still made the trade the Lakers made because Anthony Davis is older, 10 years older, and has injuries. But defensively, the Lakers were a better team with him this year. They got to get him in better shape next year. Offensively, he's fine. He's what everybody wants. He could drive, he could pass, he could score. But defensively, he's a liability. I mean, he just is. He is, I mean, it's almost, I would say, most nights, pretty close to a toss-up. Like, he'll score 29, and guys he guards are scoring together, a combination, not one individual. So them being out of it is a big draw for the NBA. The West now, Minnesota, people, you know, because of Edwards, yes, a little. Clippers in Denver, there's some interest, but not a ton. Minnesota and Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City is the best team in the West, but really, they don't get a lot of love. They just don't. And in the East, it's going to be Boston and Cleveland probably. And the Knicks, they got a game in Detroit tonight. They need to win because if they go back to Game 7 with Detroit, I think Detroit beats them into Garden. But the Knicks, yeah, number one market, New York, great market. People love it. But you know what? The Knicks are not enough to move the dial. They're just not. Drew Martin's going to try to call us. He's going to a wedding. And this kid goes to more weddings than priests. Every time I turn around, he's traveling someplace, doing something. So he's going to try to call us. Once football season checks out, Drew's a little bit all over the board, which a lot of guys are. This is their time that they make their hay. Because what you don't realize, like, which a lot of these handicappers we have on, and handicappers in general, not most, the ones I affiliate with, they're working 8-9 hours a day, 7 days a week. 7 days a week, because there's games every day. And so when they get time off, they really kick back. And that's what they do. So in June, you get some guys in July where they really rest. And you know what? I'm going to just baseball's going on, especially after the NBA playoffs. But like right now, you do have colleges ended in basketball. You got hockey going on, but not a lot of people bet hockey. It's the least amount of sport that people bet on as far as professional. You got the NBA and baseball. And baseball is also a sport, too, that a lot of people don't bet on. You got your diehards who do, but for your most part, no, they don't. When you look at the lines tonight, the Knicks are taking on the Pistons, and Pistons are -1.5, 213 over under. That seems like a lot to me. Both these teams got to get over 100. Denver getting 6. That line's going up. If you're looking at the lines, and there are some people out there who bet professionally, wise guys they're called, you would think the Clippers tonight because that line's going up 212 over or under. That over-under seems a little weird. And then Friday, you got Houston and Golden State, and Golden State's laying 5. You got Indiana playing Cleveland, and that's going to be Sunday. That's the first game of the semifinals of the East. When you look at Major League Baseball, and people have asked me this a bunch of times the last couple days, you cannot bet the Kentucky Derby at Hard Rock on the app or at the locations. If you want to bet the Kentucky Derby, go to the Palm Beach Kennel Club starting tomorrow. They let you bet the Derby on Fridays, or Gulfstream Park. Those are the two places. Now, you could also download the horse tracking betting site, and that you're allowed to do, too, in Florida. Off the top of my head, I don't know which one it is, but you're allowed to bet it on that one, too. And if you are a first-time bettor, look for the gambling sites for horses, because they give a lot of, special offers for the Kentucky Derby. They let you, they'll give you $100 if you bet with them, if you bet the Derby on Saturday. So check that out if you could also save some money. I'll ask my good buddy Buddha, who loves the horses and bets every single day. So all tracks all over the place. What is the site to bet horses? So you guys can also know that too. And that's all legal in the state of Florida that you guys can do. It is the Greek. It is Dominic. Did you have something?
I was just trying to look up the website.
Yeah, it's TV something. I'm not sure what it is. I just asked him what is the site to bet horses. But I know you could bet the Kentucky Derby there. And there's a couple other ones too. Like I said, if you want to bet the Derby, where if you bet $50, they give you $100 for Sunday. But you could just look it up and you could find it. But you cannot bet it on the Hard Rock app. Hard Rock app, you cannot bet horses. When you look at the Hard Rock app for baseball today, we'll see what's going on and the lines as far as what's going on. Got a couple of games that did start already. You got St. Louis and Cincinnati about to start. Arizona's beating the Mets 2-0 in the top of the fifth. You got Kansas City beating Tampa 4-1. Cleveland up 2-0. Milwaukee and Chicago 1-0. And the A's in Texas just started, and that's no score. Washington, Philadelphia tonight. Philly's big favorite. Boston and Toronto. Detroit and L.A. L.A. and that game's about even. And Colorado and San Fran. Colorado is the worst team in baseball. 5 wins and 25 losses. That's not a good team. There's no doubt about it. So that's a game that I'd be like, ooh. They're not too good. There's no
and is this the game? You said they won their last game. So is this the next game?
Yeah, it's the next game.
So you bet the loss on this one probably?
I bet San Fran this afternoon. Yeah, -1.5 runs. You can't bet the odds because it's too high. And Colorado, this is only April. I mean, the experts predicted Colorado to be one of the worst teams in baseball, and so far they're right. So I can't imagine another month or two. The lines are going to be like 2.5 runs. 3 runs. Like, they're not going to get crushed on a game. They're just not, because that's the way they are. They're also a team that, they don't have a good organization. They don't have a lot of good players, and they're not good. They're just not, and they're really bad on the road. So they got a little bit of shot when they're home, but they are definitely not a good team. And like I said, 5 games they won, and they lost 25. That really should tell you everything you need to know. Knicks and Pistons tonight. I'll be checking that out. We'll be talking tomorrow to Rob Vino. We'll also talk to him about the Kentucky Derby, see if he hears anything about it. 20 horses in the Derby. I think we did get this down. It's the 17th post that's never won.
Yep.
17th post has never won. This is the 151st Derby that's going to be running. They're projecting about 17 million people watching it. And that's at like 5 to 7 on Saturday night. And also they are predicting about 156,000 people to be at the track. I highly recommend to get to the Derby if you have an opportunity to go. It's a great event. It's fun. It's just a ton of people. You just got to realize that. It is a ton of people. This could be Drew calling us from the airport. Now we'll see if we can get Drew Martin on from wagertalk.com. He is traveling right now. He's with us every Thursday, but I think he's calling in to just give us a couple minutes. Drew, is that you, buddy?
Greek, it is me, man. Hopefully you're doing well here in South Florida, man. How's life treating you?
Everything's good, buddy. Get ready for Kentucky Derby, some NBA playoffs, baseball like you. But it's always exciting to talk to you, wagertalk.com. And where you headed to now? Because every time I talk to you, it sounds like you're going someplace.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm actually in the Orlando airport heading down to Mexico City. We got a wedding down there. My wife's Mexican, heading down there. We got the Mexican Baseball League actually starting. So
I know you bet on that.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Let me ask you something about baseball and basketball and what's going on. Now, what do you think? Anything in the NBA that has surprised you so much in the playoffs?
For me so far, no, not really. I mean, granted, it's kind of a secondary sport for me. I'm not trying to beat it day in, day out. But I mean, in baseball, I'll tell you this: there's been some big dogs barking.
Yeah,
if you can find some of these young pitchers stepping up that a lot of people don't know about, but yet have good minor league stats. I feel like that's kind of a good profile to get on, because if you cash a couple of these, plus 180, plus 200 dogs, that can really boost your bankroll. So that's kind of what I'm kind of attacking right now as the baseball season heads into the month of May.
Yeah, with the pitchers, too, and I always tell people when you're betting baseball, the lines get set by the pitchers, but there isn't really many pitchers that go more than 5 innings. So when you're betting that, you got to remember that because you could come up saying, oh, my God, I'm betting this for that guy, and he's out right away, and that could happen.
Oh, absolutely, Greek. That's a great point. And, some of them will go a little bit further, but a lot of guys are just going 5, 6 innings, which leads, 7, 8, 9, sometimes 6, 7, 8, 9. And I'll tell you, there aren't a lot of bullpens that have, 4 top arms,
Yeah.
Most of them have, 2. Some of them have 3. Almost none of them have 4. So I love almost – and one thing I do is I handicap the bullpens first.
Mm-hmm.
What guys are available, what bullpens have the best whip, walks, hits per 9, and, I just go down the list. So I've been betting on the Padres a bunch. The Detroit Tigers have a great bullpen. The San Francisco Giants. There is a correlation for sure with the teams high up in the standings and really good bullpens.
Yeah, one thing I look at, too, is that, say, a team the day before, they're in a barn burner where, say it's, 10-7, something like that. The bullpens are used. The next day, that's something to watch, too, that you bet against that team.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, that is a great point because, particularly if the top 2, 3 guys have pitched in each of the last 2 days, sometimes they're not available on that third day. And if they've gone 3 straight days, almost every guy across Major League Baseball, particularly earlier in the season like we're at now, will not be available that 4th day. So if you can kind of circle those situations and pounce on them, that could be a huge moneymaker.
We're talking to Drew Martin from WagerTalk.com. Drew, somebody did ask me this to ask you and the other guys. When do you start preparing for football?
Great question. You know what? I've been going later and later each year.
Okay.
Only because, particularly with college football, so much changes now.
Yeah.
So if you do a whole bunch of work and then guys are transferring and coaches are changing, it almost is like a waste of time.
Mm-hmm.
So particularly with college football, I'll actually wait until August 1st. And really a big reason why, Greek, is because week 1 of football season, I'm actually not a huge fan of it.
Yeah.
I love betting football week 2 to week 10, where you get a chance to see it, see where teams are advanced, see where teams' weaknesses are. And week 1 is more about using other people's information, meaning reading other people, what their analysis is, and then using even other writers' analysis, and then going off of that. I've never had much success in week 1. I have more success as the year goes on. So I've kind of actually pushed it, particularly in college football. NFL, I'll probably start 4th of July.
Yeah, again, everybody's got their own system and what works for them. And it does seem like football in the NFL, people just can't get enough of. Just like we just saw the numbers from the draft again and the stories with Sanders not getting picked up and how everybody just constantly talked about it. And you do have the NBA playoffs on and nobody's really talking about it. They just can't get enough of the NFL.
Oh, yeah. NFL's king. Everybody else is kind of second fiddle. And we've seen it in the numbers. And I'll tell you this with Shedeur Sanders. It's not collusion in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen this happen with others. I mean, whether it be Tim Tebow, Cam Newton, guys that are quality enough to be in the NFL, but if they don't view you as a starter, they don't want a celebrity as the backup.
Nope.
So, I just feel like that's what happened to them. They don't want all that bandwagon for a backup quarterback because that will ruin the locker room.
Yeah, and I think they look at it like Tebow, too much luggage, and then if you go with him and you pick him, and then say you have a bad year, you'd be afraid that, you know what, the kid's going to call the owner and say, hire my dad as a coach. And that's another element you got to worry about, too. And the things he said, he put himself in bad harm with the NFL where, he said he tanked a few different, interviews and stuff like that, where I think they looked at it like, is he really tanking or is this really him? And nobody wants drama. They want to win. And he's not that good where he can step in tomorrow and start and contribute to an NFL team.
That's what I mean. Yeah. If a bunch of GMs viewed him as this rock-solid starting quarterback, they might have taken a chance, but just a celebrity as the backup, it's not going to work. And you're right, bringing in his dad into it. To tell you the truth, Greek, I thought it was kind of a down NFL draft class overall. I mean, Cam Ward has a shot to be pretty good, in my opinion. Jackson Dart, I feel like it's volatile. I feel like he's either going to be real good or he's going to have a short stint. All the other guys, I mean, Tyler Shook is actually pretty good in my mind, but I don't see a whole lot of guys having 10-plus year careers in the NFL out of this quarterback NFL draft class.
Yeah, it's a different class, and like I said, I feel bad for everybody who works so hard, these kids, and all anybody talked about was Shador not being picked. That's all you heard for 3 days, and it even took away from the first pick was. Nobody even talked about it. All they talked about, can you believe Deion's kid didn't get picked? And that was the story of the draft, unfortunately for people.
Yeah, it's just one of those things in, the news cycle, as you know.
Yep.
You got to kind of go with what people want to hear about. And unfortunately, he's, like we're saying, a celebrity, and it actually kind of worked against him. But he's got a chance to work himself out of it.
Drew, always great talking to you. I know you're busy, and you got a chance to call us from the airport down in Orlando. Have a safe flight, you and your girl. Enjoy the wedding, and looking forward to talk to you next week.
Absolutely, Greek. Always great to be on with you. I'll be ready to go from the studio next week. And I'll tell you this, I'll leave you with the Detroit Tigers.
Okay.
1:15 tonight with Casey Mize on the hill.
All right, I love it. Even in the airport, he's giving us winners. That's awesome. Thank you, brother. Have a safe week.
Bye, bud. Bye.
That was Drew Martin calling us from WagerTalk.com. That's what I love about certain people. They make it happen, even if they're in an airport. I'm one of the guys, if I got to call into a show, and no matter what I'm doing, I'm calling up. I'm picking up the phone. Nick's on the money line tonight, and Bronson over his 3-pointers.
It's just 2.5. It's not over. It's just 2+. So you're just betting he's going to make 2.
Yeah, I would go with that.
That's easy. 2 for him.
That's never easy. The other night we lost rebounds on Steph. He only had 3.
3.
Yeah, I mean, it's never easy.
But they were losing bad. They all sat early. If that game was close, that could have happened.
No, it could have. I mean, the only easy bet is if you bet after the game. That's an easy bet. I've always told everybody. They're like, oh, Greek, I want a guaranteed winner. If I had a guaranteed winner, I wouldn't be here.
The Cavs were an easy bet.
The Cavs?
The Cavs.
Yeah. Over the Heat, yeah. The thing with the Cavs was home, yes and no, because the line's so high. And even when they were down here, I mean, they blew them out by 20 and 50. I get that after the fact. But when you're giving the Heat, who is a good team on home, 13, 11 points, that deters people. Remember, when you got a betting line, their goal is to get half on both sides. And that's why the line is where it is. And if it makes you think a little or cringe or bet less, it worked. And that's what happened with the Cavs. Even when they were playing the Heat the other night, they were giving 11, 10 by the time of the game. What they do, and that's why when you're betting and you see lines go up, that's why it's up. Because people just keep betting it, and they don't want people to bet. And at a certain amount, they know we're going to get crushed.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Like, we want that series over. Just like, Josh said and Drew said and I have said different times that the Lakers. Everybody bet the Lakers. The day they got Luka, that night they were doing it. And that's what happens when they make these big, big trades. What the casinos do is they take the game off the board for 24 hours. They dissect, they look into it, then they come up with a new price. Because they don't want people to come in and just bet hundreds and thousands of dollars and millions of dollars on a team. In this case, it worked out for them. I know a lot of people at the Lakers who I didn't think were going to win at all because I didn't think they had a strong enough team. I just didn't. It is the Greek. It is Dominic is the Greek Zone. We're always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney, 561-689-8180. 561-689-8180. If you get into an accident, guess what? That'll change your life, and it's not a good thing. You need a good team behind you who can give you good information. Call Jason Weiser's team, 561-689-8180. Knicks and Pistons tonight. I'm going to lean with the Knicks tonight. Cunningham over, but I'm going to lean with the Knicks, -1.5. And then the Clippers giving 6 to Denver. I mean, that line has gone up during the day. So when that happens, if you're betting lines, traditionally they tell you to bet the team that's going up on. So they would say the bet is the Clippers. I don't know. No opinion, but if I had a lean, I'm going to lean toward the Nuggets and the Joker. And also the Joker, the other night, he didn't play well.
Nope.
He didn't score a lot. He's another one that I might look at his over or under because he did not perform. And they blew out, but I think he scored 14.
Yep.
I thought when I checked the box score because I shut off about halftime, he was going to have like 30. When I saw 13, I'm like, what the hell is this? Did he sit? And you're right. The Warriors game the other night, they did sit a lot of guys. As soon as they got down, they were just like, all right, we're sitting them.
Yep.
We're not doing it. The Warriors have accused also the Houston Rockets of going after Steph Curry and trying to hurt him.
Yep. I saw that play.
Rockets have said that is not true. You know, I think that's true is this is the Greek Zone. Tomorrow we'll have Rob Vino talk about the Derby a little. You guys have a great afternoon. Remember tomorrow, 2 big giveaways. New York Prime gift card and Rockville tickets. That's what you got tomorrow coming at you. And the $1,000 comes at you 13 times a day. It is the Greek and Dominic. Thank you, Dominic, for your help.
No problem, buddy.
And you guys have a great afternoon. Let's go, Mets. We'll be back.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Look out for delays in West Palm Beach. We have an accident with the right lane blocked, Southern Boulevard eastbound at Flagler Drive. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage. What will you find at Macy's Backstage? How about fun Mother's Day gifts, all for under $15? Get low prices every day on unique finds before they're gone. In-store only at Macy's Backstage today. Find a location near you at Macy'sBackstage.com. Off price, on trend, arriving daily.
The iHeart Sports Reports, sponsored by Smith, Ball, Baez, and Prather Injury Lawyers.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Chocolate lovers are going absolutely bananas over our new Bluebell Banana Fudge. Rich milk chocolate ice cream swirled with a scrumptious banana-flavored ice cream. Your favorite banana fudge bar, now in a carton.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons and 12-pack cups are specially priced at Publix, where shopping is a pleasure now through May 7th.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. Private mortgage insurance, or PMI, can cost thousands of dollars over the life of your loan. And you may not realize PMI doesn't protect you. It only protects the lender in case of default. But at Third Federal, you can buy a home with just 5% down and no PMI. Plus, first-time home buyers get $750 off a closing cost. So if you're thinking about buying your first home, go for it and visit thirdfederal.com.
even before you find a home. Lock in 6.50%, APR 6.56% on a 30-year fixed-rate purchase mortgage. Visit thirdfederal.com or call 1-800-3RD-FED today. APR reflects 15% down for $350,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. See conditions for closing cost coupon at thirdfederal.com/FTHB. Equal housing lender.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Can you believe it's only $77?
What? I thought it was more than that.
Nope. It's only $77 to get your marijuana card with MMJ Health's Mania Madness. Limited appointments. Call 561-269-4137. That's 561-269-4137.
It's Work Zone Awareness Week, Florida. Every year, lives are lost in work zones because of speeding and distractions. When you see orange cones, remember, slow down, follow the signs, and stay focused. Workers are counting on you